And from the 18th century up to the present days, capitalism has been a catalyst for exponential advancement in population growth, technology, wealth, and health standards. However, many scientists have identified the birth of industrial revolution and capitalism as the tipping points for the increased extinction on land. Discernible species were hunted to extinction. Demand for lumber and expanding farmland and factory mean leveling forest habitats. Pollution and other factors kill other animals. It is safe to say that capitalism is under threat, as concluded by American economist Irving Stilzer. The capitalism need to be reinvented for the 21st century. This meaning discarding the tire reflex that has through economic development since Adam Smith first proclaimed its utility over 200 years ago, self-interest in favor of working for the common good. The famous invisible hands has reached its limitation, and instead, inclusive capitalism is need to establish new social contract and truly leave no one behind. The business community can put us on different path if we support the type of businesses that prize restoration over growth. As concluded from a study by Sonar, doing less harm is no longer enough. The future of sustainable is regeneration, replenishing and restoring what we have lost and building economy and community that thrive while allowing the planet to thrive too. Today is the era of regenerative businesses. The regenerative businesses follow the X principle of nature that will bring community more abundant fulfillment and impact. Principle 1, we work in cycle. Second, consistency is needed. Third, abundance is natural. We thrive with collaboration, biodiversity, create resilient nature system are self-regulating, renewable energy is the best fuel, and everything is interconnected. An energy transition, nature-based solution, and ecosystem-based approach, biomass and circularity are some of the prominent and promising tools to implement regenerative businesses. It can deliver exponential progress in the form of economy, social, and environmental with wealth creation. It is the green zone as defined by John Elkington. It is profound market shift, generally catalyzed by challenge and changing paradigm, value, mindset, politics, policy, technology, business model, and other key factors. In closing, I'm positive that commitment demonstrated by the distinguished speaker in this session are a reflection of our commitment made by business at large, and particularly the business in Indonesia to attain prosperity that more inclusive, not only for Homo sapiens, but also all components of life. All while committing to clean, sustainable, just, affordable, inclusive energy transition that leave no one behind and promote social economic development while assuring energy security, food security, sustainable, as well as eradicating poverty. Thank you, and I'm wishing everyone a productive session.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sigit, the Director General for Environmental Protection and Degradation Control. So next, we'll have a panel discussion for this session. It's a very interesting session. We will learn and share about the intertwine of energy transition, the nature-based solution, and the circular economy. This session, basically, I would like to emphasize that this session hosted by the FALE, PT FALE TBK, the nickel mining and processing company in Indonesia. And we have 4 distinguished speakers this morning. And I would like to invite all of the speakers to come to in the front of us to share what they have done and what the idea about the future of the energy transition, the nature-based solution, and the climate action on the ground. First, I would like to invite Ms. Febriani Edi, the CEO of PT FALE Indonesia. Please have a seat. The second, please have a seat. Is Ibu Aika Yuri Winata, the General Manager of Apical and April Group. Please have a seat. Yes. The third, would like to invite Mr. Maher Al-Kaabi, the advisor to the chairman of the Arcelcar in Firol, United Arab Emirates. Please. And last but not least, of course, Mr. Hudi Suryodipuro, Head of the Program of Communication Division of SKK Migas Indonesia. Please, Pak. Okay, now we have about 60 minutes to have this session, and I would like to ask the speakers to deliver their speech, their remarks, their presentation up to 10 minutes each. Then we will go for the discussion. First of all, it seems like we also have the gender balance here, so I think it's good for our our session here. So I would like to invite Ms. Febriani Edi, the CEO of PT FALE Indonesia, to talk about the natural gas energy transition solution in hard to abate industries. Please, time is yours, Bu.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I know it's challenging today, right? We have a detours and not many people appears here, but quantity doesn't matter. Quality matters, I think. Let's make the best use out of these sessions, exchanging idea and then learning from each other. And I think at the end of the day, what matters is really how much impact do we bring to the society. So, yeah, I have a bit of slide. I'll start with short introductions of PT FALE Indonesia, my company. And then we can go through the substance of today's presentation. Some of you attended the presentation yesterday, so as I mentioned before, I always start my presentation with this picture. This is the pictures of Danau Matano, yeah, Lake Matano, one of the most beautiful and pristine water in Indonesia. And it's also a source of drinking water for the local community where we operate. And the reason why every visitors that come to our mining site, we always bring them to this lake. It's not just because it's beautiful, but the lake tells a lot of story about how we do our mining. This is a source of drinking water, but it's actually the end point of discharge for all of our water coming out of the mine. So all the waters coming from the mine got treated and then discharged in this lake, and then it becomes the source of drinking water. So our people, our community, my team and myself, if I visit the site, we drink the water from this lake. So that tells the story about how we mine and our commitment. So next, we're a public listed company, so I'm obligated to give you a disclaimer about the forward-looking statements. And now, a brief introduction. We are a nickel mining company, as mentioned before by the moderator. Our facility is integrated from the mine until the processing and also the logistics. So Indonesia has promoted since 2014 downstream value creations in the country, and FALE Indonesia are one of the biggest supporters. After 55 years of operation, we never exported raw materials. Everything is processed in the countries. We are a great believer of the importance of creating value within the country that we operate. Today, our capacity represents about 3% of the world global productions of nickel. Board of directors, there are 5 people, very lean, I myself included. I'm very proud to say that 4 out of 5 are Indonesian. Although we have a foreign shareholders, but there is a succession plan and development of local talent. And even more so, I'm proud to say that my directors of operation, Pak Abu, is locally born in South Sulawesi. So not just Indonesia. I think maybe one day, not very long from now, my position can be filled by truly local talent. Let's hope for that to come. We are operated by 3,000 employees, 6,000 contractors, 99.7% Indonesian, and 87% are residents of Luwu Timur, which is the regency where we operate today. Obviously, we don't come overnight. There's a long process where we come to this point. So hopefully we can progress further. Next slide. Nickel becomes a very popular minerals today. It's one of the top critical minerals that are required for decarbonization. Because of the global decarbonization's energy transition, it has created an unprecedented level of demand for critical minerals. And I think this has become more and more obvious to all of us. And because nickel is a solution to climate change, then therefore the mining and processing of the materials has to be sustainable. Otherwise, what's the point? So I think there are more and more voices today, and I'd like to highlight here that industry in nickel must curb our emissions. Otherwise, we are not a solution, but we are part of the problem. Next slide. So we build and operate and maintain 3 hydro facilities. So today, our smelting is 100% powered by renewable. That makes our plant one of the lowest carbon intensity plant in Indonesia for laterites. And even so, we also, this is the past, what we have done and what we have maintained today, but we also made our global commitment to reduce further our carbon emission. But you can see that at the down, there is a chart there to show the global carbon intensity of all saprolite producers in the world. And our portfolios today, our operations and our future projects are all within the first quartile of global chart. Next slide is what our commitment is. So in COP26, Glasgow, we attended the conference as well. And that was the first time we globally announced our carbon reductions roadmap to reduce scope 1 and 2 by 33% in 2030 and achieving net zero 2050. I understand that every year we attended, came all over the world, in the COP, and everyone said, enough talking, we need action. So today my presentation is about what action have been taken, what progress have we made, and what lesson that we have learned. Obviously, not everything works smoothly. There is success, but also there are failure. So what do we learn out of our progress today? So this is what we have completed today. So our works are divided into 2 streams, the technological route and reforestation route. On the technological route, there are 4 categories. Fuel shifting, whereby we shift our fuel source from existing into a lower carbon solution. And then we also have hydropower, as I mentioned before. We're looking at ways to upgrade our capacity whenever we can, what we call green power up. And this extra capacity that we will get, we are hoping to use it to electrify all of our equipment. Because today, our mining equipments are still run by fossil fuel. So we will electrify all of our equipments and use the green power coming out of our hydropowers, therefore eliminating the carbon emissions. We also finished electric boiler 1, which we convert from fossil fuel to electric base. This is a good example to say that lower carbon doesn't mean expensive. So in this case, the payback period was only 4.5 months. With this success, we now move to electrify our second boiler. Next slide. That's what we have achieved so far, and this is our focus for the next 5 years. As I mentioned, we will electrify all of our equipment. So starting from electric boilers second, and then our whole trucks, our bus, and our LV will all be electrified. We are in the process of doing so. And then we are also in parallel upgrading our hydropower facilities, and we'll add more solar panel today to fuel all of these electric equipments. Next slide. So today, my focus of conversation really is this slide. So our biggest problem, although we're a mining company, our biggest carbon problem is not at the mine. The mine only contributes 200,000 tons of carbon emission a year. Our biggest problem is our smelter. Our smelter is one of the most carbon intensified plant. And therefore, as I mentioned, we're lucky that we have the hydropower. But that's only sufficient to power the smelting. The drying and calcining itself are still count on fossil fuel. So today, in the chart, it's quite busy. You can see all of the initiatives that we have to lower the carbon of our processing facility. But today, I will focus on two major initiatives, which will contribute 700,000 tons of carbon reductions. And this is the only two that if we fail, then we fail to deliver our commitment. So these two must be successful. So the first, next slide, is biomass. So today we use carbon to do as a reductant in our processing facility. We are banging on biomass, and we have done multi-year study and testing. We're very happy to show and share with you that there are success here. We have tested 3 categories of biomass, and today we have finished the live test, and then next year we'll go for a long-run testing campaign for 4 months. With that, we will have a confidence then to fully convert it to biomass as a reductant in 2025. So based on the testing we have today, the right mix is only 30%. 30% biomass, and then the rest fossil fuel. So I don't know if we have audience here focusing on biomass. Maybe you can help us. We are looking for options, palletizing the biomass, which we hope could increase the efficiency and effectiveness of the biomass we will use. So if you have that solution, happy to have further discussions with you today. And this is opportunity to partner further, right, to curb the problem in our industry. Next slide is fuel conversion to natural gas. So in addition to biomass, we also will convert some of our fuel into natural gas. I often get a criticism. Natural gas is still a fossil fuel. It's not really a renewable. That's correct. But the reason why we choose to transition to natural gas is because this is by far the only viable options if we were to do this in the very short term. We can't wait anymore. We can use the same argument that other companies are using. There is no viable solution. Let's wait until that solution is there. At the same time, the world is boiling, right? The planet is boiling, and our industry contributes a lot of emission. Therefore, we made conscious decision to migrate to natural gas, knowing that it's not a perfect solution, but it can curb half of our carbon emission, at least for the time being, while in parallel working on the ultimate solution. Last year, when I was in B20 discussions, I got further challenged by some of the investors. They are saying, you can make that decision, but how about, stranded asset? Because when you move, right, it's the assets. But I felt like we often come back to the same conversation again, and again. Nobody is making actions and decisions to move forward. In business, we're always dealing with risk. There's always difficult decisions and options to make. But we have to have a belief that this is the right things to do. Let's do it. And we'll figure out a way of mitigating it in the future. The technology in the front of lower carbon is advancing significantly. I'm pretty sure there will be technological solution viable in the very near future that were not viable today. And therefore, I think today is to sending the message, that it's time to really take action. Yes, there are risks involved. Let's work together in partnership to kill these issues, right? I think yesterday I also mentioned in a CEO climate talk, the higher the assets, the more assets we have, the more resources we have, the more power we have, the more responsibility we have to take actions. So next slide is, I think this is, just to say that natural gas today can help us reduce half of our carbon emission. Indonesia, by the way, is very rich of natural gas. So this could be a potential opportunity out of the challenge that we are facing today. So this is also a very viable option. So I understand that this is very common technology. So no more excuses for us. Because if I were to try new technology, I could say one day we're still doing the study. But this is a proven technology. And therefore, we think that we could do this in a very short period of time. Next slide. In addition to that, of course, deforestation is a major issue in mining. We are focusing on reforestation, not only within our concessions, but also outside our concession. And today I'm proud to say that we have reforest land bank close to 300% of the area that we have opened year to date until now. Next slide. Yeah, I think this is just to sum up my presentation. For us, performance, a good performing company is not simply just profit. Profit is important, but the balance of people, profit, and planet are the most important things. I'll share with you today my bonus, 35% profit. The rest is non-monetary targets. So I think this is one thing that we consciously made. We need to make money, but that's not the only thing that we have to achieve. So the balance of people, profit, and planets are very, very important. And I'm also very happy to say that President Joko Widodo, our president, has came to Sorako in March and inaugurate our biodiversity park. And he has proudly said that we are one of the benchmark for other nickel mining company in Indonesia. With that, I think comes with a bigger responsibility that PT Valley has a role to play, not just within our company, but also within our industry. And lastly, Minister Ghani from UK visited our mine. And one thing that is very refilling that she said to me, I never thought mining can be that environmentally friendly. I know it's very, very opposite from what the mindset that people have. But anyway, I think these visitors, high-profile visits with all the remarks that gave to us is a source of motivations to do more. And happy to, I guess, to allow you to access our site one day if you're interested to come and take a look. Thank you. That sums up my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ibu Febri. It's an excellent presentation about what Vale have done and then also what next. I think we have heard that the nickel is a solution of climate change, how Vale shift the fuel, use the biomass as well as the reforestation. It's very, very interesting. And then to continue or to relate the fuel shifting and also the biomass, we have here Ibu Aika from Apical, who will be talking about the fueling, the sustainability. So, Ibu Aika, time is yours, please.
Thank you very much. So, very good morning to all the audience and fellow panelists. Earlier this morning, our keynote speaker, Bapak Sigit, mentioned that we are in the era of energy transition, and renewable energy is the best solution, right? And just now, Ibu Febri mentioned that if we have viable solutions, we have to take action. I fully agree with that. Yeah, so, and in the energy transitions, one of the most difficult to decarbonize is the aviation industry. So here, Apical, part of the Royal Golden Eagle Group, would like to share with you a little bit more about what we do to decarbonize the aviation industry. Right, so we go to the first slide. Right, today, the global aviation industry, it accounts about 3% of the carbon dioxide emission. That is the number in 2019. Maybe today is more, right? And everybody is committing towards a net zero emission by 2050. That is the aviation industry. So Apical as well, we are committing ourselves into net zero emissions. PT Vale as well, right? Yeah, I heard what you said. I think that is a very good ambition, and we all have to strive towards that. Yeah, that comes to my next slide. The sustainable aviation fuel today is actually a viable solution, right? It is amongst the most promising solutions we have. It is a drop-in solutions, and it has the ability to lower the emission up to 90%. So that is a very, very good number. Although today, aviation industry represents just less than, the sustainable aviation is just about 0.1% of the jet fuel. The projected demand is actually 53 million tons. That is really a lot. And this solution is actually mired with high production costs. And not only that, there is also limited feedstock supply and biomass type restrictions. Yeah, so Now, if we look at the cost to decarbonize the aviation industry, the cost to build, the cost of investment is really running into billions of dollars, trillions for the fuel producers. But if everyone share the burden, the cost is translated into the passengers. The ticket price on average is just another additional $3, $14 on average ticket by 2030. Or if we stretch further into 2050, it's just maybe $38. Yeah, so that is when everyone share the burden. Right, so today I would like to continue further on how can we accelerate, because we have seen that the technology is there, the potential is there, that we know what is our challenges, so how do we accelerate further? So we go to the next slide, yeah. Yeah, next slide, please. Right, so we look at what we have as Indonesia, as ASEAN. So as part of the solutions, we have to have the correct building blocks. That is affordability, availability of the feedstock. Do we have that? If it is so scarce, if it is not available, it is so expensive, why bother? Ibu Febri mentioned carbon solution doesn't have to be expensive. Right, so that is what we are eyeing for. And after we know there is available feedstock, is the greenhouse gas emissions reasonable? Does it have good number? Does it just save 10%? Or can we go to 70%, 80%? And then after we have the feedstock, is the sourcing sustainable, traceable, transparent? That is also another challenge. Right, and does all this has a significant share involvement? Is it just a little bit? Right, so we have to have all these building blocks in order to make things viable and workable. Right, so now we can look at into the availability first. What does Indonesia has? What does ASEAN has? So we go to the next slide. Right, this is what we have studied, and we have seen and we have experienced among these 6 ASEAN countries. If we just look at the waste and residue, because we would like to avoid the fight between food and energy. So we just look into the waste and residue base. We look at used cooking oil, we look at palm oil mill effluent, we look at empty fruit bunch oil, we look at palm fatty acid distillate, spent bleaching of oil, food waste processing residue. How much we have as ASEAN, just 6 ASEAN countries, here is in our study. Right, we have 10.4 million ton. And what's the demand just now? Projected 53. We already addressed 20% of it, do we? Yeah, so and Indonesia itself has about 60% of that share of this 10 million ton. So we go to the next slide. Yeah, so these are the distributions of what the country has to make this the carbonization of sustainable aviation, the carbonization of aviation fuel viable and workable. It is available really. So what do we what do we need next? What kind of numbers do we have to prove ourselves? Next slide. Yeah. The price, is it affordable? So just look at the chart here. If we compare the one at the most left, that is rapeseed oil, and the one in the most right is the palm fatty acid distillate, and in between the rest of the waste and residue, the price is affordable. Yeah, so we slowly we tick all the boxes. Right, and then the next one, the emissions, right? When this feedstock produce a process further into sustainable aviation fuel, what kind of GHG emissions can we get? So we compare a few. So basically our base is jet fuel, 0 emissions. If we use palm oil with methane capture, it is saving us 14%. But if we go further, hey, the waste and residue here is really saving us more than 80%. So it is something that we have to look forward to, something affordable, something workable. Right, so next one, in order to ramp up all this development, what do we need? Definitely not just Indonesia, but not just ASEAN, but all countries in the world. I think we need to really have a good mandate, align ourselves in many things. Not just mandate, but also what is the sustainability criteria? What is the timeline? Right, what is the greenhouse gas emissions reduction targeted? Because if one is ambitious and one is not ambitious, and one has a very too long timeline, one is based just mandate, doesn't care about what is the greenhouse gas emission reduction, that is misalignment. Yeah, I think aviation is international. So mandate has to be aligned, policy has to be aligned. Right, next, with the policy and that is aligned, that is ambitious together, this will send good signals to the market. The market will need the signals for the demand, because if there is only a little bit, a pocket here and there that to the investment and commitment, there is no economic of scale. It's going to be expensive solutions for everyone. But with the economic of scales, with more participants, more inducive mandate with coming from all over the world, that is possible. Things can be cheaper and more viable. Now, the middle is the role from the financial institutions, right? The financial institutions should also have, will also play the roles on the policies and on the loans, sustainability loans, for example. Yeah, things that can promote sustainable aviation fuel. Right, so we addressed most of the building blocks. Sorry, I think I have not reached that yet. Can we move to the previous slide? Yeah, and this is the most crucial one, not just any feedstock, but the feedstock which has to be sustainably sourced. So it has to be risk-proof, right? So what is the key for that? Not just anyhow sourced, but the feedstock that has transparency in the sourcing. Dare to say this comes from this source. Dare to share with your buyer where does it come from. Be transparent, be traceable. So, and traceable to where? To the point of origin. There's no other choice, right? And you have to, these economic operators has to have a robust handling and sourcing system. So basically, sustainability standard certifications, transparency, traceability, and the quality handling method. So, and that is what Apical is trying to achieve, and we have committed ourselves into that viable solutions. So next slide. So we recently entered into a joint venture with SEPSA. So that is to have a capacity of 500,000 tons per annum. That is to produce sustainable aviation fuel from the agricultural waste feedstock, and that is from sustainability source, traceable, transparent. And our aim is to cut the carbon emission by 90% as compared to the traditional jet fuel, and to reduce 1.5 million tons of carbon dioxide per year. That is our ambition. So before I end this, I would like to share with you what it means to be sustainable in sourcing. I think I cannot emphasize more. This is really the key. No greenwashing. It can be cheap, but no greenwashing. Yeah, so number one, certifications. This is leaving no loopholes for the risk, for fraud, for fake feedstock, no risk on sustainability. Certifications is subjecting every point of origin to audit. So people can be very comfortable with what you are using to fly the airlines. We also have end-to-end closed-loop collections. So for us, it's direct sourcing, no traders in between. Yeah, so you know your source. In order to monitor our effort, we go digitalizations. So digitalize your supply chain, our supply chain. And the next one is to integrate the waste residue operator with a pilot project on the onboarding for the UDB, European database, so everyone can know our reporting and transparency. And all this summarized with one word, disciplined. Right, so that is the end of my presentations. I would like to say that decarbonizing air travel will only be achievable with everyone on board. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Aika, for this very interesting and inspiring presentation about sustainable aviation fuel. So after that, we now move to the gentleman. Why we start with the woman? Because woman is W-omen. Okay, then we now have Mr. Maher from Maher Al-Kaabi from the Al-Circle group. Sorry, this Arabic is a bit difficult for me. We are now listening about from fatty oil and grease, isn't it? To become, okay, to become biofuel. That's very interesting. Now, from the nickel to go the biofuel, now we will have more biofuel from the export of this one. Please, Mr.
Thank
Maher.
you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's probably early morning, but I think the walk made us pre-awake, right? So great. And I'm very grateful that for the ladies, the great presentation they made over here. And one of the verticals that we have is biofuel itself. But I'm not gonna talk about biofuel because you already talked about it. I'll talk about something different a little bit. As a group, we've been there as a family for the past 160 years. So we were actually part of the building block of the country itself. So we actually built the first bank, which is Emirates MBD, which is one of the largest banks in the region. We built Etisalat, which is the 12th largest telecom company globally. We co-founded that. We co-founded Pepsi over here. We co-founded the second bank. We also co-founded the first insurance company. And then we pivoted and also started something, our circular economy vector, which is very, very important. Of course, there are a line of other businesses are there. Today, I'm going to only focus about what's this related to circular economy. And within circular economy, we got a couple of businesses. One of these is biofuel, which is a plant going to be opened up hopefully by next month. Actually this month, which is coinciding with COP. And the other plant is about food and fat and oil grease and how do we treat that, and that's very important. Now, a little bit about Indonesia, because we've been working with the government in Indonesia. I've been invited in the last B20, G20, met quite a number of ministers. We've signed quite a number of MOUs with the country and have done quite a number of progress. And it's very intriguing to see that Indonesia, which is really growing, has the lowest carbon emission. One of the countries has lowest carbon emission globally. Despite that, they have a very ambitious plans in terms of growing and making sure their carbon emission is really even further controlled. Now, we all know that there are this is the fourth largest country globally, about 279 million people over there. I don't know how you fit them, but I've not seen them when I was there, so great. But the good thing about the Far East companies, they eat a lot, like us as well, and they like to dine a lot outside. And I can see everybody's very outside. And I was really, really touched. Although I was one of my jobs, I was actually working internationally at Citibank, so I traveled across quite a lot. And I probably missed coming to Indonesia despite coming to Malaysia and Singapore. It was not in my flight plan, to be honest with you. But when I landed over there, I was really intrigued, and even here, when I met Iwan, who is heading the investment for Indonesia in the country, the kindness of the people, and it's very genuine, to be honest with you. I'm not saying it from my heart because it's amazing. No matter how more we interact with people, the further we get to know how kind you are as a people. So really, hats off to what you guys do. It's amazing, and what a work you're doing over there. The food industry is worth about 49 million as of the estimate of 2023, but it's estimated to grow further to double of that, more than double, to 104 million by 2029. And of course, you're also building a new capital, which is amazing, but I know there's a reason behind it because your existing capital is sinking. So that's the reason, right? But you know, with a lot of growth, what happens? Bad happens, right? Bad happens comes up. We generate a lot of waste. And this is the waste what happens when it goes to landfill, when you don't treat them, when you don't have a regulation and a plan. What are you going to do about the waste? And despite all the beautiful things that are mentioned, but the reality is Indonesia has the largest landfill globally today as well. So this is pictures from Indonesia, so I brought it from there, from the internet. So the environmental impact is amazing. And I know you guys are working very hard on it. And if you look at this report has been done, imagine this is the largest landfill that you guys have today. But not very long ago, this landfill actually was used as an agricultural land for people growing their crops. And look how it has, over a period of time, turned to the largest landfill globally. It received 7,000 tons per day of landfill. Look how beautiful was it before and what it turned out to be. And this is in Indonesia. That's mean there's a lot of work need to be done. How do we manage the waste that we generate today? Now, there are a lot of type of waste, but there are important waste that we will talk about, which is the FOG, and I'll discuss about it very quickly. Now, they're good also, of course, there's a silver lining. If you look at the graph on the left side, this is telling you the carbon emission which is happening globally. This is what we have lately available. Indonesia, the good news is only about 1.7%. But the thing is, like, things are developing very, very fast where the planet is warming. I sit on the fence of that by 2050, the planet will not explode if we don't reduce it by 1.5. Because a lot of people are overdoing it by saying it that the planet will something going to happen to it if we don't reduce. But that doesn't mean that we become complacent. That doesn't mean that we don't care about it. That means we need to take action, but in a very conformative way. And what is it that we need to do? And that's what we need to talk about, the certain waste, which is very important. This is the impact of the waste. You know, all the food establishment you have today, and when you eat the food and it goes there for washing, there's a lot of fat and grease and oil actually are produced from this washing, and they actually go to your municipal lines, and they clog them. And when the clogging happens to the municipal lines, you have an overflow happening. When the rain happens as well, you're actually feeding and infesting the bacteria and pathogen coming into the world. So it's environmentally dangerous. It's health-wise for human being is dangerous. And if the kitchens you go to or the restaurant you go to, you dine in the fine restaurant, if they're not really taking of that waste properly, they're not addressing it, you'll have those restaurants were smelly. Any of you been to restaurants which were smelly in Indonesia? Yes, no? Show of hands? Or are you shy to say it? Okay, I had the smell, so I'm telling you, that's there. Sorry, I moved backward. What further happens as an impact? There's always a problem with landfill. When you actually dump a lot of things in your landfill, it's actually exposing to fire. These are actual fire happening in the landfill. So you're basically further emitting CO2 emission is increasing. So you're not really becoming very environmentally friendly if you don't help them. You're actually contaminating the water, which you're trying to solve as a problem with the water to be there, which just need to be there, because that's one of the SDGs. How do we have enough water for people? So your biodiversity goes back. And cost of actually addressing that, if you don't have the solution today, it's very high. So it's very important we see what we need to do. So what is the way forward? What do we need to do? We need to have, anything happens and start with people, with Homo sapien like us, regulation. If you don't regulate us, we'll go rogue. Why? Because we sit in a bell curve, and the bell curve has two outliers. Those who are on the right side of the bell curve who are extremely disciplined. No matter regulation you have or not, people will always listen and will do the right thing. And luckily, the other side of the bell curve, the left side, are the people who are extremely bad, who will want to break every single rule, but they're very small as well. But the majority of us are in between, the 75% in between. And we call them floaters. I call them floaters. So they can swing anytime, right and left. The moment there's an absence of regulation, we will rogue. It's like you have the speeding cameras on the road. You don't have them, you tend to speed a little bit faster, right? So that's what happens. So we come up with a regulation. We actually, when we worked in the plant over here in Dubai, we have the plant that we have today. It's the only plant available in the entire Middle East. It's a unique plant of processing. That's how do we process it? I'll show you the next slide. But the first thing started when Dubai municipality came to us in 1984, saying that, look, we've got a problem with clogging of pipelines, and we need a solution. Of course, we did not have the solution in 1984, but then we started thinking about it. In 1990, we started the company. We said, okay, let's start something called the box, which you see in the middle. It's called the grease trap. It's just trap the grease. So when you wash and you have that, before going to the municipal lines, all your grease and oil and fat is getting trapped over there. So you're making sure it doesn't go to the environment. But where were we dumping them? A cleaning company would come and we take them and dump in the landfill. So we did not solve the problem. But someone will say, but you solved 50% of the problem. We did not. We only just concentrated the problem somewhere else. We shifted the problem, right? So we said we have to do something else. So we have to treat this waste. So we came up with a plan, a treatment plan, which is fully a circular economy, i.e. whatever we generate today, we actually put it back to the environment. So the plan starts, a cleaning company will come, will collect all the waste which is there in all the food establishment. We have about 11,000 food establishments in Dubai. So it could get collected by the companies that are there. They're private companies. We take them to the plant where the treatment happens. It's completely digital process. Am I over time? Ah, okay. Because I thought you were looking at your watch. Because she took a lot of time, by the way. All right, okay. All right. Then we treat the waste. 3 main byproduct comes out of it. Just to make it exciting for all the ladies over here, one of them is brown oil. And that brown oil, we use it to make cosmetics. So if your cosmetic came from that brown oil, it's the more organic, healthy press cosmetic, by the way. Trust me on that. And we also use the same brown oil to make soap for laundries and so forth. Water comes out of it, which is the high content, where we actually send it back for irrigation. So back to the economy, circular economy fully. The third component which comes out of it is a sludge. We take it, we treat it, we can use it as a fertilizer. Again, back to the economy. So whatever we brought, fully digitized, gone into back to the economy, so zero waste, 100% circulable. Now, we said, okay, we embarked on our digital journey, but how can we do even better? So we're building our AI platform today, mainly, how do we access the waste faster? How do we help the food establishment company we are there today, that we have faster access to them, so we can actually have sensors within their grease trap today, so we get to know before the overflow happens, or even when it's reaching 80%, so we can make sure that the cleaning happens on timely basis proactively. And then we'll be providing a dashboard to them where they get to know how much they're contributing in the reduction of the CO2, methane, which is 10 times really challenging, and also how much they're saving in terms of paper and trees reduction, and so forth, and how much we're producing it. So this is going to be a live dashboard for the country, for the city. Today we have a similar dashboard which is lively producing for one of the provinces that we have within UAE itself, so which is live and kicking. But we also want to build our digital twins. Anybody heard digital twins? No. Digital twin is very, very simple. You actually virtually build your plant on a virtual world. And then you see, okay, what is the best way of building this plant in the city, in the country you want to build in, where you have the lowest emission possible you have, close to zero, and when you know everything is fine, then you can come and build it. That's the best way of building any plant. Rather than going and directly building it, you first try digital twin. I know it's a topic being there for the last 20 years, but people making stride a lot on it. First it started with NASA. If you saw the movie Apollo 13, this is where they used the digital twin first to bring the astronauts back. As I told you, I was kindly invited, very humbled with, this is one of your ministers in between. He's the Minister of Public and Works and Housing. We were in the ministry over there in last November 2022 during the B20, G20. Very kind, amazing experience with them. So, and when he heard what we're trying to do, he said, we want your help to come and build how can we actually manage our waste in the new capital, Nusantara. So we signed an NDA over there. How do we actually manage the waste, not only for commercial, but also for residents today? Today, nobody managing the FOG waste, the fat and oil grease for residential globally. So if we manage and move forward, hopefully with that thing, you will be the first city globally to manage that waste automatically, freely, and no country will compete you because it's going to be from the designing perspective. We also met other mayor from Surabaya and Tenengrang, and we signed those MOUs. We're doing, as we speak, our team went over there and did a first ground feasibility study. We're going back again to do a further feasibility study so we can come back and start our work with the country. With that, I really thank you. Thank you very much for listening to me. It was great to have you here.
Thank you, Mr. Maher. Now, after looking at the Arabic version, I can spell a circle properly. Okay, thank you very much for explaining how the FOG can be treated through a circle. Then, last but not least, we will hear from Pak Hudi Suryodipuro about how can we collaborate with others in the climate action to achieve our goals. Please, Pak Hudi.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, fellow speakers, good morning, everybody. It's a privilege and an honor for me to be sitting here with these remarkable individuals, speaking to you all regarding what are the path that we have taken within the upstream oil and gas industry in order to join the fight in reducing carbon emissions. A bit about myself, I've been working with the industry for the past 23-something years. 15 of them has been working with SKK Migas. So can we go to the next slide, please? So SKK Migas, next, is actually the special task force from the government of Indonesia in order to manage the PSC contractors or the oil operators. So we interact with like Medco, ExxonMobil, ENI, BP, and ensuring that the extraction of the oil and gas from Indonesia is done and utilized for the maximum prosperity for the country. Currently, as mentioned, we have a very unique way on, in managing the industry, because Indonesia, is, as you know, is a country consists of 13,000 different islands. So it's quite of a challenge in order to manage those contractors. But not many people know that among the 128 basin that's currently exist in Indonesia, it's only 20 of them is actually producing right now, consisting all the country's production. So with that said, you still have about almost about 100 basins that's still potential to be produced. Now, one of the things that we want to do just in this presentation today is to elaborate on the potential of the future of the oil and gas business, especially with regards gas as transitional energy, as well as what are the role that we have played in order to reduce carbon emission in Indonesia, especially within the oil and gas business. Next slide. This is just to give you a brief view on the global trend with regard to the dynamic and the challenge that we are facing. We cannot move away from world economy condition, especially with regards to the global crisis. We know we have the energy trilemma, we have the security issues, affordability issues, as well as sustainability issues. In the upstream business, our concern right now, our priority is with regards to security and affordability. And then we also have with regards to the investment trend, whereas the global investment trend is increasing about 6.5% every year. Thankfully, the Indonesia's trend is actually increasing much more than that. It's about 12% for 2023. So that's something that that we are looking to explore further in order to bring investments coming in from overseas to Indonesia to do our oil and gas exploration. Now, the last part is one of the opportunity that we see, especially I would like to thank especially Bu Febri is mentioning that her company is moving towards gas as a transition, as an alternative in the future. We have recognized that we know that gas is not the perfect solution, but as a transitional solution, that's the opportunity where the oil and gas upstream business can play a role into, especially in the future. Next slide. Now, we know that before the COP26 in 2021, the government has submitted the plan in terms of low carbon in order to achieve net zero emission in 2060 or earlier. Now, when that happened, people came up to me and said that the oil and gas business is actually a sunset industry. However, the way we see it, it's not being a sunset industry, but we do see a lot of opportunity coming from that. Because especially, even we are in a carbon-based fossil fuel industry, we still need to be able to ensure the sustainability of the industry. If not, there's no industry to fight for in the future. So, with that said, we have adjusted our long-term strategy, our IOG 4.0, in order to achieve 1 million barrel oil per day and 12 billion SCAF gas in 2030, to include one more pillar with regards to low carbon initiative, which I will explain later. Next. And as I said, some of the potential that we saw is with Ibu Febri, more and more company coming in and move towards gas as a possible transitional energy or alternative. That's where will our focus be in the future. Now, I would like to, this is the Indonesia energy mix based on our long-term energy plan built by the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources. As you can see, the total amount of percentage between oil and gas is actually decreasing by the year. from almost about 50% in 2020 to be about 44% in 2050. And you see also an increase in new renewable energy in 2050 from 14% into 31%. But I would like to highlight is actually two things. First of all, although the total amount of percentage of oil and gas mix is actually decreasing, but you can see an increase within the gas part from 21% into 24%. And also, although the mix is actually increasing as far as percentage, the volume is actually going up because the demand for energy is actually increasing by the year, which means oil demand is increasing about 139% by 2050, but gas demand will actually increase 3 times that number, about 298%. So this is where we see that gas not only as a transitional energy, but also as an alternative source of fuel to be used within the industry. Next slide. And this is backed actually by some of the discoveries in Indonesia that occurred over the past couple of years, where gas has dominated those discovery. And then this is to show some of the recent gas discovery. The last major discovery that we have done is actually was discovered by ENI in an area called Geng North or North Ganao, and it's being set as one of the top 3 gas discovery in the world in 2023. So you have a huge opportunity open for gas exploration in Indonesia, and over the last decade, over 50% of the exploration discovery is actually gas. So our focus is shifting to gas, which we believe will play a very important role in energy transition. Next. This is a bit of details of our exploration discoveries in 2023. Next slide. And even we have what we called our strategic national projects in Indonesia. 3 of them is actually dominated by gas. Recently, the President Jokowi actually inaugurated BP Tangguh Train 3. And he also did a groundbreaking for the Ubadari CCUS project, which actually be one of the first CCUS project in Indonesia. And we hope that it will be operating. And from this CCUS project is actually going to be supporting the blue ammonia project, also located within the same area in Bintuni, Papua. Other than that, we also have the Impacts Masela and the IDD, which this year shifted the ownership from Chevron to ENI. And so with that, we hope to have several hubs of gas distribution in Indonesia based on the sources. Next. This is a bit of a progress of gas project. I'm not going to go into details. And with that said, along the similar line as Ibu Febri said, that her company is shifting into gas as an alternative source of energy, we see more and more demand shifting from the export into domestic, whereas our focus really is focusing on ensuring that our domestic need is actually met. So Ibu Febri, in my language, we got your back, okay? So no worries, we will support you. And next I will talk about the different, the various opportunities or the various initiatives that we have done as part of our CO2 emission reduction. Maher already mentioned that Indonesia contributed about 1.7% in total in carbon emission, is actually about the same number within the oil and gas industry, that we contributed about 1.78% in total national emission. Next. Now, as I mentioned earlier on, when Pak Jokowi announced his plan, a long-term plan to reduce carbon emission, we actually change or revise our long-term plan to include low carbon initiative. We have several initiatives that we've put forward. Some of them is with regards to energy management. So before the project in Cirata, Pertamina in Rokan actually changed a lot of their power plant system into photovoltaic. And so you got one of the largest within the industry with of a solar panel in Pertamina Hulu Rokan. And also Medco changed some of their platform into from solar base into solar panel base. And at the same time, we also have zero routine flaring, so we minimize the number of flarings that occurred. We also managed, we're trying to reduce the emission, fugitive emission, and along with a distinguished gentleman from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, we work on reforestation. At the same time, let me report to you gentlemen, last year we did 2 million reforestation within the industry. Hopefully this year, we believe our outlook is beyond 2 million trees that we planted. So hopefully it will help with regards to reducing our carbon emission. And the last one, and we see this also as an opportunity, is having a CCS, putting Indonesia on the map as CCS and CCUS hub for the region. Next. With that said, Indonesia is actually changing its paradigm in terms of managing the oil and gas business from the traditional super basin, where we focus on looking for the next giant discovery, into a three-factor of energy and carbon basin. First of all, we want to ensure that our current work area, our current consortium has plentiful clean electricity, so we make sure that a lot of the initiative like changing the solar panels or other alternative energy to replace coal or to replace higher carbon emission solars. Also, as we are moving away from a lot of our oil and gas reservoir basins, we focus more on the top basins and making sure that they are more low carbon friendly and we have more low carbon friendly initiative within those basins. And again, focusing on the hub scale of CUS within Indonesia, so that although it's unlikely and it's very uncommon that the CCS or CCUS is far away from the oil and gas operation, but having those potential over there, we can actually take carbon from other industries and store them into those areas, into those hubs. Next slide. This is to give you some understanding with regards. We are currently identifying carbon storage potential capacity. Currently, we identified about 12.2 billion ton CO2, and everything is still under study. Next slide. And among that, we are currently reviewing about 15 CCS and CCUS projects. Now, one of the things I would like to mention in Tangguh, I mentioned about the UCC project, which has CCUS. Their potential is about 1.9 gigaton, but only 3% is being used for BP only. So you have 97% from that 1.9 gigaton as a potential for other industry. One of the industry that's currently looking at is actually the blue ammonia project, which will be built by Pertamina later on in the future. And we also have the CCS project in Impex Masela, and all these other projects has the potential, and hopefully they are targeted to be on stream before 2030 as part of our plans. Next. Of course, in implementing the CCS and CCUS, we have challenges. There are higher costs, okay, because it's a fairly new technology. 73% of that cost actually goes to the capture, 1.5% to the transportation, and the storage about 25%. We do have identified potential CO2 sources, whether from coal power plant, fertilizer, ammonia, pulp and paper, as well as cement. And we do see a CCUS and CCUS as a new business opportunity. We are working with the government looking for ways, and also with the PSCs, looking for ways to lowering the cost, whether it's through technology development, via partnership or cost sharing, building those hubs, providing fiscal incentives, and other potential things that we do in the future. Next, I think this is my last slide. Just to give you a brief update, we have a ministerial decree with regards to the CCS, CCUS from the Energy and Mineral Resources. We are still pushing, finalizing the presidential decree, as well as our own work guideline within SKK Migas, so that we do believe that the potential of the CCS and CCUS market is there for investing. It's worth investing for everybody, especially that everybody is looking for that green investment nowadays. And it's something that we need to look at in the future, for a brighter future for not only Indonesia, but for the world. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Hudi, for the extensive explanation about the CCS, CCUS, and also how we are going for energy transition in Indonesia. I'm afraid we have run out of time because the next session will be coming. But I would like to have the last comments from all these speakers about what is your concrete and unique proposal for the next very near future of their business in Indonesia or in other part of the world. Please, 1 minute per speaker, please. Starting from you, Ibu.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't think I'll start with something new, but I'll just focus on the slide that I presented before. We have a clear roadmap. We have the detailed projects outlined. And since Glasgow COP26, we have announced it globally and we're tracking it. So that is well promised. We will deliver that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ibu Eka.
Thank you so much. So for Royal Golden Eagle Group and also Apical, our unique propositions is really in our sustainability and traceability effort. So when we are talking about energy transitions, we are talking about sustainable business. Yeah, so sourcing of feedstock, that is what we have, and that is what we do sustainably and traceability. And our key winning is really our transparency. Our digitalizations effort, and we are transparent, we don't mind sharing to our buyers.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Maher.
Very quickly, I think it's all about making sure that we partner with countries and cities, that they have alignment of values with our companies and ethos, because we've been doing it for a very long time. We're actually working with so many governments, and I think all of them are trying to do great jobs in terms of understanding environment's very, very important, period. So we believe that we have a stronger alignment with the Indonesia government in terms of the work we have been doing, because they're really truly caring about the environment. Look at the work has been happening in Indonesia in terms of planting mangroves and all these things. We actually, our president said, we actually borrowed some of the mangrove from Indonesia and brought them over, and Abu Dhabi, we planted them. So we're hoping that, we finish the 2 projects that we're working on, the 2 provinces over there. We're also hoping that if we can sign an MOU within the COP, it will be amazing for the new Santra, the new capital, so we can also partner and make sure that we make you the first city globally who has the full waste management actually completely controlled in a safe manner.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Maher. That's
Yeah, I would like to echo what Pak Darbo said, and actually Bu Febri said yesterday with regards to the importance of collaboration in terms of achieving net zero emission or low carbon in the future. The most important thing for me is that everybody to know that the upstream oil and gas industry within Indonesia is committed in order to support net zero emission, because we do believe, as I mentioned previously, we need to be able to sustain our industry not only in terms of producing the oil and gas, but also sustainability in order to ensure our existence in the future, especially for our children in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all speakers and also participants for having this discussion. Thank you, and we finish this session with applause for all of us. Thank you very much, and thank you. There is a presentation from Fale. a gift
Yes, to
to
show
all
a great
speakers, please.
appreciation from Vale Indonesia as the host of the session. Vale Indonesia has prepared a token of appreciation to all speakers for your contributions for the session, which will be handed over by the CEO of Vale Indonesia, Ibu Febriani Edi. Please kindly accept the award to Pak Sigit and all the speakers. You may treat it as an invitation from Vale Indonesia, as a call out for a collective action and collaboration with all the stakeholders and the partners. Okay. Another one for Mr. Maher Al-Kabi. He's the advisor to the chairman of Al Circle and Virol UAE. Thank you very much, sir. We look forward to your continued support. Last but not least, from SKK Migas, as well as Vale Indonesia. We'll see great collaboration in the future. Thank you very much for everyone who supported the conference and made this conference a success. Okay, we're going to have a group photo together before we leave the venue. Okay. On my count, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think we're all good. Thank you very much once again. You all enjoy. Okay, so that's the end of the first session of the second day in Indonesia Pavilion. We will resume to the next session, which will highlight the topic around the Road to 10th World Water Forum 2024, Water for Shared Prosperity. But before we proceed, we're going to have a little break, and we'll see you back here at 10:45. Lagi konsultasi. Takutnya narasumbernya belum datang.
Iya, sama ke. Padahal udah dikasih tahu ada di tour. Ya ada ini kan. Break langsung.
Aku
MC-nya Pak.
Bapak, saya mau MC for the day.
Iya. Jadi nanti kan MC yang buka ya.
Iya.
Itu kan nanti ada video, pemutaran video ya.
Iya. Iya.
Terus berarti di gimana ya enaknya ya?
Aku lead the video, terus aku perkenalkan.
Karena kalau kita duduk terus video masuk kan agak aneh juga ya.
Iya Pak, jadi aku lead the video, bapak-bapak masih duduk, narasumber, lalu aku undang seluruh speaker duduk bersama bapak.
Iya.
Setelah itu aku bapak take over.
Iya, karena gitu aja ya. Jadi biar kita
Melihat ke depan.
jadi karena kalau kita duduk terus videonya muter kan agak aneh.
nanti setelah
Orang jadi ngeliat kita aneh.
setelah Bapak jadi moderator baru memperkenalkan speaker, baru talk show gitu ya.
Kita kan mulainya terlambat nih. Kita tetap 80 menit atau apa? Kita selesainya tetap tepat.
Ini tidak tepat waktu juga
Oh
ini.
iya, kita masih ada toleransi yang 10 menit itu ya Pak. Jadi nanti
Apa
setelah
10 menit lagi mulai?
ini
Ada jeda breaknya
Iya, tapi maksud saya kita selesainya tetap
10.30. Selesainya tetap harus 10.50 kan? Karena sholat Jumat ya Pak ya.
Kalau cuma jam 1, cuman berikutnya kan ada acara ya. Saya nggak tahu kita
setelah ini kan ada kita kan ada session break itu ya Pak. Kita kan ada session break itu ya Pak sampai jam 12 session break.
iya jam 12. Ya, pokoknya kita fleksibel aja.
Fleksibel aja Pak.
Fleksibel aja.
Cepat selesai, cepat selesai.
Nanti kita di belakang timekeeper kasih tahu kode ke Bapak ya.
Jadi nggak ada pertanyaan dari.
Nggak ada YouTube Pak, katanya nggak ada ya.
Jadi nggak di share YouTube. Ya?
Di sekian YouTube tapi tidak ada ya.
Tapi tidak open pertanyaan
Tidak
dari
open.
YouTube.
Oh, nggak dibuka
Pertanyaan dari
pertanyaan.
Gitu ya Pak. Ini bisa memulai tapi
silakan.
Kementerian belum datang. Lanjut aja kata Bu Nani dan timnya.
Oh iya.
Nah,
Lanjut
nanti
aja.
di kualitas sama ini. Mr. Petri juga takut kan. Kejar. Siap, siap.
Nggak di anunya presiden.
Masih ada lagi saya.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests. Finally, you all made it here. We understand it's a little bit trouble to get into our pavilion due to roadblock, but we really appreciate your time and effort to join us today. We're going to continue with the second session of the day. Once again, for those who just joined, here with us, welcome to Indonesia Pavilion for the 28th UNFCCC right here in Dubai City Expo, UAE. Okay, before we proceed with the discussion, to warm up, I will invite everyone to pay an attention to a short video which will be shown on the big LED right in front of you. Please enjoy.
Ten years ago, we adopted the slogan, water is climate, climate is water. At the time, my friend...
I apologize for a little technical glitch that we experienced here. But we're going to play the right video just before we start with the discussion. So please stay with us. Okay, while waiting for the video to play, I'll just do a little bit of introduction about the 10th World Water Forum, which is set to take place in May 2024 in our beautiful land of Bali, Indonesia. As the sustainability of water resources has become a pressing issue for the world due to environmental degradation and climate change. And this session, we will share the concepts on how the 10th forum will be organized, and for the audience, for everyone to be more engaged and familiar with the forum. Okay, so that's just a glimpse of what the 10th World Water Forum is going to be like. So let's get on to the main business. To begin with, I will invite all the speakers to come on the stage. The first speaker is the Secretary General from the World Meteorological Organization, Professor Petri Talas, who is not here yet. We're still waiting for him. Meanwhile, I'm going to introduce the next speaker to join me on the stage. She is the Senior Advisor on Development Integration to the Minister of Public Works and Housing, Republic of Indonesia, Ms. Maulidia Junika. Okay, please give a huge round of applause for Ms. Maulidia. The next one, we have invited the head of Meteorological, Climatological and Geophysical Agency, Republic of Indonesia, Professor Dwi Korita Karnawati. Last but not least, we have honored to be able to invite the Deputy Coordinating Minister for Forestry and Environmental Management at the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Fisheries, Ibu Nani Hendiarti. Still on the way, okay. We'll be waiting to all the speakers to join, but meanwhile, we'll start the discussion. And I will introduce our moderator for this session. He is the Director for Development, Economic and Environmental Affairs from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Please put our hands together for Bapak Tri Purnajaya, who's going to serve as a moderator. Please come on the stage. I will hand over to Pak Tri to lead the session. Thank you.
Shall we start? A very good morning to all of us. Selamat pagi in Bahasa Indonesia. I'm very happy and very delighted to see all of you this morning. I'm very also honored to be moderating this very important session. Before us, I'm very also wish to, first of all, as mentioned by the announcer at the beginning, we have distinguished speakers from the relevant ministries. And of course, we have another 2 speakers who are just coming. So in the meantime, I'm going to invite the head of the meteorological of Indonesia, Ibu Dwi Korita, the Professor Dwi Korita, the head of meteorological, climatological, and geophysical agency of the Republic of Indonesia. And as we all know, before I invite her to speak, next year Indonesia will be hosting, in fact co-hosting together with the World Water Council, the 10th World Water Forum, which will be held in Bali on the 18th up to the 24th of May 2024. We will expect to see leaders of the government, business leaders, private sectors, as well as civil society groups attending. Hopefully we will see thousands of people to attend. And more importantly, water has become more and more important since water has become more, how would you say, we need to protect the resources and preserve water and how we manage sustainability of the water itself. And without further ado, I would like to invite Ibu Dwi Korita, who will most probably explain to us the importance of water and its link to climate change. As we all know, climate change has become more and more impacting our lives, and not to mention the critical resource of water is becoming more and more difficult to get. And we have the issue of water security also to deal with. And we hope through the exchanges in the World Water Forum, we will have a more in-depth understanding and how we address the key challenges as well as the opportunities. And we have about 1 hour and 20 minutes. So I would like to invite Ibu Dwi Korita for maybe 7 to 10 minutes of presentation. Ibu, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Dwi Korita Karnawati, again the head of Meteorological, Climatological, and Geophysical Agency. And I would like to briefly share how is the climate progress or evolution today and how is the impact on the water. Before that, I would like to know from all of you, how do you feel when you were in the queue, then walk from the gate to this building? Anyone can express how do you feel? It's hot. Yeah. And perhaps that's normal for this country. However, the impact of climate change result in more severe and higher temperature, perhaps beyond that what I feel just now. The trend is sharply increased. So you can imagine from that experience, that's very good experience for us. How would we feel when the climate change goes on and on? So, well, ladies and gentlemen, the impact of variability. Can I have the slides, please? Anyone can show that? No. Basically, the impact of climate variability and change are oftenly felt through water. So that's why we bring this issue in the World Water Forum. And actually, I have several slides that could be shown. Unfortunately, okay, I will use. All right. So it can be felt, the impact of climate variability and change oftenly felt through water. And the dynamics of water cycle, and its interaction with human society result in varying spatial temporal patterns of water resources. So indeed, the water resources pattern in terms of the space and times is in fact affected by the variability of climate, also the change of the climate. And actually, I would like to show that in the map, yeah? And also, the result of that is impact in water-related extremes that are affecting life, development, and sustainability of ecosystems, societies, and individuals. Then in 2021, WMO, or World Meteorological Organizations, released State of the Global Water Resources, which indicate several critical challenges to the global water resources. Those challenges are related to the hydrological extremes, as well as related to the freshwater losses. That's especially the annual terrestrial freshwater displacement, which related to the issue of lack of freshwater access or unequal freshwater access, which we call that as water injustice. So basically nowadays we have unequal freshwater access that we are going to tackle that issue through the World Water Forum. There should be several maps indicating how is the injustice freshwater access. In the map, we can see globally zone with the orange zone. The orange zone indicate the nation or region with higher discharge of fresh water into the oceans. Yeah, so that related to the lack of water. So, sorry, I start with this, yeah. This map, you can see, it illustrates the severe damage and substantial losses, emphasizing the needs to systematically mitigate from and adopt to water-related issue through the means of systematic observation and data collection in order to formulate the effective science-based policy. So when we talk about the water injustice and we are going to tackle that issue, obviously we do need systematical observation. Without qualified and systematical observation, we are not be able to do the proper analysis, proper forecasting, prediction, and also projection. So the decision that we are going to formulate can be misleading with improper data. So we also need to formulate effective science-based policy which do need the data. The next slide indicates, please, next slide, please. Yeah, we can see the annual terrestrial freshwater displacement globally. The orange and brown indicate region with higher discharge of fresh water into the ocean. We can see it happen globally with the orange color indicating a higher discharge of fresh water into the ocean, posing the issue of lack freshwater access, which is a real threat to equal access for clean water. So it is the map of water injustice. Next slide, please. The next slide. In the year of 2021, a greater proportion of Earth's surface belong to the basins that reported too much below normal annual discharge at their outlets than to basins exhibiting above normal discharge. So we can see the map as next slide. Right. This map showing the worldwide water river discharge, and the color indicate the zone with below and much below the normal discharge from the fresh water zone to the ocean. We can see quite globally spread the zone with lack of the freshwater access. Meanwhile, the blue indicates the opposites, that's above, too much above normal, the water discharge from the land to the ocean. And next slide, please. So we can see unequal capacity and resiliency to weather, climate, and water extremes. Next slide. And WMO Atlas of Mortality and Economic Losses from Weather, Climate, and Water Extremes indicates that extreme weather, climate, and water-related events caused more than 11,000 reported disasters between 1970s and 2021. And developed country had over 60% of weather-related economic loss, but mostly under only 0.1% of their GDP. Meanwhile, in less developed countries, there is 7% disaster cost losses over 5% of GDP, reaching up to 30%. It is really huge difference, and we can see how imbalanced capacity, imbalanced threat or risk. And in small island states, there is 20% of disaster led to losses over 5% of GDP, and some exceeding 100%. Next slide, please. So all of those figures showing how water injustice remain exists up to now. Next slide, please. So we can see the map showing the year of broken record, that's in 2023, that the heat wave strike many places of the global community, society, even in Bolivia. During the winter in August, the temperature reached beyond 45 degrees Celsius. So it could be hotter than what we feel now in this region. Next slide, please. So all of those impact leads to the global water hotspot. So from the left map, we can see in the map that climate change put pressure on the already scarce water resources, resulting in water hotspot globally. And those lead to the problem in food security. Yeah, we can see increased vulnerability on the world's food basket with the color yellow, brown, dark brown, indicate the vulnerability occur globally everywhere. The darker the color, the more vulnerable the region. So like in this region, it may also affected by the challenge of the global food security problems. And FAO mentioned more than 500 million smallholder farmers, which produce 80% of the world's food sources, is the most vulnerable to the climate change. Next slide, please. So the existing challenges, we have climate injustice, we have water injustice, so we have food injustice and energy injustice. Due to the inequality of capacities among states, countries, regions, especially related to the gaps in knowledge, science and technology, financial capacity, governance and management. So how can we successfully achieve the SDGs? We must close the gaps, and this is the background why we must meet and discuss together in the next coming World Water Forum in order to close the gaps of injustice in climate, water, food, and energy. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the failures in achieving SDGs may result in conflicts, social conflicts within or among the basin, countries, states, region, even escalate to global socio-economic and political conflicts. So that's why we must work together to mitigate that through achieving SDGs. Next slide, please. And this data showing how the last 8 years of the warmest on the record that we have, we compare the increase of temperature with the baseline pre-industrial era, that's in the year of 1850 up to 1900, compared to this year. So the anomaly or the increase of the temperature has reached globally in average 1.2 degrees centigrade. And we can see the map on the right side, it's quite a lot of red color that indicate the zone which have 1.15 degrees centigrade anomaly or warmer than the pre-industrial average. So this is real challenge. This is the fact. This is the data collected based on the data collected from 193 meteorological agencies across the world by World Meteorological Organization. Next slide, please. So the challenge in water resources is induced by the climate change. So we also have the exacerbate getting worse action, that's groundwater extraction, result in prolonged dry season, and we also have clean water availability problem and infrastructure and distributions challenge. Next slide, please. The challenge also happened to the disaster risk management. Due to the climate change, water scarcity, we have extreme weather and climate related to the water, that flood and drought. We also have the challenge in drainage and irrigation system. Also brings to the challenge of health and disease issues. And next slide, please. So that's why we need to meet, to work, to think together in the 10th next coming World Water Forum with the theme of water for shared prosperity. So let's see how will be the World Water Forum. Are you going to talk about this? Okay, so for this, our colleague would explain on that, and maybe the last slide, can you move to the last slide? It will be explained later. The last slide, please. Yes, that's it. No, that's it. So again, we do have the real problem in climate justice due to the global warming, the climate change, but still unequal capacity in tackling those challenges, especially in the human capacity, technology capacity. So we do have climate justice, which leads to the water, we don't have yet climate justice. We do have climate injustice, which lead to the water injustice. And we have the real gap inequality, disparity, and complexity which need to be tackled by collaboration in the 10th World Water Forum in order to close or to bridge the gap with the concrete action for solution. Thank you very much for your kind attention. See you in Bali in the 10th World Water Forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dwi Korita, for that comprehensive presentation. I think we all now understand the importance of water sector and how it's linked to natural disaster and the issue of managing water resources. And that's why Indonesia next year will be hosting, together with World Water Council, the 10th World Water Forum. And the next speaker, I would like to invite Ibu Maulidia. She is the senior advisor to the Minister of Public Works and Public Housing. We'll listen to her presentation on the expected outcomes of the 10th World Water Forum and how it will be able to contribute to addressing the challenges that was mentioned by the previous speaker, and what are our expectation as the world faces these enormous challenges. Now, Ibu Maulidia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator. I think we have a little bit of video, moderator, from the president of WWF, I think.
Yeah, we can hit your presentation first, afterwards, and then.
Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like first to introduce myself. My name is Maulidia Indah Junika. I am the senior advisor to the Ministry of Public Works and Housing of the Republic Indonesia. So I apologize, I don't have any presentation, but I would like to describe you a little bit about WWF, World Water Forum, and the 10th World Water Forums. Okay. WWF is held every 3 years and has been held regularly since 1997. And Indonesia, in the midst of the global water crisis, was chosen to be a host the 10th World Water Forums in 2024 together with World Water Council. I think, and all the Indonesian think, this is a big challenge for us. Okay. And the themes of the WWF number 10 is water for shared prosperity. I think we all agree that this theme is relevant to the current conditions where the availability of clean water is still a challenge for many countries. And in fact, the changes of weather caused by climate change influence the volume of clean water that needed for daily basis to support life, irrigations, and etc. Moreover, the climate change also forces us and encourages us to adapt with threats such as sea level rise, droughts, and flood. So back to the WWF, the forum is the largest international meeting in the field of water, which discusses the management of water resources involving all stakeholders in the water community. So who are the stakeholders? There are state leaders, international organizations, researchers, academics, philanthropists, environmentalists, of course, young generations and general public people. Through that 10th WWF, we want to emphasize that water is politics, as Professor Dwi Korita said before. Access to the water is very important, and water is not only a technical matter, but also a political issue. We are strongly hope that in the 10th WWF can become one of the decision-making platform to the place of water as a top priority. And one other thing, as the spirit Indonesians, through this spirit, Indonesia is committed to the strengthening the collaboration between various stakeholders in achieving sustainable development goals, especially in target number 6, regarding the right clean water and sanitation. These forums also expected to produce tangible solutions to bring changes to the quality of life, especially for the marginalized communities who have difficulty getting access to clean water, as well as providing water quality in the future. We hope that World Water Forum number 10 in Bali will have a positive impact on water communities on the global stage. So the World Water Forum itself will be held in Bali from 18 to 24 on May 2024 in Bali Islands, beautiful islands among the archipelago Indonesia. I think that is, Pak Moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Molidia. Hello. Yeah. Please have a seat. Please have a seat. With us, Professor Pateri Talas, the Secretary General of World Meteorological Organization. We'll just give him some time to sit down. In the meantime, before we invite him to speak, we'd like to all listen to the video from the President of World Water Council. He's not able to be here, so he sent us a video message. So let's hear from the President Louis Fauchon. Please turn on the video.
Ministers,
Okay.
ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, more than 10 years ago, we adopted the slogan, water is climate, climate is water. At the time, my friends and I at the World Water Council wanted to highlight the obvious link between climate change and the future availability of our planet's water resources. What is the situation today in 2023? And why are the members of the Great Water Community here in Dubai for this 28th conference of the parties? If we have to sum it up in one word, it's because water is under attack over and over again. Water, whether in short supply or in excess, is a victim of climate divagation. On the one hand, water is hungry, bursting its banks, as it did recently in Libya, devastating everything and providing terror and death. On the other hand, there is shortage. Droughts kill even more than floods, preventing agricultural and livestock production and causing population displacement. But water, it must be said forcefully, is also a victim of demographic growth. The increasing number of megacities that need to grow every year, which are eating countryside and baselands, are causing more and more water scarcity. And all too often, when water is available for human use, it's polluted, sometimes even poisoned, causing disease and epidemics. The increase in the world's population and climate evolution are having a major impact on the availability of water. These, dear friends, are the essential reasons why we want this 28th COP to pay attention to water more and more. It's also why Indonesia and the World Water Council are working hand in hand to stop ignoring water. And I would personally like to greet the commitment of Indonesia, of its president, Joko Widodo, its government, and in particular my friend Basuki Hadi Mujono, Minister of Public Works and Housing, and his entire team. We are working together to prepare the 10th World Water Forum in Bali, based on the principle of co-organization, efficiency, and solidarity. Our motto is simple and understandable to everyone: water for shared prosperity. Everyone can easily understand this idea, this obligation to achieve abundance, peace, and serenity through the concept of sharing. But sharing means discovering, producing, protecting, safeguarding, and respecting water resources in all their forms. This is what billions of people on this planet expect from us: to make high-level commitments and provide day-to-day solutions for access to water. The objectives are high, as you all know. The first is the harmonious sharing between water for humans and water for nature. That's the whole point of nature-based solutions. The second is water for health, to avoid the millions of deaths caused by air, water, soil, and ocean pollution, or by recent pandemics such as COVID. The third is water for food, to produce enough food for a population that continues to grow and grow. Preserving water for nature, health, and food means leaving future generations a natural environment that allows water resources to regenerate. But it also means preserving resources in the face of water-related disasters by sharing prevention and warning policies. This is why the Bali Forum is there to change the course of water history, to write its future. COP28 is also an opportunity to obtain new commitments, reduce the water debt of the poorest countries, for example, get the various adaptation funds to finance water infrastructure to finally justify our climate is water. The voice of water must be heard again and again by decision makers, a voice that expresses a genuine political will, illustrated by the message we have been conveying for so many years: water is politics. May the participants at the COP28 listen to this voice of water and work together to achieve spare water for shared prosperity. Thank you to Indonesia for its commitment to making the 10th World Water Forum a global success.
So thank you very much. World Water Council will be co-hosting together with the government of the Republic of Indonesia in the upcoming World Water Forum. So we've heard two speakers from Indonesia. Now we'd like to invite Professor Pateri Tala, Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization, for his perspective on the water issue and how we proceed to the World Water Forum next year. The floor is yours, Professor.
First of all, thanks for the invitation to come and speak to you, and I would like to thank Indonesia for hosting this side event. And in Indonesia, you are very sensitive to impacts of climate change. We all know that sea level rise has doubled during the past 20 years. We have now reached almost 5 millimeters per year sea level rise, although it used to be 2 millimeters per year in the past. And you are also very sensitive to the impacts of tropical storms. We have started seeing warming of the ocean, which means that we have more potential for the most intense tropical storms, and your country is also very sensitive to those impacts. And in general, Indonesia is exposed to all types of natural disasters, and that's why it makes sense that you are playing a key role in water sector. And many of the impacts of climate change, they are felt through water. It's drought and flooding, which you have been exposed to as well. WMO published yesterday Status of Climate report, where we showed that we are already at 1.4 degrees warming this year, and this year is the warmest year in the history of measurements since 1850. We have also broken new records of greenhouse gas concentrations, carbon dioxide, methane and nitrous oxide, and we are speeding up the melting of mountain glaciers, and for the first time we have seen a record low amount of Antarctic sea ice. So the Antarctic, both sea ice and glacier started melting. And this negative trend in weather patterns will continue until 2060s, independent of our success in climate mitigation. And we have already lost glacier melting and sea level rise game that may continue for the coming millennia. And there's no return back to the milder climate of last century anymore. But we have choices to make. We can make the choices to reach the Paris 1.5 to 2 degrees target instead of 2.5 to 3 degrees where we are heading at the moment. So it's important to raise the ambition level of climate mitigation, and also that's a valid question for Indonesia, which is also very sensitive to the impacts of climate change. The good news is that we have better means to adapt to climate change, and we are now promoting early warning services for all programs so that all of the countries will be exposed to proper early warning services by the end of 2027. And Indonesia has been playing an important role in the country itself, but also by supporting many less developed countries in the Pacific in that field, and we are grateful for that from WMO's side. And of course, it's important to convert our energy systems to get rid of fossil fuels. And last year, for example, 80% of the energy investments went to renewables, which is very encouraging. And of course, the key issue is to stop using fossil fuels. But all in all, I would like to thank Indonesia for your great work for WMO and for assisting many countries and also raising this important water theme on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now, our last but not least speaker is my good friend Ibu Nani Hendiarti, the Deputy Coordinating Minister for Forestry and Environmental Management at the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment of Indonesia. The ministry oversees and coordinates a number of issues, including water-related issues. And now I would like to invite her to give her perspective on the World Water Forum. And perhaps she will also share why it's important for us to collaborate and, in fact, for more efforts in dealing with the water issue. The floor is yours, Ibu Nani.
Thank you, Pak Tri. So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Ibu Dwi Korita, Professor Petri, and Ibu Mauli, and all here participants. I think first of all, I'm sorry to come late here because I think this time is special. So we have a long route. Yes. From the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment, so we, I think we have heard from the previous speaker that the 10th of the World Water Forum is very important for Indonesia because with the theme of the water for shared prosperity, that's very clear that Indonesia would like to bring this forum that bring the spirit in responding the current challenges of the availability to get the clean water for the common prosperity. So this, of course, related with the SDGs, I think it has been also explained, specifically for goals number 6. And also, I think the 10 of the World Water Forum is also important to encourage the countries worldwide to bring the water issue as the main agenda of the national and also as a center agenda and also, in the national and also to the global agenda. And the result from this, we expect to have Bali declarations. And from these declarations, we will also bring the what we call it, become the, we would like to bring the Indonesian we call it the lead by example. So some showcase from the Indonesian learned and also the program and also the success story for the water, sustainable water management in this forum. And also I think what the difference or what is special for this World Water Forum, we learned that we need to learn and then to apply it in the levels, different levels, the approach. So this we call it the multi-stakeholder approach. It's not only the governments, but also including the academics, means the expert, and also the private sector. Yeah, and also of course philanthropy can be also part of this. And so we in the process to bring the result, I think Professor Dwi Korita already mentioned that we concern about this approach, yeah, where we have the stages for that. So also I think I would like to hear how to bring this what we call it, get a benefit that we expect. We call it the concrete deliverables from this 10 World Water Forum for Indonesia. So we again we include all the level for that process, but also what we see. We also suggest that in the context of the preparing the plan for the national policy that need to be long. So at least like 5 to 10 years to make it this is sustainable. And also Professor, thank you. Yeah.
He has to leave for another event.
It's too late, yeah. Yeah, and then the second, I think 3 things, yeah. The plan is to be like long-term planning, at least for 5 to 10 years. And also the second things, we said that was also involving the participant, the communities. I think this is community is also important. And in the World Water Forum, we will have some process through some events. So we will like disseminate and having sharing session, exchange information through the workshop and seminar. But also we are concerned on the capacity building. So we have also part of this activity, such like training sessions. And I think the last one, how we also can get the private sector come in to support all the program related with the sustainable water management, such as how to build the green infrastructure related with this issue. And also, I think in the context of the private sector, we also see the opportunity, the good opportunity to have the public awareness with joint program with the private sector as well. So I think overall, the 10 World Water Forum positions of Indonesia, we would like to bring as a leader in the water governance with enduring positive impact. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Pak Tri.
Thank you very much, Ibu Nani. I think we've all heard 4 speakers, including President of World Water Council, speak about the importance of addressing this water issue and how the world must come with solutions to address the challenges. And I think what we heard from the speakers, the World Water Forum is going to be an excellent platform, not only to exchange experience, knowledge sharing, but it's also going to be a platform to showcase the potential for deliverables, for more collaborations among different stakeholders. So because the participation will not only involve government officials, but also private sector experts, including the civil society groups and so forth. Now, I think I would like to give the floor to some of you who would have some questions, who would like and address those questions to our speakers. Can I invite any one of you who wish to raise some questions? We have a few more minutes left. Otherwise, I would maybe, if I may, Ibu Dwi Korita, if you can explain to us a bit more, maybe some of them not, what you think is how we should proceed and what are your expectations at the next forum?
Well, we are waiting for the questions. I would like to highlight again that actually it has been years and years and years. All experts globally, nationally, locally have talked, discussed about the issue of waters. However, it also has been years and years, and may also in the coming years and years, we still have the problem related to the water issue. Why this happened? So in the World Water Forum, we also going to try to solve their problems. To be frankly, most of the discussion of the water related to the science, technology, issues, and all mostly discussed by the scientists, experts, practitioners. And the discussions goes to the journals, publications with the top level journals. And every scientist, most of them also have understood that somehow there is no breakthrough how to make the science becoming the real concrete action at the ground. So that's why in the coming World Water Forum, they are going to have integrated processes. First is the thematic process, that the process, bottom-up process from the scientists, from the experts, practitioners, discuss in about 90 sessions. 90, can you imagine for how many days, Ibu? A week. A week we are going to have 90 sessions, mainly in the science space, in the thematic process, to formulate the solution for closing the gap in water issue and water injustice, which drive by the climate injustice and related to the water, health, energy, and ecosystem. But it's not only that. All the process is going to be integrated to the next political process. So there will be political efforts how to make the science to become policy, to become concrete actions. So that's why we also need regional process. Regional process, there will be some session on that, and there will be cross-cutting sessions between thematic process from 90 sessions of thematic process integrated with the regional process. Regional process mostly talk about the real problem at the ground, the real problem at the community. It's not only about the science, but the case, the truly problem. So that's why we need to ensemble or to blend the thematic process or the science-based process into the real concrete problems with the community, with the society, and also with the policymakers in order to formulate solutions, at least the short-term, mid-term, and may also long-term solutions. And there would be also some like ministerial declarations that will be proposed to the UN Assembly in order to be legal binded formulation globally, like here in the climate conference or climate summit, there also a global agreement like Kyoto Protocol, like SDGs, and also like what now we have Paris Agreement. So we are dreaming to have minimum similar agreement like that, which can be implemented globally, legal binded, based on the bottom-up science-based formulation integrated with the community, with the society, and with political consideration, political process. So that's all that I would like to highlight, the uniqueness, the importance, the beauty of the next coming 10th World Water Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Maybe if Bu Nani or Bu Maulidia would like to share her thoughts. Are you optimistic that the World Water Forum we will be able to further more collaborations and partnership between private sectors and government sector maybe? What are your expectations?
Thank you, Pak Sri. So this to strengthening the 10 of the World Water Forums, we also have the second stakeholder consultation meeting. This is one of the important event also. And it's already held in Bali 2 months ago on 12th and 13th of October 2023. And the second SGM itself was extended nearly 1,100 participants from the 70 countries at that time. This is a big thing. And over the 2 days, the stakeholders outlined the problems and challenges in the 6 thematic processes. It's already mentioned also by the president of WWF, includes the water security and prosperity, water for human and nature, disaster risk reduction and management, governance, cooperation and hydro diplomacy, sustainable water financing, and knowledge and innovations. And further, our Minister of the Ministry of Public Works and Housing of the Republic Indonesia delivered that the second SCM plays a critical role in laying the foundation for the upcoming 10th World Water Forum. The other thing, every regional issue related to water management is collected to be consolidated, and that it will become a political process involving Parliament. This is another one, the most important thing, I guess. So how can the governors, majors, regions provide input and hopes for what will result from the 10th World Water Forum in Bali? And the other things, WWC and Indonesia also have prepared a series of meeting forums leading up to the summit. the summit. The forum consists of 3 processes: political, regional, and thematic. These 3 processes will take further coordinated actions and tangible solutions through the prioritized political and regional agendas, as well as identifying key themes in order to achieve the goal of water as a means to share prosperity. And the other thing, talking the climate change issue. This is the theme that's also that we talk about in COP28. There was a sub-theme that's closely related between water and climate change. The disaster risk reductions and management become one another focus that will encourage us to be aware that climate change will extremely affect to expedite or to accelerate, even worsen the disaster. And we hope that the COP28 Dubai Talk Show participants are interested in attending the 10th World Water Forum in Bali to provide input and feedback how to create integrated water resources management. And there will be big exhibitions, fair, and expo, also seminars. And finally, this is a little bit about Bali Islands. The Bali Island is not just about its stunning beaches and natural beauty. This is another thing also. Bali has a rich cultural and historical heritage. And this is the message from our minister. Please come and join us. Come with the big numbers of people. Bring also your family. And enjoy the beautiful scenery, food, dances, and the culture of Bali. I think this is another important message, Pak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bu Maulidia. Now I would like to give the opportunity for Ibu Nani to share her final thoughts about the upcoming forum.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you, Pak Tri. So I think from us, the important thing also to have once again the concrete deliverable. So in the context of how to encourage private sector involvement. So the government, we are preparing also, and the government is also promoting investment in the water-related project and also reviewing regulatory frameworks to create a conducive environment. So we will also conduct a business forum and conference are being organized to provide a platform for the networking and collaboration. So we hope that other countries that coming today and also in the online access, so we'll receive the information and we'll be interested to collaborating with other country and also of course with Indonesia. And this, the next and the second things, collaboration with the business is expected to extend to the innovation and technology adoption for water management. So public-private initiative may explore research and development partnership to address water-related challenges. So capacity building and knowledge sharing effort involve working with business to enhance expertise in the water sector through training and program and workshop. So I think the last one also, I think if we want to bring this water issue become the center of the policy in the national and in the global is also in the global, then we need to bring like bottom up. So we need to have such really like public awareness. So I think it's very important. So we the government is also considering so in the context of encouraging a corporate social responsibility initiative by business in the water sector. So we need to access the effectives of the PP, so public-private collaboration regulatory. So I think this all the comprehensive approach reflect Indonesia's commitment to fostering concrete cooperation between the government and business entities, also ensuring a successful and impactful the World Water Forum in the 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Nani. I think we have heard 4 excellent speakers, and I'm not going to even attempt to summarize what's been informed to all of us. And I just want to emphasize the importance of the World Water Forum, and your participation will mean a lot. And we are confident that at least the World Water Forum will provide some kind of impetus and a contribution to the strengthening of our collective actions, at least in addressing the key challenges which was already mentioned, and at the same time also to take advantage of the tremendous opportunities. And we also hope that this kind of forum will also be able to address the issue of governance, for example, at the local, regional, and global level, and how we will bring this to the highest level attention, political attention as possible. I think we will invite government leaders, business, private sector, and civil society groups. I think we will have an excellent opportunity to have exchange of information, sharing of knowledge, and so forth. So with that, I would like to end this talk show. And before I end, let's all give a big round of applause to our speakers. Thank you very much, and thank you for attending. We look forward to seeing you all in Bali in May on the 18th to 24th, 2024. See you.
Thank you, Patri, for leading the session. It's very inspiring discussion. Before we move on to our agenda, please, we're going to have a mandatory photo session. All speakers, including the moderator, we're going to have a group photo together before we continue with our next agenda. It's very rare to see a panel that's full of female speakers, usually dominant with male speakers. I guess we're very successful in having this gender inclusivity on the panel board. Okay, once again, may I please have a huge round of applause for all the speakers today, and of course for the moderator. One more time, please. Thank you, to show your big appreciation to all the panelists today. Okay, we're going to have a short break before we continue to the next agenda, which will be commence at 12 o'clock. We're going to highlight on the collaborative approach on the waste economy, circularity towards climate action in Indonesia. So we'll see you again in the next 10 minutes. Please have a good break, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
National Plastic Action Partnership, otherwise known as NPAP, is a multi-stakeholder partnership who aims to bring government, private sectors, civil societies, communities, and financial institutions to work together in creating a circular economy ecosystem for plastic. We gather like-minded organizations from the international, national, and local level to help Indonesia achieve its ambitious target of reducing plastic leakage into the ocean by 70% by 2025. Since 2019, our distinguished co-chairs and members have developed 5 roadmaps on metrics, innovations, behavior change, financing, and policy. These roadmaps contain technical approaches to actors that want to create a better environment and economy for all by reducing plastic waste. The NPAP members are working across the plastic value chain from reduce, redesign, collect, recycle, and dispose. We have held coordinations and facilitation between members across the value chain, enabling change on the ground.
Nestle, globally and in Indonesia, has the ambition to ensure 100% of our packaging materials are recyclable and reusable by 2025. And at the same time, reduce the usage of virgin plastic by 1/3. We at Nestle realize we can't do this by ourselves. Hence, we need trusted partners like NPAP to ensure we can deliver multi-stakeholder solutions.
Within is a digital platform that offers easy and hassle-free recycling services for individuals and businesses that supports and empowers the informal waste sector through the gig economy. For both private households and large corporations, we offer a full range of recyclable waste tracking, reporting, and management services. Being a part of NPAP greatly benefits us in many ways, giving us access to all of the members for any potential collaboration. We also have the chance to create a network of organizations and people who share a vision and values.
Plastic pollution is a serious global challenge. Canada is pleased to work with the government of Indonesia to support its efforts to reduce plastic pollution through the GPAP and NPAP. As we all know, it's often the poorest and most vulnerable communities who are disproportionately affected by unsustainable waste management practices and plastic pollution. For this reason, it's important that these groups, particularly women and girls, play an active role in designing local solutions that will help Indonesia move towards a more circular economy.
We cannot ignore the fact that marine plastic is one of the biggest environmental problems today. We need to find a way to fight the issue in an integrated way while continue living for the economy and people's prosperity. As we work towards finding global framework and plastic pollution with the help of the National Plastic Action Partnership, I believe Indonesia can become champion of the circular economy for plastic. Let us work together for healthier ocean and better planet for the future of our next generation.
National Plastic Action Partnership, otherwise known as NPAP, is a multi-stakeholder partnership who aims to bring government, private sectors, civil societies, communities, and financial institutions to work together in creating a circular economy ecosystem for plastic. We gather like-minded organizations from the international, national, and local level to help Indonesia achieve its ambitious target of reducing plastic leakage into the ocean by 70% by 2025. Since 2019, our distinguished co-chairs and members have developed 5 roadmaps on metrics, innovations, behavior change, financing, and policy. These roadmaps contain technical approaches to actors that want to create a better environment and economy for all by reducing plastic waste. The NPAP members are working across the plastic value chain from reduce, redesign, collect, recycle, and dispose. We have held coordinations and facilitation between members across the value chain, enabling change on the ground.
Nestle, globally and in Indonesia, has the ambition to ensure 100% of our packaging materials are recyclable and reusable by 2025. And at the same time, reduce the usage of virgin plastic by 1/3. We at Nestle realize we can't do this by ourselves. Hence, we need trusted partners like NPAP to ensure we can deliver multi-stakeholder solutions.
Nutin is a digital platform that offers easy and hassle-free recycling services for individuals and businesses that supports and empowers the informal waste sector through the gig economy. For both private households and large corporations, we offer a full range of recyclable waste tracking, reporting, and management services. Being a part of NPOP greatly benefits us in many ways, giving us access to all of the members for any potential collaboration. We also have the chance to create a network of organizations and people to
So
share our
Tony
vision
is
and
still quite far, so I think we probably want to start
Canada is
soon.
pleased to work with the government of Indonesia to support its
Mulai,
efforts to
Ibu
reduce
nanya.
plastic pollution through the GPAP and as we all know, it's often the poorest and most vulnerable communities who are disproportionately affected by unsustainable waste management practices.
Okay, good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming to Indonesia Pavilion. We really appreciate your presence to join our next discussion of the day. We're going to talk on the collaborative approach on waste economic circularity towards climate action in Indonesia. So to start with, I will straight away invite our moderator for the session. He is the head of the World Economic Forum's Ocean Action Agenda and Friends of Ocean Action. Please welcome Mr. Alfredo Giran. The floor is yours. Thank you. Yes, you can use that one. Thanks.
Hello, perfect. Thank you so much, Mona. And thank you so much, Ibu Nani, for being here. Thanks, everyone. I know this is a slightly crazy morning, but thank you so much, everyone, for making it here. I think we all recorded already 7,000 steps, even before the first session. But I hope that we are all ready and awake to have a very productive conversation. I just want to start by saying that this session is co-hosted by the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment and the Indonesian National Plastics Action Partnership. At the global level, the Global Plastics Action Partnership, which was launched in 2018 by the World Economic Forum, is a space to provide neutral space for public, private, and civil society actors to really come together and think about issues of circularity and plastics. Especially, how do we learn from each other, and how do we have some of those very difficult conversations? At the country level, GPAP supports multi-stakeholder action in several countries, Indonesia being the first one of them, providing all of these actors with that space. Indonesia was the very first country, as I mentioned, and at the global level, they have been setting the example on how to do this right. Back in 2019, when this was established, it started with a few core groups that were really excited about the vision, and now, only 4 years later, there's over 100 members that are part of the partnership, many of whom are represented in this panel today. So with that, I want to go into what are the two objectives that we have for today's session. The first one is to provide a platform for policymakers, private sector, and civil society to share and exchange lessons on what has happened in Indonesia, and we will hear a lot of those examples today. And the second one is to identify potential collaborations to continue strengthen how do we think about waste economic circularity towards climate action in Indonesia. So with that, I would like to invite Deputy Minister Nani Hendiarti, who is a very highly accomplished professional with a strong background in environmental and forestry management, with a focus on critical issues such as marine litter, waste management, carbon pricing, social forestry, and climate change. Thank you so much, Ibu Nani, for being here with us today. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Alfredo from WEF. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon to all of us. Distinguished speakers and also participants. I think we are happy here, but the time is actually is not right. At 12 o'clock is a difficult time because it's like conflict time with the lunch break. So, but I think we really would like to appreciate to all of here, the participants, especially for to the speakers, that we can be here together at the panel dialogue on the collaborative approach on the waste economy circularity toward climate action in Indonesia. So in this occasion, we intend to showcase the progress of Indonesia in realizing circularity for waste and identify further potential collaboration with partners and tackling the waste and also plastic pollution issues aligned with our goal concerns in the climate actions. Specifically, I would like to express my gratitude to our colleagues from PLN, Minderu Foundation, Delterra, Business Partnership, Green Growth, and Global Goals 2030, P4G, and World Economic Forum for making the time to share their respective actions in tackling waste challenges in Indonesia. So as a nation currently experiencing rapid economic growth, Indonesia is faced with formidable waste generation, including plastic packaging. Data shows that in the year of 2021, Indonesia generated about 68.5 million tons of domestic waste per year, dominated by food waste, about 41%, and plastic waste around 18%. Plastic waste is increasing significantly for last 10 years, which counted to around 11% in the year 2010. Around 37% of the domestic waste is still unmanageable properly, that is potentially leaked to the environment, while most the waste, about 48%, are still dumped at the landed area, the landfill area. So perhaps my colleague can help me to run the PowerPoint file. PowerPoint file. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I saw in the same slide for a while. So since 2018, the government has issued the various policies. I think this is very important. The policies to improve waste management in more integrated way from upstream to downstream and encourage a circular economy. So in line with that, the government of Indonesia issued also the presidential decree number 83, 2018 concerning marine debris handling. as a direction for collaborative effort of the various parties to reduce and handle marine plastic waste with ambitious measure and target. So this regulation allow the government to set marine plastic waste reductions target about 70% to be achieved by 2025. We can proudly mention here that within the last 4 years, with the collaboration among the stakeholders, we have success in reducing about 36 of plastic waste leakage to the sea. And our efforts are on the track to exceed 40% reductions by the close of 2023. So now it's still in calculation. Normally we will announce in the beginning of the year. So, but we are optimistic that we can get this target. It's about like 40% reductions. So we are transforming our waste management from linear into more circular one. Various innovation and technologies are started to be applied to be able to process waste into various products, such as recycling material, RDF, waste to energy, and composting. The government cannot work alone to overcome challenging on the waste management. So collaboration with the various parties is very important. So we recognize that the private-public partnerships are essential to finance marine plastic litter reductions effort and to realize the government's ambitious target in reducing marine plastic waste up to 70% by 2025 will require investment costs, a total about $5 billion. And a budget for operating funds, this is for capex, yeah, and then for operating funds, we require about 1 billion per year by 2025. So mainly to running the waste management system in effective way in recycling. So the recycling rate for the plastic waste has only reached about 10%, dominated by PET, plastic, which has high economic value. There have been innovations in using low value waste of plastic to make a mixture of asphalt, or we call it plastic tar road, building material and other creative uses. So many innovations have been implemented to reduce plastic waste pollution. More than 120 local governments have issued policies limiting single-use plastic bags. The other things, behavior change does take a long time, but it must continue to be done. In line with the government circularity effort, I would like to highlight the innovation of the utilization of fly ash and bottom ash, which is the, I think this is the important things that we can see the, what we call it, sorry. Yeah. Okay, so I think my colleagues doesn't print as properly. Sorry, so I think for the things, we can see the, what to call it, the innovation of the recycling industry, in recycling material that, improve in Indonesia. So we would like to, I think, to highlight here the importance of the partnership with the both, I think, with the private sectors as well as with other sectors, including the academics. I think the baseline is important so we can measure how big is the, the reducing, for instance, of the potential leakage to the water. So this is, we have our baseline. And the baseline is not only based on the modeling, but also with ground data. So we combine between the modeling and the ground data. And I think the innovation as well is very important in the circularity. So we would like to share to you that the young generation now in Indonesia become more interested to make something new, innovation for making this more effective. For instance, we have a problem with collection of the plastic waste. So then they make such like what we call it, startup. Yeah, we call it startup. How to collect, how to pick the garbage. They already actually separate it at home. So then they just call a message and then they will come to pick up. But this not in all cities, just like in some cities. So we want to scale up this. And also, I think the second one is how to process the waste. Also, we have, I think, integrated approach, as I mentioned, from the downstream to upstream, upstream to downstream, integrated. So means like we want to have less garbage or waste go to the landfill. So we built the facilities in near the source. Means like based on the village, based on, so we have like the city, we have some facilities that they actually make it closer to the resource. Then they separate the waste and then they make such processing. So then the consequent then we can get more material for recycling. So the third one, I think related with the recycling industry also we have in East Java, for instance, it's a big recycling industries. I think now we have about 2, become maybe 3. Because Java is a very potential island to get the plastic waste where they have economic value like PET. So then even one of the company, the recycling industry in East Java, they collect the plastic bottle from the eastern of Indonesia, from Papua, Maluku. So they have like collaboration with the people or collection there, and then bring with we have the national program how to bring the logistic to the east, and then when they come back from the east, so the ship is actually less. They don't have anything to bring, then they bring plastic. So they will they negotiate and approved by the Ministry of the transportation. They make it such kind of the benefit for this program. So kind of this, I think, what we have done, yes, in Indonesia. So we working integrated, but we want to scale up to more places. So we need finance, I think, to fill the gap. But the finance also, we see now, the investment for waste management is not limited to waste to energy. But also, we are open to have like kind of the investment for waste management using other technology such as refuse-derived fuel, so RDF, or other technology. So I think we understand that many world leaders will speak in this conference, COP28, UNFCCC. So we would like to share the same concerns as the current state of the climate crisis is, become, I think, more important. So we would like to say again what actually our president always say, like lead by example. So we do something small, but we want to get the support to make it more bigger and larger area Indonesia, because you may know Indonesia is archipelagic countries, so we should have it also facilities in islands, so it's making less cost for also transportation or operational. So again, thank you so much for all of our partnership. So far, I think we have very good support also from our strategic partner, from the international organization, and also I think from the private sector. So we are looking forward to work more closer and to make it Indonesian coast clean. That means also we will make our water clean, and then we will connect it to, I think, the global water. So thank you very much. And then we hope from this session we will get more deep discussion or sharing session, from the speaker about how we can do and to make it better, not only Indonesia, regional. I think also we need to think about that because we're doing something good for the marine plastic debris, but we encourage also our regional also, we will have the same spirit, and then also the global. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Now, if I can invite our speakers to take a seat at the front so that we can have this conversation. I will introduce. Hello, perfect. Yes, please take a seat. I will introduce each of you as we go through your questions so that we can spare the audience now from a long introduction. So. First of all, thank you again, everyone. I know it was a long way here, but thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Tony, for rushing through that. Thank you so much, Ibu Nani. This was a really inspiring message, and I think that from the World Economic Forum, I would like to recognize the efforts that Indonesia has made under your leadership to become the first national plastics action partnership, but also an example for many of the other national partnerships that have happened. We have several of them now, and a lot of the work has been based on what Indonesia has accomplished and what Indonesia is setting the example with. For example, the distributed model that you have been talking about, how do we reduce the cost of these programs by doing it in the right place, is something that has given us a lot of inspiration. So thank you very much for presenting that. And now I am going to turn to the panelists, to this discussion. And please allow me to welcome Mr. Tony Werby, the Chief Scientist of Minderoo Foundation. Tony is a Chief Scientist, but also this speaks to his career. He has been a scientist for a long time, and he's bringing this now into his new role and thinking about how to make the most impact. Minderoo is committed to stop plastics pollution as well as so many other things, but in this particular case, through a comprehensive life cycle approach to plastic management in several programs. And I will just very briefly mention 3 of them. The Plastic Waste Makers Index, that is a publication that really identifies who is doing what. The Minderoo Center for Plastics and Human Health that you have been supporting and that really puts a lot of thought leadership into the issue. And the Global Plastic Watch that really allows us to see what is happening. So with that, Tony, I would like to turn to you to ask you the question of, can you provide us with an overview of what is Minderoo Foundation doing and how is it supporting the national goals and addressing plastic pollution reduction and solid waste handling? Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Alfredo, and thank you for the invitation to the Indonesian government. It's absolutely a delight to be here. As Alfredo's just mentioned, we have been committed to doing what we can as a foundation to tackle the plastics crisis for about the last 5 years when we first established our plastics team. And that began actually focusing on ocean cleanup. We thought, given the amount of ocean plastic that there is, we need to invest as much as we can into cleaning up the ocean. And we very, very quickly realized that you can clean up beaches and you can clean up the ocean for an infinite amount of time and you can spend an infinite amount of effort on it, because if you don't solve the plastics crisis at its source, then you're never going to turn off the tap on all of that material that's flowing into the environment and into the ocean. And so our focus over the last few years has really increasingly gone upstream, so that we're focused on the source of the problem. And as Alfredo mentioned, we pride ourselves on being an evidence-based advocacy organisation, and in order to be able to advocate strongly for policy positions and for change, and we're advocating strongly through the Global Plastics Treaty process at the moment, we feel that it's very important to have done the work that we can stand behind, so that we have the best possible data we have on production rates of plastics, that we know where it's coming from, we know the companies that are producing it, we understand the flow through the value chain, and we can therefore really identify the best interventions right through the value chain and work with our partners and many governments around the world to affect the kind of change that we need. So just to touch on the work that we're doing in Indonesia, we really strongly support Indonesia's target of a 70% reduction in marine plastic debris. We think some of the targets that are set by Indonesia are very ambitious, and you know, we have programs on the ground, and Jeremy will talk a little bit about some of the work we're funding with Delterra, no doubt, on plastics collection and sorting. We recognise that there is no silver bullet in Indonesia or anywhere else in the world when it comes to addressing the plastics crisis. Recycling is a particularly important component in Indonesia because there's so many open landfill sites. There's still a lot of issues with the collection of the waste, obviously. There's still open burning that would be much less of a climate impact if that material was recycled. But of course, in order to have really effective recycling, you need off-takers for the recycled product, you need a guarantee of a supply chain, and I like to say one of the great paradoxes of the plastics crisis is that we're drowning in plastic, and yet reliable feedstock for a recycling facility continues to be one of the biggest challenges that keeps us back from having economically viable recycling facilities. We're also investing quite a lot through our strategic investment fund in alternatives to plastic. And as Ibu Nani just showed on the screen behind her presentation, we've also invested in a product called the Global Plastics Watch. We have a team of people that identified what the satellite signature of plastic waste dumps looks like, and we've been able to use that data to identify both legal and illegal waste dumps, and we can track how the size of those waste dumps is changing over time, and it can help authorities understand where they are, and if there's illegal activity going on, that it can be addressed, and that more broadly we understand where the location of those dump sites are so that they can be more effectively managed. But Alfredo, I'll stop there and look forward to the rest of the discussion. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Tony. I took a lot of notes because I'm going to throw some of the points that you said to some of the other speakers in a little bit. But before we go to that, I would like to invite now Professor Richard Thompson, who is the leader of the plastics leader team at the Pisces Partnership and the Partnership for Plastics in Indonesian Society. So Professor Thompson is a professor in the marine biology and director of the Marine Institute at the University of Plymouth. You are also a world-leading marine scientist and at the forefront of many research regarding marine leader. I think it is important to recognize that in 2019, the university was awarded with the Queen's Anniversary Prize, precisely for pioneering work on research that you and your colleagues have conducted on marine microplastics pollution. So with that perspective and that expertise, how do you think that Pisces can contribute to bringing about systemic change to establishing a circular economy in Indonesia?
Well, thank you very much. I think what I want to do, first of all, as someone that's been working on the topic of marine pollution, particularly plastics, for 20 years, is to set my work in Indonesia into a slightly broader context, if I may. So as a scientist, I think it's really important that we've got evidence to guide us towards the problem and also towards the solution. You know, it's been probably 20 or 30 years of scientific research that's raised awareness, that's brought us to this position we're in now, which I would call a once-in-a-planet opportunity with the UN Plastic Pollution Treaty to address this problem. But I think it's going to be equally important that we've got the science to guide the way towards solutions. You know, the work that I'm doing in Indonesia, and it frustrates me a bit that sometimes the science can be confusing, and that's why we also need to synthesize it. You know, I see scientific publications that highlight countries in Asia, including Indonesia, as being major polluters to the oceans. And yet, when I go there, I realize the problem in Indonesia is very different to that in Europe and North America. When I see littering at home, this is people being careless and irresponsible and dropping litter on the streets when actually they've got a better way of dealing with it. But in Indonesia, that's not what I see. What I see is people cleaning their homes very meticulously, but that they've unfortunately got no place to put the waste that they generate because the products they're being supplied with, there's no waste management system for them. And so they're having to bag them up and take them for the best disposal available. So it's really clear that we need to improve waste management. And circularity is a key part of that. But I also think that it's important that we set that into context. So while there's opportunities in Indonesia, and I'll talk to Pisces in a minute, I would say that the UN Plastic Pollution Treaty is a golden opportunity also for Indonesia to put pressure on other member states who are actually partly responsible for some of the underlying causes in producing products that are not compatible with circularity. You know, even if I look to Europe and North America, where we have very advanced waste recycling, we're still recycling less than 10% of all the plastics. That's not because of a shortage of waste management infrastructure. It's because many of the products that are designed have been designed without any thought whatsoever for the end of life, for their potential circularity. Even high-value items like PET, designed sometimes with colorings in them, which will limit recycling. So the point, and forgive me for laboring it, but as we talk about circularity, I think it's absolutely crucial that we do so in the context of a waste hierarchy, which, as I'm sure you all know, starts with reduce. There are numerous plastic products that we do not need in the first place. It moves to reuse, and we need to develop reuse formats. And that needs to come from companies in Indonesia, but also critically outside of Indonesia. So we're not designing billions of single-use plastic packaging and sachets with multi-layers that can't be recycled. So there's pressure we need to put outside. So we need to work down, reduce, reuse, and then we come to circularity. Let's please not kid ourselves that building additional waste management infrastructure will solve the problem. It is proven worldwide that that alone will not solve the problem. It is proven in Europe and in North America. So yes, we need to develop that infrastructure, but we need to set it into that wider context of reduce, reuse, and recycle. And I think if that's okay for now, I will stop there and I'll come more specifically, if I may, to the work that we're doing in Indonesia in my second intervention. But I make that plea to keep circularity in context and not, Indonesia, to lock yourself in to technology that will require feeding with waste. We need to start by turning the tap off, as you said, upstream from the oceans, but also upstream from waste management. This needs to start with reduction and better design so that circularity can actually be achieved.
Thank you so much. I want to clap after that last sentence. This is very important, and thank you so much for setting this conversation in a broader context, because I think that one of the things that we tend to do very quickly in these conversations is we go into the very specific issue and we forget that there's underlying causes that we need to be talking about. So thank you very much for that. And the other thing that you made me realize very well, along with what Tony was saying, is the importance of knowledge before we start talking about the solutions. Do we really understand the problem so that we can start to understand the solution? And that takes me to you, Robin. I think that WRI, as a leading organization that puts thought leadership out there for civil society on how to act and for public sector on how to act and even the private sector. The Green Growth and the Global Goals Initiative, P4G, has been really contributing to green and inclusive growth in low and middle income countries, particularly by helping SMEs, small and medium enterprises, to become investment ready. And you and I were talking before, and I think it's so important, that perspective on what is the role of these players in helping us address the larger issues, but always based on knowledge. So the question that I have for you is, how does P4G, as a funder, assesses and manages risks associated with circular economy projects? How can partnerships between businesses, governments, and civil society enhance the financial landscape for these kind of projects?
Thanks so much. And thanks to our organizers for this great event. And I have to say, this is a beautiful pavilion here. I think Indonesia should win the award for most beautiful pavilion. So thank you for this critical discussion. And P4G is a startup accelerator. And not only do we provide funding and technical assistance to startups, and startups are inherently micro and small enterprises. And whether their trajectory is one of growth or one of steady implementation is immaterial. What is material is that it is startups that will have the solutions, and particularly local startups that have to live in the communities that are affected by the challenges of plastics and other climate challenges that we face. So at P4G, one of the ways that we mitigate risk is by doing a limited amount of work on the tech side of things and really waiting until there are companies, startups that are looking more at systems integration and how you can work across civil society, public sector, and then with their business solution, come in and be able to implement a system that can handle plastics waste. And so we've had a number of partnerships that do this. And what we work with those partnerships is getting them to their stage where they are revenue positive, where they're able to realize their initial customer sets. And often these are trial customer sets, but they are, very importantly, the first customer acquisitions. And then that sets that company on a path to get out of that valley of death and into a growth phase. And what we do is we work with them to help them get through that, through grants, and then the technical assistance so that when they're going out to the investors for their seed fund raise or their post-seed pre-series A or their Series A fundraise, they have the right documentation, they have the right evidence, and they can also demonstrate that their impact, their social and environmental impact, is very real.
Thank you so much. I think that you mentioned a key word that I will get back to you with, which is measuring impact. I think this is something that we need to dive a little bit deeper into shortly. That takes me to you, Jeremy, who I think that your organization, Delterra, has a lot of experience thinking about how to deploy these solutions on the ground. And I think you have been doing a lot of this work, and Jeremy is the current Director of Partnerships at Delterra, bringing experience from previous roles at OceanWise, David Suzuki Foundation, and a few others, and really thinking about how that global picture applies to local problems. So, Jeremy, the waste sector, particularly the organic part, is the third highest emitter of methane in the world. And drawing from Delterra's experience, what are some of the key factors that play a pivotal role in effectively managing organic waste at local levels?
Yeah.
Sorry, and one more thing. And if you can add a little bit on that last question on how do you think about measuring impact? Let's start there.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much, Alfredo. Thank you to the government of Indonesia, to NPAP for this amazing pavilion. And I'm kind of just can't stop staring at the picture and imagining that I'm out there on the ocean. So yes, Delterra, we are an environmental nonprofit organization that was founded by McKinsey and Company, actually, but are now completely independent and working in partnership with others like Minderoo Foundation, who are grateful to have the support for the work that we're doing in Indonesia and globally. We actually have a very real, practical, on-the-ground presence. I have more than 40 colleagues who are based in Indonesia. I wish one of them was here speaking right now, not me, but we are very much rooted in the places where we work. And what Delterra does, we're very much focused on system change. We help build capacity for municipal, subnational governments to go from high leakage of waste, high burning and landfilling rates to more circular systems. How can we build that capacity? How can we help develop the connections all the way along the value chain so that we can put into place practical circular economies? So we're doing that in Latin America and also in Indonesia. And right now we're working in Bali because we thought if we can solve the situation in Bali as one of the islands, then we can figure out how to scale that throughout Indonesia into other parts of Southeast Asia. And I don't want to talk about plastics for a second because plastics definitely is one of the big issues. But as you mentioned, Alfredo, organic waste is a big challenge as well. Actually, we did some waste characterization analysis, found that 60% of the waste streams in Bali are actually organic materials, so food waste, yard trimmings, those sorts of things. And those are primarily being burned or dumped, so they're not being separated from the waste stream. And when they go into landfill or into dumps, they're emitting methane emissions, 80% more potent than CO2 in the short term. And a big reason of why I'm here at COP is because methane is finally getting more attention as a promising climate solution that has very low tech and very cost-effective ways to deal with it, which starts from what we do at Delterra, starts from separating it at the household level. It's behavior change of getting people to separate their dry recyclables from organics. And then the challenge, which is what we're working on right now with Global Methane Hub and others, is how do you then develop the business case to have organic waste go somewhere other than landfill or other than being burned or dumped? That's the biggest challenge right now, is how do you get the financial mechanisms working, whether it's compost, carbon credits, black soldier flies. There's lots of different potential applications for organic waste, but if we can keep 60% of the waste stream out of landfills, imagine what that can do for the value of recyclable materials, for the cost effectiveness of municipalities like in Bali. Imagine if you can extend the life of your landfill by 60% more. So we feel like this is a huge untapped potential, and right now that's what we're trying to figure out at the municipal level, is how can we get organic materials out of landfill and develop markets for those. There's a huge economic opportunity and climate opportunity that we feel is untapped. We just need to get the system working together to develop markets for organic materials. So that's a big focus for us right now, and that goes hand in hand with all waste streams because it very much is systemic, as was mentioned by Robin. So.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. I think it's very important how you helped us to bring this conversation back, just as Richard was doing, to the broader issue. This is not only about plastics, this is a conversation about waste management, but at the same time you did something very powerful, which is take us down to behavioral change. And I think that is something that, again, we need to get back in a little bit. So before we move on to our last speaker, I want to note that the National Plastics Action Partnership, actually, our 4 first speakers are part of it. And this is just to show the power of partnerships. Look at all of the different approaches that are happening here, all of the work that Minderoo has been leading both at a global scale and local, all of the science, all of the community approaches, all of the entrepreneurial approaches. There's so many things that need to converge together to address some of these issues, and that is something I really wanted the audience to take with you. Finally, I am going to move on to Mr. Andy Macasau, the Vice President of Management and Utilization of Fly Ash Bottom Ash Management at PLN. First, I want to share that PLN is an Indonesian state-owned company tasked with supplying electricity needs for the Indonesian people. And in particular, Mr. Andy Macasau is a professional with over 20 years of experience in public utility and electricity industry, holds a bachelor in mechanical engineering and a master's in management from Hasanuddin University. And in 2023, he was appointed as the Vice President of Management and Utilization of Fly Ash Bottom and Ash Management for PTPLN. Mr. Andy, can you share the perspectives of the utilization of this fly ash bottom ash as the effort of supporting solid waste management in Indonesia? And how does PLN ensure that the use of these materials aligns with environmental regulations and standards?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Alfredo. The main focus of today is fly ash and bottom ash management to support waste circularity economy, Indonesian climate action, and the utilization of FEBA have seen increase after or since enactment regulation number 22, 2021. And the lesser regulation has helped PLN to enable to pave the way, FEBA paves the way, broader business opportunities and increase employment opportunities, and then sustainability of environmental. PLN from coal power plant, PLN is producing around 3 million FEBA annually, and since 2018, PLN has reached 2.3 million ton FEBA, marking 186% increase from 2021, and in 2023. PLN has reached 2.4 million ton FEBA, around 160% from production. And PLN has utilized the FEBA both of PLN internal needs and afford and actively to promote the advantage of FEBA to local or external off-taker. And then we have 9 FEBA products like cement, material, ready-mix concrete, and then soil compaction, batako, and paving block. And then, FEBA has result in positive social economy for circular economy, and the circularity economy has helped to create opportunity for micro, small, and medium enterprise. In this year, we have helped around 200 micro, small, medium enterprise, and around 1,000 labor is involved. And then FEBA has helped micro, small, medium enterprise to reduce the cost by 300 rupiah per pieces. And how to make sure that the utilization of FEBA aligned with environmental regulation? PLN has prepared the technical detail for document for FEBA utilization, which has received recommendation or approval from Ministry of Environmental and Forestry. And FEBA also utilized based on the standard of national standard, which are quality of certain FEBA is tested. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, I took a lot of notes because you made a lot of points that connect with our other panelists, particularly on the role of innovation, of job creation, of local impacts. But also, I think that you brought up a new point that we hadn't discussed much in the context of Indonesia, which is how do we match this with policy? And I think that's a very important consideration because, as Richard was saying, many of these things are not an infrastructure problem. Many of these things are a regulation problem, and how do we design the products?
So thank you so much for that. That takes me to you, actually, Richard. I think that it is really important to understand what is the science that is happening, what are some of the gaps, and what have you been doing in partnership with Indonesia that can help us start understanding the magnitude of the problem and of the solutions?
Yes, thank you. So, yeah, if I turn now more to the specific research that we're doing in Indonesia. So I'm working as part of the Pisces project, which is about plastics in Indonesian societies. It's a £6 million project funded by the UK, by Global Challenges Research funding. Around about 30 partners in Indonesia and in the UK. So academics from the Institute of Technology in Bandung, from BRIN, Asian Institute of Science and Technology, local partners including NPAP, scientists and partners from different disciplines, different backgrounds. So social scientists, waste managers, environmental scientists, looking at the problem from different perspectives with a view to integrating this from a kind of systems thinking perspective so that we include all of the externalities, if you like. So some of my work as an environmental scientist has been to look at plastics and waste on the ground in 30 kecamatan around Indonesia, looking on roads, on tracks, on rivers, looking at waste management facilities, looking for links, if you like, between the behavior aspect that you mentioned and the amount of refuse that we find, whether that's occurring as litter carelessly dropped on streets, or whether it's actually waste that's been managed by the households and bagged up, but simply then there's nowhere to take it, and also quantifying open burning. So we're looking at all of those issues, and then what we're trying to do is to bring those together, to integrate them using what we call a living lab. And we developed a living lab, the first one, and we hope that there will be others. The first one is in Banyuwangi. And the idea there, it's in Banyuwangi in East Java, so is really that we can work together with local stakeholders to help to co-design and to co-create solutions, particularly to single-use plastics, but grounded in the evidence that we see around the problem, to make sure we're, if you like, we're not coming up with solutions that are looking for a problem. We're designing solutions that are matched to the local problems. And that includes working, of course, with local community leaders. Now, the pilot research that we're doing is to look at barriers, if you like, to identify barriers that might retard us so that we can accelerate adoption and implementation in line with circularity, in line with policy, in line with extended producer responsibility, including infrastructure and financial support to help support recycling of waste, let's say. So the initial results, I mean, the pilot, the living lab is only recently established, but the initial results show, for example, you talked about behavior change, and of course that's going to be really important, but the social science that we're doing has demonstrated actually very much a willingness amongst the local community and the users to adopt different formats, different reusable formats, or formats that are more compatible with circularity as opposed to, let's say, multi-layer sachets or styrofoam, which are less compatible. And of course, we're only a few minutes away from the new MRF. The systemic MRF, I think, is about 10 minutes away. So there's a willingness, I would say, to adopt new formats. And so I think, you know, behavior change is going to be important, but let's be clear that that willingness is part of the journey. Where I actually think we need behavior change is right from the product design stage, so that we're designing products that are going to be compatible with that willingness that we're showing on the ground, so that we, you know, as we can provide the evidence, we can demonstrate the willingness in the living lab, but some of the new products that we'll need, once we can highlight what those formats might be, actually producing them and to moving to more circular design formats, it's going to be, you know, the responsibility of others in product design. We can help to enable that and to influence it, and certainly to help to stimulate local collection and the infrastructure, but ultimately we're going to need to change behaviors right from the design stage. I mean, to go back to my opening more general point, you know, one of the issues here is that we still unfortunately have a business model around plastics that dates back to the 1950s when we started to mass produce plastic products. At that time we were maybe making 5 million tons of plastic items globally. If you keep in mind 40% of everything we produce is single use, we're now producing probably approaching 400 million tons of plastic globally. 40% of it is single use. So we simply can't sustain that amount of waste. But regrettably, the design hasn't moved on from the linear models in the 1950s of fossil oil and gas, single-use products, long-term persistent waste, where end of life has not been recognized. So that has to change. The evidence that we're providing on the ground in Indonesia will help to guide the way, but as well as the infrastructure that we're talking about, we will need changes in the behavior right along the supply chain, and that's what's coming clear. It's not necessarily a blockage at the behavior of individuals, of individual users. It's a blockage maybe further back up the supply chain that we need to embrace as well. So I guess what I'd say, in conclusion, is there's a role for all of us in this. It's the end users, it's the managers of the waste, but it's also policy and product design that are going to be critical. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard. You are continuously bringing us upstream, and I think that is a very important point. And Jeremy, I would like to challenge you to think a little bit about this from your perspective as well. From the perspective of organic waste, what are some of those challenges that we are facing upstream? Because you do a lot of work with the communities in there. What are some of those other challenges, and how is Altera addressing through a systemic approach in Indonesia?
Yeah, thank you. And actually, on plastics, we are working upstream in Indonesia. We have a program called Plastic IQ, which is working with some of the major producers of plastics to help them develop strategies for packaging so that they can design it in a way that's meant to be recycled. A lot of these companies, especially multinational companies, have one set of packaging strategies for every single market and not really recognizing that every country they work in, actually every neighborhood in some cases, will have a different waste management system. And so they have to understand what will happen to that package that I'm putting into the market in Indonesia. Can the recycling system absorb that? Is it being separated? Where is it going? Can it be recycled? And there's just a lack of understanding and capacity among some of those companies. So we've developed this digital tool to help companies design packaging for circularity. It starts with reduction, what things can you get rid of completely, and then also if you're producing products, what types of materials, what types of products are most likely to be recycled in the market that they end up in. So really trying to increase that capacity there. Food loss and food waste is that's a really challenging question to answer, actually. Like, how do you upstream limit food loss? And there are some great organizations that are looking at that. We currently aren't focusing on upstream in terms of organics, and food waste is only part of the organic materials. There's a lot of like yard trimmings and other like pruning and things that are a bigger percentage of organic waste than food. But in terms of like policy and regulations, maybe if I can bring it to that point, we need to come up with a viable business case for organic waste to be turned into something other than ending up in landfill. And so it's really about stimulating those markets. And I would say for the role that the government of Indonesia could play is in incentivizing new markets for organic materials. So for example, could you put a minimum requirement of compost to go into agriculture? Like how you have in fuel standards, you have 10% ethanol minimum mixed into fuel standards. Could you do the same for compost that could go into agriculture, could really support regenerative agriculture, and that could also then stimulate downstream those markets that would justify segregated collection of organics, because then all of a sudden there's an offtake market for it. I think that's the biggest challenge with a lot of these waste streams, is the offtake markets they're just not offering enough money to justify developing a stream for that. And the ones that are very limited, PET, HDPE. So I think that's the role that policy can play, or even like the private sector, to stimulate new markets. We experimented with that in Argentina, where one of the sorting centers we were working with were already collecting because we got behavior change to separate recyclables. So they were already collecting all of these flexible plastics, but then they were just going to landfill after that because there was no market for the flexible plastics and there was no incentive to bale these flexibles. So he said, what if we paid you an extra $150 a ton to collect all of these LDPE plastics? And that actually worked in order to incentivize this new market, and we matched them with recyclers who could take that material, and now we're reducing that incentive. So I think this is something that can apply to any type of material that's in waste, is like, what are those incentives that could stimulate new market development for the economics to work?
Thank you so much. That is a perfect plug-in for my next question, because you make a very good point that some of these problems are very difficult to address from a product design perspective. Some can, but regardless of whether it's through policy to incentivize markets or regardless of whether it is for products, I think that the common thread is that you open up opportunities for entrepreneurs to come in, design solutions, and scale up. And I'm sure you guessed that question was coming to you, because I really want to hear from you. What are some of the promising solutions that you have seen across the spectrum of problems that we have been hearing about today, and that you will encourage the region to start paying attention to?
Yeah, sure. So happy to talk about a few of our startups in plastics. And one of the things that I really want to emphasize is what we've talked about is systems. But one of our partnerships is part of a broader consortia pulled together by the Netherlands, and it's called Plastics in Circles. And the idea is to address plastics at all of its different sources and destinations, and look at different types of plastics. So I mentioned earlier that we're more focused not so much on the climate tech as in the hardware, more on the softer side and the system side, but we do occasionally take a little bit of risk on the tech side, and we have done that in plastics with a small company called Upcycling that is looking at those harder to recycle or really non-recyclable plastics, such as sachets, cigarette butts, other things like that. And they are using a process to basically turn it into a non-structural building material, plastic-based building material. But it's very difficult because these plastics are typically so commingled and with a lot of contaminants. So it's a very difficult process. It is not a great example of managing risk, but it is a great example of the kind of innovation that needs to be fostered more, that needs support. And it is one of the challenges that innovators face in this space, is not only are they targeting low middle income countries, low middle income challenges, low middle income demographics, but they're also working in a very unknown tech space. So there has to be that longer runway for these companies, and that's where it is important to have partnerships that are coming in and can support them as they grow their tech and as they realize those initial sales. So that was one partnership. Another partnership is looking at chipping plastics and doing a magnetic separation, essentially, of those plastics so that they can take mixed plastics, clean them, chip them, and then separate them into separate waste streams. In our another partnership we have is Sweep Smart in Ambon, is looking at recycling centers, but really looking at collection centers where there haven't been collection centers before, and working with the municipality on setting those up, on training a workforce to come in, and then providing a safe employment environment, safe from a health and safety standpoint, to then have that central collection area and then the sorting. And as Jeremy was saying, a lot of the waste that comes out is not plastics, it is organics. So we're talking about, again, and this is where the partnerships are so important, we're talking about multiple waste streams, which makes this challenge all the more complex. So that's just a few of our solutions. One of the other solutions is a company called Cyclus, which has really targeted the sachet marketplace, where I think a decade or so ago, sachets were seen as a great way of having affordable products at the base of the pyramid. But now we know what they have done is introduced a terrible source of pollution that is non-recyclable. And so they have gone old school and looked at refill solutions. And the refill solutions, they're able to offer bulk pricing, and so they can be cost competitive with the sachets and still hit that base of the pyramid demographic. Now, one of the important things that we do at P4G is not only do we support startups, we support national platforms that are high-level platforms comprised of government representatives and private sector representatives, typically from leading industry associations, to work on some of the challenges that are encountered as these startups get into the marketplace. And this can be something that is as seemingly simple but bureaucratically very challenging as just making sure there's a checkbox on an importation form. These small challenges and these small regulatory shifts that can make a big difference for our startups. But in the case of Cyclus, one of the challenges that they did not realize they had, but they did encounter, was that certain products, especially facial products, hygienic products, must be packaged in a certified and sanitary facility. And so the refill solutions that they were starting were actually counter to that regulation. But what we were able to do with our national platform and in partnership with NGOs and NPAP was essentially a position paper examining how this could be treated, how this could be handled. And then Cyclus, in the meantime, had to stop that product line and redouble its efforts on existing product lines, which of course as a startup, a small startup with limited operating capital is very challenging. But that's where partnerships such as P4G, where we come in with the non-returnable grant funding, we can help mitigate that risk.
Thank you so much. And those are very powerful examples, and I think that all of them are going to face the challenge of scaling up.
Yes.
And I think that is a very key component, especially because as you think about regulations and as you think about how then this gets incorporated into the whole system, it's not only a question of money, it becomes also a question of whether the system is ready to take on it. And I think that the example that you were providing on PLN is a very good example of that. The management of that ash is a very good example of how you have been able to align some of the policy, some of the regulation, some of the job creation opportunities. And so the question that I have for you is precisely on scaling up. Where are you going from here? What are some of the plans and some of the ambitions to scale up?
Thank you, Mr. Alfredo. In this year, 2023, FABA has result in positive environmental impact by reducing emission. As you know that the cement production process is one of main contributor for the emission, CO2 emission. According to the Bandung Institute of Technology, said that if you produce 1 ton of cement, you will produce 0.76 of ton of CO2, and it's a big problem if we have to solve that, and that's why FABA come to substitute of cement. I think fly ash can use to substitute partial substitute of cement, without reducing strength, without reducing the quality. Usually we use around 20 to 30% of FABA of the total, and then from this year there are 2.4 million ton of FABA has been used, has been proposed, and most FABA has been used to substitute of cement, around 45 until 50%. And by not produce more quantity of cement material, clinker and TG and several products, this year FABA has avoid emission by 187 CO2, 87 kiloton CO2. And moving forward, PLN has planned several planned next steps, yeah, for Faba management improvement. First, PLN is collaborating with Ministry of Environmental and Forestry standard product to provide the standard management standard product. As you know, yesterday PLN has signed memorandum of understanding with PT Bukit Asam to implementation of utilization of fly ash to the Bukit Asam former mining. And then we propose the utilization of fiber in a draft presidential regulation to accelerate the reclamation of former mining. And then, but the last but not least, we already proposed that we already proposed that we already proposed the utilization of FEBA for government project, yeah, for several government project like KCEC, yeah, KCEC project, kereta api Cina Indonesia cepat Indonesia Cina, and toll road Semarang to Jogja, and several project in new capital city like bridge and toll road to the new capital city. Yes, sir.
Thank you, and I think this is a very good example of where there is a good opportunity to really take it to the national level and to really have a solution that was already tested and scale it up in a very big way, especially with these larger projects. Thank you so much for sharing that. Tony, that brings me to my last question, which is one very specific example where we heard that there is a global opportunity is plastics and the Global Plastics Treaty. And I think that Richard shared a very specific challenge to the governments and said, maybe the Indonesian government wants to take the lead in encouraging those others that are the sources of that pollution to do something. I think this is very well aligned with what Minderu is trying at a global scale, and would love to learn your perspective on how Minderu is supporting these negotiations. Yeah,
thank you. Richard mentioned that this is our once-in-a-planet opportunity, which is a great line, if I can borrow it. We do have a moment in time right now to ensure that we get a legally binding, strong global plastics treaty that really drives changes in the amount of plastic that is the amount of plastic that is produced, and sees investment into all of the ways in which plastic can be replaced and managed and ultimately dealt with as waste. There is a coalition of high ambition countries. I think there are 60-some countries in that coalition now. There's also a coalition of very low ambition countries, I think, that became very clear at the last negotiating meeting in Kenya a few weeks ago. And there are other countries that are in the middle, that are high production countries. They don't want to be part of the high ambition coalition because they don't want a legally binding treaty and they don't want caps on virgin polymers, but they also don't want to be seen as part of the bad coalition. And so I think the job for the high ambition coalition countries is to drag that middle ground to the light and really exert pressure on those countries to recognize the problem and to appreciate that we just cannot keep doing things the way we're doing them. And if it's a big part of your economy, then you're going to have to get smarter, and we're going to have to put regulations in place, and we're going to have innovation to meet the new regulatory requirements, okay? So Inge Anderson said yesterday on a panel, this treaty is coming, right? We all know that it's desperately, desperately needed. The role that Minderoo is playing is that we are supporting countries with some of the, with their own submissions. We're doing a lot of work that I mentioned previously on plastics and human health, which is leading to our position on better chemical regulation. There are 10 to 13,000 chemicals used in the production of plastic. The health impacts on humans of the vast, vast majority of those chemicals is not well understood. We have a plastics and human health team that are working on that at the moment. We're funding quite a lot of clinical research. They produced what's called the Global Plastics Map recently. It's a great publication if you go onto the website. It basically synthesizes all of the peer-reviewed literature on the link between plastics and chemicals and human health that's been published in the last 50 years. It's a great resource for anybody that really wants to understand the detail, but it also identifies where there's huge gaps in our knowledge. And so we're committed as well to trying to fill those gaps so that we understand much more. We need to take a much more conservative approach to the way we use chemicals, not only in the production of plastic, but far more broadly in our society. As I mentioned, we want this treaty to be legally binding, and we believe also, and I mentioned this on a panel yesterday, that, you know, one of the biggest challenges with plastics is the economics around it. As long as it's cheaper to pull oil out of the ground and make virgin material compared to collecting, sorting, recycling, and reusing plastic, then we're up against this economic issue. So we have to change the economics around plastics. Policy is part of it. We can insist on having minimum recycled content in some plastics that are produced. You put the regulation in place, industry will respond, you get off-take agreements, that will underpin the investments in the infrastructure that you needed. So you can reverse engineer some of that through policy. You can also put a fee on the production of virgin polymers right at the top of the supply chain. And if you do that, you end up collecting a whole lot of money that can be used as investments into alternative materials and investments into better waste management and recycling and investments into what you need to do in order to create a much more circular economy. So we've released a discussion paper on that. It's available on the Minderoo website. I really encourage anyone that's interested in kind of some out-of-the-box thinking to have a look at that. But the fee, the work we're doing on plastics and human health, really driving hard for a legally binding instrument, and countries like Indonesia, countries that have high ambition around this. I just echo Richard's comment. We have to drag those other countries that need to be in the light into the light, and there's a role for us and the governments that are in the High Ambition Coalition to do that. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Tony. So just to close, because we are coming up on time, I would like to highlight 3 topics that came up. The first one is that we need to set this conversation in the broader context of the circular economy. Basically, each of our panelists talked about this in a slightly different way. And I think that it is a conversation about product design, infrastructure, policy, investment, innovation. It goes all around. So thank you so much for sharing that. The second thing is that there's no silver bullet. And I think that the variety of solutions is just a reflection of that. So not even within one country like Indonesia, there's a silver bullet. There's multiple solutions. Now imagine at a global scale. So that's the importance of evidence-based solution making. And the third one is we have this historic moment with the Plastics Treaty, where this is an issue not only about changing behavior, but also governments having a role and a responsibility to pull others into that high ambition. And of course, Indonesia has a very good opportunity to do that. So with that, I would like to thank all of our panelists. Unfortunately, we ran out of time, but we heard very interesting insights. Thank you so much. And thank you all as well for joining us today.
Thank you to all the speakers for your contributions. And before you leave the venue, we would like to show you a little token of appreciation for your contributions, which will be handed over by the Deputy of Environmental and Forestry Management Coordination, Ibu Nani Hendiarti, who's going to present the token to all the speakers, including the moderator. Thank you once again for sharing some valuable insights and knowledge to all of us today. Thank you for your precious time. I know it's a bit of a drama this morning, having a long walk from the entrance, coming down to our pavilion. We do appreciate your effort and your time. Okay, finally, for the last one. And afterwards, we're going to have a group photo together with Madam Deputy. So everyone, please come a little bit squeezed to the center, so make sure everybody in frame. 1, 2, 3. And for the attendees, we have prepared a little gift or souvenir for everyone, which made from the recycled materials. So yes, it's from recycled materials. So it's actually an action to help reduce emissions and at the same time also enhance recycling. So as the host, Coordinating Minister of Maritime Affairs and Investment, Republic of Indonesia, actually is walking the talk, so they're not just making promises, and instead they actually walk the talk by incorporating the recycled materials and circulate it to the public. So once again, thank you very much to all the speakers for your time and contributions to all of us today. Enjoy your time in Indonesia Pavilion. Thank you very much. Okay, so before we move on to the next agenda, we're going to have a quick 5 minutes break before we proceed. So I would kindly ask everybody
Arfan? Arfan? Check. Check, check. Check. Check, monitor. Check.
Is it working? Can you all hear me? Okay, I think it works now. Okay, we're going to start so we can finish on time because we only have 1 hour and 20 minutes and we have a big panel, I think. So the next session will be talking about unlocking the potentials of a nature-based solution for adaptation and mitigation of climate change. In this case, we're talking about the blue carbon, blue sector. So to start with, I think our keynote speakers, they're not here yet. Yeah, still in front of the door. Okay, I need to get someone to call them in. Mas Yoga, keynote. Okay. Just to have a brief introduction around the topic. So in order to support Indonesia in achieving the Indonesia's NDC and the ambitious net zero target, blue carbon ecosystems such as mangroves, tidal marshes, and seagrass meadows become a very crucial element. So this blue sector has been globally recognized for their role in adapting and mitigating climate change. So on this particular session, we will discover further the potential of blue carbon ecosystem on tackling climate change issue and explore the financing opportunities and pathways for Indonesia's blue carbon agenda. Okay. I think we can start now because I can see Ibu Dirjen is on her way to the stage. Okay. We would like to invite the Deputy for Environmental and Forestry Management Coordination from the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment, Republic of Indonesia, Ibu Nani Hendiarti, to please come to the podium, Ibu, to deliver your keynote. Are you ready? Or you still need to have a few breaks? I can invite another speaker if you don't mind. Yeah. Thank you very much to all the attendees for coming to our beautiful Indonesia Pavilion. We really appreciate your time. I hope you can stay until the end, which is at 8:20. So I think we can get it started, Bu Nani. Opa Victor first. They're still having a little bit discussion. Okay. Oh, okay. We would like to invite Pak Victor Gustav Manopo. He is the Director of Marine Special Planning from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Republic of Indonesia. Please give a huge appreciation for Pak Victor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. This is, guys, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here on behalf of Minister of Marine and Fisheries. Unfortunately, due to his health condition, he's unable to be here with us today. I'm honored to address you at the prestigious workshop on unlocking and potential of nature-based solution for adaptation and mitigation of climate change. We gather today to explore the significant contribution of nature-based solution in the form of a blue carbon ecosystem to support not only adaptation, but also mitigation actions. Ladies and gentlemen, the ocean role in climate change is clear. The ocean supports unique habitats, is interconnected with other components of the climate system through the global exchange of water, energy, and carbon. Therefore, all of us need to take concrete action now before it's too late. Approaches such as natural-based solution and ecosystem-based adaptation can be part of those actions. Indonesia, with extensive coastline and vast maritime territory, stand at the forefront of this global effort. The Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Indonesia implement a strategy for achieving the blue economy through 5 priority programs: expanding marine conservation area, quota-based capture fisheries, sustainable marine, coastal, and inland aquaculture, monitoring and surveillance of coastal and small islands area, and the last, clean up plastic waste in the sea through fishermen's participation. Blue carbon management in the context of climate change is an important part of the blue economy policy, especially the first and the fourth policy. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is home to about 17% of blue carbon ecosystems. We have around 3.3 million hectares of mangrove and 1.8 million hectares of seagrass, with the ability to absorb and sequester carbon 3 to 4 times higher than the land ecosystem. The blue carbon ecosystem is recognized as the hidden gem of mitigation action. Indonesia enhance nationally determined contribution. Above ground biomass of mangrove already counts as part of greenhouse gas emission reduction. The Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, in collaboration with UNDP, has developed a seagrass blue carbon mitigation action profile that quantifies emission reduction from seagrass ecosystem. This document will also serve as a roadmap of Indonesia's effort to conserve and restore blue carbon habitats, increasing their carbon storage potential for the benefit of our planet and future generations. As adaptation action, blue carbon ecosystem, together with coral reef ecosystem, are part of ecosystem and landscape resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we recognize that addressing climate change is a complex challenge that requires commitment and diverse solution. Mitigation and adaptation action in ocean and coastal areas will determine our path to more sustainable and resilient future. I am confident that the discussion and collaboration that will unfold here will contribute to a brighter, bluer future for our ocean and for all those who depend on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy, for the keynote and opening remarks. Coming up next, we will hear some words from our Mrs. Deputy for Environmental and Forestry Management Coordination, Ibu Nani Hendiarti.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon, Excellencies, Mr. Victor Gustav Manopo, my esteemed colleague from DG from the Ministry of the Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Excellency Mr. Muhammad Salman Al-Hamadi, also my esteemed colleague from Ministry of the Climate Change and Environment of UAE, as an Assistant Undersecretary for Biodiversity and Marine Life Sector. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, in this good opportunity, I think we are together here with the same commitment to tackle some unprecedented challenges from climate change to biodiversity loss. So nature-based solution, or we call also ecological based approach, offer a promising path forward. This approach not only mitigates the climate change, but also contributes to the sustainable environment. The potential of the nature-based solutions, ecological based approach in the global is counted for 6.7 gigaton CO2 equivalent per year by 2030. And Indonesia has 15% of those resources. It's the same like Brazil. Our potential resources are from forests, mangrove, peatland, and also seagrass and seaweed. The highest capacities to mitigate the climate change in Indonesia are from mangrove and seagrass, which are known as a blue carbon ecosystem. Blue carbon is a relatively novel term. It was first introduced in the new Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change Guidelines in 2013. And on the following years, coastal wetland is recognized for its climate importance in Paris Accord, while the methodologies for the blue carbon measurement is also developed. Blue carbon project has grown interest all over the world. In the America, United States, and also I think we can see in the here So then in Asia Pacific as well. So then we can see then the first to include blue carbon in the national greenhouse gas inventory, while also Costa Rica has launched its national blue carbon strategy. In Asia Pacific, China and Singapore established institutions to enhance capacity on the blue carbon issues, while Indonesia is knowledge blue carbon issue in the presidential regulation and preparing the blue carbon roadmap. So next, I would like to raise also the ocean issues, especially related with the blue carbon as internalized in Indonesia policy. Through the presidential regulation number 98 of the year 2021, government of Indonesia provides that marine sector policy or blue carbon can be considered as climate change mitigation and adaptation action to achieve NDC target. The sector from the ocean is currently included in the adaptation element of the key ecosystem and landscape resilience program. In the future, it is hoped that the marine sector can also contribute to the mitigation element, especially through the blue carbon. So if you can see here, this is our target in the second NDC. We can include also or to add the ocean sector in our NDC. So to implement blue carbon governance, several recommendations should be taken into consideration. So those are the first, multi-stakeholder integrated and appropriate participation, which includes but not limited to the NGO, university, private sectors, and strategic development partner and international financial institution. Research, the second one is research and development on the carbon stock and its MRV. And the third, increasing participation on the local level, both of the government and the communities. The fourth, law enforcement is needed to avoid further destruction and land use change. And the next, increasing economic value of the community. And the last, developing national roadmap for the blue carbon and government regulation on the mangrove management. Also, education and dissemination to raise awareness and blue carbon ecosystem important. And in addition to that, we have also consistent and the long-term finance and also enhance the national and the local mangrove working group. So we have in Indonesia, we have national task force in the central governments between the related ministries, but also in the local governments, we have also like we call it task force, but in the local government for each province. So the government of Indonesia is preparing for the blue carbon sector inclusion in its NDC 2025. The step taken including building blue carbon emission profile, MRV, and regulation assessment in 2023, and survey also analysis to produce baseline on the conservation and rehabilitation in 2024. The concrete action has been running with support from the World Bank through the Mangrove for Coastal Resilience project, preparation of the blue carbon offset readiness. This project aims to bring blue carbon emission reductions to market and create economic incentive to the community in the 100 villages. As a conclusion, through this decade, the blue carbon is already well known in the global community as a way to reduce emissions by nature-based solution, ecological-based approach. Indonesia itself is ready, acknowledge it through presidential decree, and also projecting ocean and blue carbon sector to be considered in the second NDC. And the roadmap of the blue carbon has been also established and a project are being undertaken to implement the roadmap, carbon offset readiness, and coastal community empowerment. So now also we have, since last year, we have a collaboration related with the mangrove. We call it Mangrove Alliance for Climate. Indonesia, together with UAE, is a co-lead for this, and I think we will be explain more with, from the Excellency Mr. Al-Hamadi. That I think this is very important step that we can bring mangrove to be like concrete action, yeah, by the countries that they have mangrove to contribute for the global climate change in specifically and not limited to the mitigation, but also for the adaptation, specifically for the island country, because we have also coordinated, we call it ICE, archipelagic and island states. So this will be connected with this effort. So thank you very much for your contribution, and hope from this session we will get more information about the blue carbon and what will be next in for our collaboration. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So without further delay, why don't we just invite our moderator who is going to introduce our speakers one by one. He's Rahman Adi Pradana. He's the Senior Policy Director from Indonesian Conservation. Please take the lead. Thank you.
Test. All right, so thank you. Good evening, good afternoon, not yet evening. Way ahead of myself. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Adi Pradana. I am the Senior Policy Director from Conservation Indonesia. We're the main partner of Conservation International, also supporting the government in the blue carbon initiatives. And happy to facilitate the discussion today. And we have amazing speaker following the presentation for the keynote speakers. So let me introduce one by one our amazing speakers. The first one we have from United Arab Emirates, His Excellency Muhammad Salman Al-Hamadi, PhD. Please come forward, Pak. The second one I think we will have online is Ambroise Brainer, the Senior Natural Resource Management Specialist of World Bank. Then we have Bapak Joby Triananda Hashim, the President Director of PT Sukovindo. Thank you, Pak, for being here. Please come ahead. And then we have Jack Hurt, Executive Director of the Tropical Forest Alliance of the World Economic Forum. Thank you, Jack, for being here. And then we also have the two last speakers, Pak Nyoman Widaryantanaya, Acting Vice President OEHES Pertamina Hulu Rokan, and Pak Erwin Sinisuka. Please, Pak Erwin, you can come over here. Who is the VP Facility Engineer of Pertamina Hulu Rokan. Thank you for your time, for being here. And I will start with His Excellency Al-Hamadi. You will present about the Indonesia's and UAE's collaboration on Mangrove Alliance for Climate International Mangrove Research Center, which is established by the two governments on this Blue Carbon Partnership. Please, the time is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm glad to be part of this excellent event to discuss the initiative and efforts in the nature-based solutions. And I would also would like to thank our colleague in Republic of Indonesia for their initiatives and collaboration, also in the nature-based solution and mangrove especially. Regarding the MAC, which is the Mangrove Alliance for Climate, it's an initiative and collaboration and partnership with our colleague in Indonesia. And the aim of the alliance is to collect all the global initiatives and to sustain the mangrove, to exchange experience and results of research between countries, in addition to also put all these efforts together. You know, we cannot compete the climate change alone with a single and scattered efforts. So the initiative will help us to be together, united, and facing of the climate change, and to face the power of the nature. We cannot do it alone or with a single effort. And nowadays, we have more than 25 countries are participating and joining the alliance, and also will open also the door for NGOs and entities that an organization that also would like to be part of this alliance.
Thank you so much, Pak Ahmadi. All right. I understand we have Mr. Ambroise Brainer of the World Bank as well online. I'm just checking with the organizer. Hello, Ambroise. Okay, I can see your face in the big screen now. Hi.
Yeah, you're right. Good evening was the right one. Good evening here in Jakarta.
I'm sorry, but I don't think we can hear you well. Just checking with the organizer of the audio.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, can you speak one more time, Ambroise?
Yes, good evening, everyone.
I don't think we can still hear you well, or is it just me? Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Is it better? No? Okay, maybe, Ambroise, my apology. If you don't mind, we will try to fix the audio issue. And now we'll move to the next speaker, Pak Joby Trinanda Hashim, President Director of PT Sukovindo. Pak Joby, the time is yours.
Check. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellencies, Mr. Muhammad Salmah Al-Mahamadi. Thank you for coming to our Indonesian Pavilion. Her Excellency, Ministry, and all the participants. Today, we like to give some presentation. Let allow us to give some presentation about our initiative in Indonesia regarding the nature-based solution. So, first slide, I'd like to introduce our company. Our company is called Sukovindo. We are the largest and the oldest TIC company in Indonesia. The slide, can you prepare the slide? Sorry. OC, can you show the slide?
Organizer, can you please present the slides of Pak Joby?
All right. All right. Sukovindo have about 1,800 experts, and we have about 194 assurance services, and governance belongs 95% of our share in Sukovindo. If we're looking about the mangrove ecosystem in Indonesia, we have is about 3.36 million hectares of mangrove. It's about 20 to 25% of total world mangrove area is in Indonesia. Each hectare correct me if I'm wrong, Bu, is about 123.3 ton CO2 equivalent per hectare per year. So avoiding mangrove loss in Indonesia could potentially reduce the carbon emission is about 20 to 25% total carbon worldwide in 1 year. Can you make a slide? Okay. According to Indonesian Enhanced NDC 2022, Indonesia has emission reduction target as much as 31.89% by 2030 in on self-funding, and also about 42.3% with international support. So what is the Sukovindo's role? Sukovindo now is very active to support the government through the Green and Eco Port. What is the Green Port and what is an Eco Port? Can you make a next slide, please? Green Port is the environmental conscious port who also develop a sustainable port that not only meets with environmental requirement, but also uplifted the economic interest for the port. Sukovindo provide consultant service through the port authorities to implement the green and the eco port. Next slide. Sukovindo have the rating tools to help the port authorities to follow the guidelines to be a green and eco port. And this green and eco port is the government mandatory, who push the port authorities to have the environmental application in their port. And it's very, very active now, Sukovindo, to support that things. One of the criteria in the Green and Smart Port Scheme is access about the assessment of the green and the access smart port, like the management access, technical aspect, and digital aspect. The most crucial component in assessment of green and smart port scheme is environmental component. So we put the criteria is about 9% of the total calculation is only talking about the environment. We try to push the port authority to consider about the port. There's two things we ask the port authority to be considered. First, about the port biodiversity management, and the other one is the implementation of the port biodiversity management. The implementation of this such important aspect is try to compliance on the environmental assessment aspect, included the mangrove system, restoration and the conservation. So we push the port authority to develop the port, develop the mangrove, which is the mangrove is also important for the environment. So by integrating the green and smart port scheme in the port, we simultaneously help the port decarbonization effort and the implementation of the nature-based solution. Next slide. The restoration and conservation of mangrove ecosystem program serve a benchmark for the implementation of port biodiversity management sub-criteria. We put high score 0.95 for the very good response from the port, and also 0.48% is only for the good implementation and 0% for the bad. So with that things, we ask the port to make a competition between the other port to make sure they get the very good numbers in the calculation of the criteria. Next slide. So we try to port authority to make the mangrove restoration and conservation program, because with the restored mangrove, the carbon reduction will be greater than 23.5 metric ton of carbon dioxide per hectare. When the avoid mangrove area, loss result in emission reduction is about greater than 42.9. If we add that things, every port we calculate can be reduced 65.5 metric ton carbon dioxide per hectare per year. And if calculated in Indonesia is about 100 port, at least each port can develop 100 hectares of the mangrove. Totally, it's about 665,000 metric ton of carbon dioxide per year can be absorbed with this initiative. And these things will support the NDC target and the decarbonization agenda in Indonesia. We are not only talking about the mangrove for the green, to support the green and eco port, but also we calculated with the mangrove program also can support the benefit for the local people and local government. World Bank make a calculated that with the mangrove system can support is about 150 million US dollar per year. That's a great numbers of the economic Indonesia. And finally, let's accelerating port decarbonization by implementation, nature-based solution to achieve and green smart port. In concluding the insightful journey, I extend my sincere gratitude to each participant, speaker, and partner who have contributed to the richness of our discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Joby. Yes, it's really interesting about the green port. Now, let's try back again to Ambroe online. If we can hear you correctly.
Good evening.
Yes, yes, we can finally hear you, Ambroe. All right.
Okay, great.
Please, the time is yours to explain about the strategies in maximizing Indonesia NBS, including mangroves.
Thank you. So I guess I was a little bit like all this seagrass, this blue carbon in the seagrass and the mangrove. You never heard about it before, you couldn't hear this benefit. So it's quite recent, as Bunani mentioned. And great to see you, Bunani, Pa Victor. But it's now something of great interest for the blue carbon benefit that it provides. My name is Ambroise. I'm based in Jakarta. I work for the World Bank on blue economy. I manage the oceans portfolio here in Indonesia, which is a great privilege. I got marine biology training, so being in Indonesia is like the top country in the world for marine biodiversity, marine and coastal ecosystem, but also blue carbon. So last time I went on leave with the family in the eastern part of Indonesia. I was diving with my 12-year-old daughter, and I had a chance to see so many marine turtles, while my daughter, she was even more lucky. She saw a dugong, this huge white-gray animal, marine mammals living in the sea. And we were with many other tourists in the Komodo National Park. And these animals, they really depend on seagrass. They feed on seagrass. So all the benefits of seagrass for tourism, for instance, is really important and obvious. The link between also the mangrove and the fisheries, because in the fisheries benefits, there has been a publication in Indonesia specifically, quite recent, looking at the link between the income of fishing community and the degradation or the conservation of mangrove. There was a clear link for fishing communities where mangrove has been degraded, that the income from fishing was going down. So tourists benefit, fisheries benefit, coastal protection benefit. You can see some community actually planting mangrove in front of their house to deal with the sea level rise, the flooding caused by sea level rise. So all these benefits are really important, but not only that, the blue carbon benefits of this ecosystem and seagrass and mangrove in particular in Indonesia are also tremendous. So 17% of the blue carbon reservoir is here in Indonesia. Indonesia is one of the top 3 countries in the world with the highest blue carbon potential. So really important ecosystem for biodiversity, for livelihoods, for tourism, for greenhouse gas sequestration and storage. But unfortunately, in a bad shape. So about 40% degraded already or lost of seagrass and mangrove in Indonesia. So urgent action needed to change that trend and make sure that they can continue to deliver all these benefits, including the carbon storage benefit. Luckily, in Indonesia, there are strong policies, as mentioned, Bunani, Pak Victor, strong support, strong recognition of the importance of these ecosystems for biodiversity, for social, and for the social economy development of the country. And at the World Bank, the way we support this effort for the government currently are through three means. First, data acquisition, analytics. The second one is policy, implementation of activities on the ground to deal with the threats that these ecosystems are facing. And the third one is about access to finance. And at the moment, we do that through two big projects. Bunani mentioned one of them, the Mangrove for Coastal Resilience program. So we're supporting the ministry, several institutions in Indonesia with mangrove restoration and mangrove management. It's a $419 million project for 5 years. One of the objectives, for instance, through the focusing on the data, mangrove do have good maps, have been mapped in Indonesia, but one of the objectives of the program is to improve and refine those maps, because knowing where these ecosystems are is the number one priority if you want to understand their blue carbon potential and potentially get payment for this carbon benefit that they provide. Another example is the Lautra project with other institutions such as the one Victor is working with, the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, where the focus on data acquisition here is for seagrass. For seagrass, the situation is a little bit less developed than mangrove in terms of where they are. The map for seagrass, there has been different estimation, but with a big variability in this estimate. So at the moment, the Lautra project it's a $210 million project, also 5 years. Will be supporting KKP in refining and developing this map of where are the seagrass. In addition to identifying where those important crucial blue carbon ecosystems are, those two projects are also supporting the identification of the carbon potential, how much is stored in this mangrove and in this seagrass ecosystem. Another part of these two projects is focusing on the policy side and activities. For example, the mangrove project, as mentioned, Bunani is putting in place this task force at the national level, but also at the provincial level, ensuring coordination between many different actors that have responsibility in terms of sustainable management of the mangrove. There's also a new policy, cross-sectorial policy, the first one that tackles mangrove nationally, that is currently being drafted through the mangrove program. In parallel, through the Lautra project, focusing on seagrass and coastal ecosystem, the intervention here is focused on marine protected areas. At the moment, Indonesia...
Amrois, you have 2 more minutes. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, thank you. So at the moment, Indonesia got important policy in terms of protection of this blue carbon ecosystem, which are the marine protected areas. And there is this push to establish more of those and to better manage the existing one. More of those MPAs, because currently the MPAs only protect less than 20% of the mangrove in the country and about 40 to 50% of the seagrass. So there is a need to expand these MPAs to better protect those critical ecosystems. Some other activities around restoration, 75,000 hectares of mangrove to be restored through the mangrove project, restoration of seagrass through the ocean project, and something that is also across the two projects is the focus on livelihood. So not only protecting these ecosystems and calculating how much carbon they store, but also helping the communities diversify their livelihoods. And finally, as I mentioned, access to finance is also important. So because those are managing those ecosystems as a cost. And so how do you ensure that there is sustainable finance for this ecosystem and the communities living around this ecosystem? You can, so the mangrove project, for instance, working with Bunani, they are looking at preparing the blue carbon program, so to be in a position to be able to get payment for the carbon that is being sequestered in the mangrove that is planted through this project. And through the Lautra project, and I will finish with this, there's an initiative called the Coral Bond, where looking at impact investor that could potentially provide finance upfront for better management of those marine protected areas and those marine ecosystems, and then getting payment from outcome-based payer, which could be in the future, once the blue carbon program are ready, could potentially pay the investor back thanks to the payment received from the sequestration of blue carbon in those ecosystems. And I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambroise. We've already have 3 speakers and halfway through, but I already see a lot of connection between the government efforts with the MDBs, World Bank, and the private sector, particularly on how we can integrate the blue carbon elements, protecting nature, in not only in planning, but also financing, right? Now we will hear more from Jack Hurd of the World Economic Forum, who is hopefully, as a convener, can show how these all different pieces can be connected. Go ahead, time is yours.
Great, well, thank you very much. Connections, this is what we do at the World Economic Forum. Ibu Nani, Pak Victor, His Excellency Al-Mahamidi, thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for being here today. As mentioned, my name is Jack Hurd. I head the nature work at the World Economic Forum, and I also run something called the Tropical Forest Alliance, which I can talk more about later at some point in time. But first of all, it's really great to be in this pavilion today. I've spent a lot of my professional career in Indonesia. These mangroves are not from the Darawan Islands, but the Darawan Islands in East Kalimantan are very special to me and my heart. So really happy to be here, so thanks very much. So I'm going to talk about a couple things in the next 5 minutes. One, a little bit about our experiences with blue carbon ecosystems, and then maybe where we need to go with blue carbon ecosystems. So those are 2 things over the next 5 minutes, and I'll try to keep it at 5 minutes. Adi, apologies for that. So could I have the next slide, please? Okay, everybody in this room knows all about blue carbon ecosystems. I don't have to repeat a lot of this stuff, but I did just want to call attention to 2 things. We call these carbon, but there's so much more than carbon, right? Often carbon gets associated with a financing mechanism, but these ecosystems are so much more important than just a carbon sink. The second thing is, one of the way I like to think about them is they are part of our natural infrastructure. They're something that a country has that's an asset of that country that serves a wide variety of purposes. So it's not just about carbon, it's about all these other things that go with carbon and with the natural infrastructure. And I think when we think about it as infrastructure, we might start thinking about different ways we're going to finance it, which a number of speakers have spoken about already. So next slide, please. Lots of numbers on the screen. I'm not going to read them all, but 2 I want to pay attention to. The fact that there are $10 billion sort of hanging around looking to invest in blue carbon ecosystems. That's a significant amount of money that can be brought into this space for the protection, the restoration, and the sustainable management of those systems that provide so many values for society. The second one, which is sort of hidden at the bottom, is the 5X. So what that basically refers to is that areas with intact blue carbon ecosystems, specifically mangroves, are only 1/5 as likely to get negatively impacted by storm surges, by cyclones, and by other traumatic weather events. So this goes back to the point I was making about the natural infrastructure. These cyclones are part of a these mangroves are part of a coastal defense that we want to think about when we do national planning and national action. Next slide, please. So Ibu Nani mentioned this earlier, these high-quality blue carbon principles and guidance. So I think we know that there's a lot of conversation going on in the world about blue carbon and how to invest in blue carbon from a climate perspective or from a carbon perspective. There's quality of demand and there's quality of supply. What these principles really do is define both of those. So what goes into a really high quality blue carbon project is directly linked to who's going to be buying credits from such projects. We want only the most discerning buyers who really understand what they're getting involved with, and we only want projects that are at the highest caliber of quality, both in terms of impacts on livelihoods, impacts on biodiversity, as well as the accounting principles and such that underpin them. Next slide, please. So I want to mention 3 quick projects that have sort of been generated by the World Economic Forum with some of our business partners, and they just show sort of some of the impact that we've been able to have in dealing with corporate partners on this. Salesforce is a big global company that deals with human resource and systems management. So Salesforce has been at a leader in this space for many years, really trying to focus specifically on numbers, lots of trees planted, lots of areas restored, and equally important, trying to build the human and institutional capacity of organizations working on mangroves in particular, but blue carbon more broadly. So this is something we always want to think about, I think, or at least our experiences have led us to believe we need to do really high quality projects, and part of quality is also building capacity and institutional capacity and human resource capacity to carry those on. Next slide, please. So Beiku is a Chinese company that's an online and an offline provider of services regarding the housing market. What they've figured out as a way to do is to link the behavior of people who are engaged with them online to very specific investment opportunities that can be made for conservation. So in this case, they've been able to get their users to get excited about investments in nature, and they've put a significant amount of resources and manpower, if you will, into coastal wetland issues in the Fujian coastal wetlands, but also more recently in Guangdong province. And there's a number of enterprises out there that have tried to figure out how do you tap into consumer awareness as a way to raise money and channel that in. The next slide, please. So Ericsson, another big global company in the telecom sector. Ericsson has really focused on a number of things, but most importantly from my perspective is this notion of survival rate in its blue carbon projects. A lot of trees get planted, but often the death rates are really high. And when it comes down to restoration, the easiest part is planting trees. The hardest part is make sure those things grow into some notion of a sustainable ecosystem that mimics what was there once before. So this focus on bringing AI and other technologies in to help understand what's going on in the space and using that as a way to really raise the survival rates, I think is quite interesting. Next slide, please. So, okay, those are 3 great projects. That's lovely, but we know we have significant opportunities to scale this stuff, right? There's an estimation by the Mangroves Breakthrough Financial Roadmap that says we can probably mobilize about $4 billion by 2030 to go into this space. And there's a number of different types of capital that can be raised from that. Most mangrove and most blue carbon ecosystem projects are grant funded right now. But there's these ideas that there's other sources of funding out there. We've got to work these through a little bit, but the notion that you can get concessional financing from maybe multilateral development banks. You can get commercial financing that's linked up with some de-risking mechanism, or straight up commercial financing where people are investing in the mangrove because they think it's going to generate some sort of risk-adjusted rate of return that's going to be appropriate with other forms of investment. So we need to be thinking about ways we can bring different forms of financing into this space. I think the Mangrove Breakthrough as an entity is starting to really generate some interest globally on this concept, but the financial roadmap is something we really have to start paying attention to. I think a number of the other speakers have brought this issue of financing up. Could I have the next slide, please? So what we're trying to do with the idea of, this was mentioned on the slide at the beginning, the Blue Carbon Action Partnership. We're trying to work on the Blue Carbon Action Partnership at two levels. One, nations around the world, Indonesia being a lead nation in this space, working with governments to achieve their blue carbon ambitions. And I'll say a little bit more about that in a moment. And then at the global level, trying to identify what are the big issues that we can do to bring more energy into this space. What does it mean in terms of finance? What does it mean in terms of policy incentives? What sort of data and science needs to underpin this? And if you think about the relationship with maybe it's green carbon, tropical forests, there's been a lot of energy invested in tropical forests, inland tropical forests, specifically in the tropics. We need that systematic and consistent amount of energy brought into the mangrove and seagrass and salt marshes field as well. Okay, so this is what the Blue Carbon Action Partnership is designed to do. Work at the national level with specific countries, and then work at the global level on the big global issues that touch down in multiple places. Could I have the next slide, please? So there's some elements here, and I think this is my last slide, so don't worry. There's some elements here of a Blue Carbon Action Partnership that I think are worth paying attention to. The idea is to help create a common goal, and Ibu Nani has mentioned earlier, there's a roadmap that the Indonesian government has developed in this space. Other countries are not quite as far along as Indonesia, but developing a common goal and a set of objectives and an action plan, and most importantly, a way to finance that action plan. An action plan without a financing plan is just an action plan, right? Something to be done rather than something we know we're going to be able to do. The second one is on coordination, so taking sort of a whole of government approach. Indonesia in particular has a really complex government structure with the national government, with the provincial government, with the district governments, with sub-districts, et cetera. So sort of taking this whole of government approach, I think is something that's really important, especially if we go back and think about it, as mentioned at the outset, as this is vital natural infrastructure. And then the next couple of things around leading regionally and globally, engaging different stakeholders within the country, whether they're government or businesses or NGOs or other members of civil society. And then ultimately, it's about scale. Sorry, I think there's one other slide, or maybe there's something that's supposed to happen. If you could go to the next slide, please. Maybe the next slide just highlights that issue there on scaling. So I think this is the challenge for all of us. There's been a lot of really good work done on blue carbon in Indonesia and elsewhere. And this is the trick that we've got to figure out. And it's largely about policy incentives and financial incentives. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack. All right. We have heard from the government and then from the World Bank, the World Economic Forum as convener. Now we also want to hear one more from the business or private sector. We have Pak Erwin, followed by Pak Nyoman, who's from Pertamina Rokan Hulu. Pertamina is the largest oil and gas company in Indonesia, and they will explain about the wetland construction value as nature-based solutions. Pak Erwin will start, and then followed by Pak Nyoman. Please, Pak Erwin, the time is yours.
Thank you, Mas Adi. So, Excellency Ibu Nani, as Deputy Minister Coordinator Forestry and Environment, Excellency Pak Victor Gustav Manopo, Excellency Mr. Mohammed Salman Al-Hamadi, thank you very much for joining with us this afternoon during your hectic time. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. So, first of all, I would like to thank you very much for the opportunity given to us for Pertamina Hulu Rokan to share what we have done and what we learned from implementation-based nature solution for our field. So just, I'll make it a presentation very fast, just skip for the video, just jump to slide 4, please.
Slide 4.
Next.
Slide 4, please. Yes.
Yes. This is the context for our colleagues later on to explain the result of what we have done and implement the wetland for our field in the Rokan field. So as you know that the Rokan field, we call as a Pertamina Hulu Rokan, located in central Sumatra Basin. So we are in between across 5 region and also the 2 city. So our area around 6,200 kilometers square. And this is a very big, basically. So this is the mature field. We have operated the field since 1952. So this is more older than my age, basically. And almost the same like my father's age, basically, that the field has been produced. So right now, this field already operated and recovery factor is around 49% basically. There is a 42 and more than 11 billion stock barrel oil has been produced. So we can imagine right now a lot of water that we produce from this major field. The production still around 170,000. So if we take a look here, 92% of the water produced from the field injected again to the formation, and this is for the pressure maintenance to keep producing from the well itself. And the 4% we dispose through disposal well, and the remaining of the water that we use and utilize the nature base through the wetland. So this is to give the context, because at the moment, since 2 years ago, we have a massive drilling program in the field. We have 28 drilling rigs right now working in the area, and more than 500 wells we drill per year. So this is around that we estimate in the next 2-3 years we produce water around 12 million barrels a day. So this is the most important thing, why the wetland is important, because this is the key for us to enable the production from the mature field and tapping the energy remaining in the basin itself. And this is to support the energy for Indonesia itself, because our production is almost 27% of Indonesian production. So this is a very critical for us on the private sector, how that we can support the government for the energy national. The next slide, please. So this is just to give a context. I will not talk a lot of this one. Just if you take a look from the picture itself, so you can see what is the wetland itself. Wetland is a sea. And before the sea, A and B, basically that is the processing, water processing, gas processing, and also the oil processing that we have in the plant. So C is a wetland right now, because this is how that we can dispose the water through the nature-based solution and make it the environment is a very minimum impact and also advantage to the community itself. Because no matter what, and also the time in progress, we are living together with the community. So the community is a must for us to win the heart and also make them happy with the presence of the Pertamina Hulu Rokan in our area itself. So this is the context for Pertamina Hulu Rokan, how we tapping, how we provide the wetland to enable the producing and drilling more wells through the mature field. So I invite Pak Nyoman to give the outcome and the result of the wetland itself in the Weka Rokan. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. Pak Nyoman, the time is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Erwin. Good afternoon, Ibu Nani, Pak Victor, Your Excellency, Mr. Alhamadi. I would like to continue what Pak Erwin mentioned earlier about our company profile in Pertamina Hulu Rokan. So if we go to the next slide, please. Yes, Pak Erwin mentioned about the technology of building a wetland that help us in what you call cleaning and polishing our produce water so that it can be discharged according to the parameter allowed by the permit that are or were issued by Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Republic of Indonesia. I would like to share, this is the first one actually, the success story in our company. Our constructed wetland in our gathering station. We call it gathering station Petani. In gathering station Petani, which is about maybe one slide before this one. Yep, the area is about 5,000 square meter, and then the produce water that is currently being handled is about 19,000 barrel of produce water per day. And then the type of vegetation or trees that are planted in the wetlands are mostly woody and herbaceous plants. All of the plants here are selected, and all of them are native vegetation coming from the surrounded area. And they were tested to stand not only the quality of the produce water that we produce, but also the temperature. Our biggest enemy in growing our plant in our wetland. As you can see on the second picture there, we have the constructed wetland with a small, some kind of bowl that we plant the vegetation so that it can grow. It comes from experimental ways together when we collaborate together with the ministry and then the local community and also the expert from the universities. Some of the alternatives on how to grow these plants, on how to grow this vegetation are tested, and these are some of the methods and type of vegetation that currently working in Petani gathering station. On the right side, you will see that it's the real situation of the Petani gathering station. Earlier, we see the layout of the produce water treatment plant layout, but this is the current condition right now. Next slide. Yep. These are just showing you the type of vegetation based on their resistance to the temperature. From the left is the one with the higher resistance to the temperature. And we put this in what we call a pre-wetland area. And then this will go, we are using a different type of vegetation with maybe a lower temperature resistance. And then we plant them in a sequence before we can meet the required temperature allowed by the permit, and then we can discharge it to the environment. Next slide. Some of the performance of the constructed wetland, it's very easy actually. The technology is not that complicated. As mentioned by Pa Erwin earlier, we don't need any power because all of the flows, the produce water flows, are using gravity only. So we construct the wetland by arranging the level so that the water can flow from the beginning until the end. If we compare between the facility where we dispose our produce water and the wetland, you can see that we are, this year alone, just to give you some information that we started early this year after we successfully selected the right vegetation, the right tree for our wetland. So far we have reduced about 1,341 tons of CO2 equivalent. And this is just a small step for us because currently there are about 14 additional wetland that we are constructed, so that for sure we will have a lot more reduction in carbon just by eliminating the power that we use to pump the water into the disposal well. Next slide, please. Earlier I mentioned about the collaboration with the local community. One of the technology that we use to arrange the flow is by putting a vertical filter. Vertical filter is something that was developed, that was constructed using coconut fibers. And then the purpose of this coconut fiber as a vertical filter is to lower the flow, and then also to capture if there is some small particle of oil, it will be captured there, and then later on the filter itself can be backwashed and then can be reused again until the end of the the usage where we have to replace the filter again. Next slide. Before this one. Can we go back to the slide, please? Yeah, one more. Yeah, as a summary, the composition. This is very one thing that is pretty complex actually. We may know a little bit about how to produce oil. We may know a little bit about how we produce our fluid and then separate gas, oil, and water. But we know a little bit, maybe so little about the plant, the vegetation selection that is suitable for our facility. So even though we have a success story in Petani gathering station, this is not applicable to all of the other 14 that we are still building right now, that we are still constructing right now. So the composition, planting, and method of the constructed wetland cannot be generalized. We cannot apply the same vegetation in Petani GS to other wetland in other gathering station. So we still need to collaborate that with our expert, with the expert from the ministry, and also with the what we call by local wisdom. Because believe it or not, when you remember that bowl, right, where we plant our trees, where we plant our plant or vegetation, actually the idea is coming from the supplier who supplied us with the vegetation and plantation. It's not easy to plant something and then we put water on top of it, because the water will just flow and then the soil will just wash away, leaving only the plant, the dead plant, and the water. So we come up with that technology with the bowl, and then we put some kind of a media there, we plant, and finally it succeeds. It's successful. Okay, so it's just one more one more minute. So further analysis and testing are necessary to assess the effectiveness of using aquatic plants and growing media as a treatment methodology for produced water. The last one is currently our wetlands have successfully and have the ability to lower the pollutant coming from the produced water. Our biggest enemy right now is the temperature. As we know that our ambient temperature are getting higher and higher, and then this is a nature-based solution where we are relying more on the flow, the speed of the water flowing, but the ambient temperature are really affecting the heat transfer process. So we are still doing all of the experiment, all of the discussion, all of the collaboration with the university on the right method of planting the vegetation, the type of vegetation, and also the size, and maybe the the design flow of our produce water process. I think that's all that I can say, Pak Adi.
Thank you. Please give a round of applause to all the presenter. That's all right. Now that we're finally at the end, and we have 6 minutes, if my clock is correct, for question and answer. And I will ask to the participants, audience, if they have burning question that I would like to raise to the 6 panelists in front, one online. Or I myself has a burning question if no one wants to ask. Yes, please. Yeah, thank you, Mamona.
Thank you for all remarkable speakers today. Your sharing is very interesting. One question for me, especially for the Indonesian speakers. All of this project regarding to NBS and also wetlands, which one of this project that already processed to SRN system, National Standardization System, to register the carbon removal or sequestration calculations? And if you already underway the progress, so you can share with us what is the lesson learned that we can get from your process. Thank you.
Thank you. May I know your name and
Yeah,
institution?
I'm Dia from Astra.
From Master. Thank you. So so for our 2 speakers from the private sectors, whether you have experience in registering your activities as carbon credits producing projects, right? Maybe either Pak Erwin or Pak Joby, silakan.
Okay, check. Test. Okay. Check one. One.
Bapak mau di sini? Tes.
Thank you for the question. We are from Sukopindo, make a lot of assisting to the local companies, especially for Pertamina. Success Pertamina Lahendong 5 and 6 is already success to be calculated the carbon, and now it's already sold under the Jakarta Stock Exchange, Indonesian Stock Exchange. Nowadays, we support Pelindo through the Green Port initiative to calculate it, what is their carbon can retain for their activities. Now also we support PLN. Now PLN, a lot of the PLN power plant. Now we are support their activities. How can we calculate it? How big their initiative in regard to reduce the carbon productivity? I think that's my question.
Thank you. Do we have any other question? Okay, one last one. Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Achintya from the Indian Youth Climate Network. My question is directed to His Excellency Mr. Mohammed.
I'm sorry, we cannot hear you clearly.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Hi, I'm Achintya from the Indian Youth Climate Network, and my question is directed to His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Salman, sir. So a couple of years back, you were, implementing the cloud seeding technology to bring down, water. Unfortunately, in India, we were trying to do it the same technology. We used the same technology, but we failed. So what's your advice as to how these solutions can be implemented in regional levels, and is there any better way to, modify it to the regional context and, help, solve the issue regionally as well?
Okay, so if I got the question correctly, is between the technological approach and nature-based solution that we are discussing right now. So how do you balance the experience maybe from UAE of technological approach in cloud seeding, if I'm mistaken, right?
Yeah.
And maybe you can connect it with the NBS that we're discussing right now, today.
Sorry. Thank you for the question. Usually, the technologies may work in one place and did not work in another place. And the development of these technologies is, it depends about the techniques that you use. I know that in some countries they use a rocket to do the seedling. And in my country, we do the airplane. And it needs some circumstances like humidity, certain humidity, certain wind pattern in order to make it happen. And sometimes, for example, if you try like 10 attempts, maybe 50% of them is succeed, not all of them. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much. All right. If there's no other question, I'd like to give the opportunity to each speaker to conclude with one sentence of how do you think, the keyword I think is collaboration, right? Scaling, how to advance the blue carbon initiatives together. Because World Bank has, the finance to do it, WEF has the network to do it, government has the authority, the power to do it, and the private sector has sometimes like means and boots on the ground and work with the communities to do it. So can you please give just one sentence to wrap up from your own experience how to advance on blue carbon and NBS? I'll start with you. Yes, please.
I'll start. I wanted to talk about our research center, the Mangrove International Research Centers, where it will take place in Bali and Korakora Island. The center aims to explore more the mangrove, the physiology, biology, ecology, entomology, and biotechnology of mangrove. So the aim is to explore more and to make it more economically viable and expand the benefits of mangrove to the rest of the world.
Any other taker, Pak Erwin? Or, okay, Pak Erwin, please.
Yeah. So probably what I can say that collaboration is the key success, how that we are going to reduce the carbon in the world. The collaboration among the government who hold the regulation itself, collaboration with the expertise, the university, institution, and technology provided how that we can tapping more resource without sacrifice the environment. And the last one is basically that the private sector is the key to make it happen for that one, because it's not only about the dollars itself, but how that we are going to protect the future. This is what we have right now. What we have right now is a loan from the next generation. I think that's all. Collaboration that need to be grown together for that one. Thank you very much.
Okay, one sentence, Pak, and quick, sorry.
I think this is mostly about money. If we're gonna save our blue carbon ecosystems, we need a collaborative approach to planning, management, and finance.
Thank you. One sentence.
We need a strong commitment from all parties to make this initiative have a good future in the world. Thank you.
Pak. Pak Nyoman, one last, and then Amroy, one last sentence.
Yeah, my last sentence will be, let's do it now, because I remember maybe not so long ago, maybe 5-10 years ago, the cost to purchase a land is not that high. But right now, people are encroaching more and more into our operation, and then suddenly the land that we need to use, that we need to construct into building additional wetland is becoming more and more expensive.
Thank
so
you.
the key word is now, I think.
Thank you.
Thank
Last
you.
one, Amroy, one sentence. We cannot hear Amroy.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yes,
No?
please. One last sentence. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So empowering communities to continue to take care of the ecosystem they live around.
All right, thank you, Amrowi, and thank you so much. I'll give you the time back to the MC. Thank you. Give a round of applause for everyone.
That our Ibu Deputy Nani is going to hand over a token of appreciation for all the speakers for your contribution for the session today. So please, Ibu Nani, if you don't mind. Okay, why don't we have a group family photo picture first? And then okay, thank you to all speakers for giving up a valuable insight and share some thought-provoking ideas and sharing your expertise to everybody today. I do apologize. It seems like our neighbor is having a party. It seems like everyone was trapped this morning at the entrance. So at this time, everybody's doing their job. So I hope you all don't mind, and please stay with us until the end of the day. Okay, thank you very much for coming today. Your presence means a lot to us. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Do you mind to take another picture with all the speakers? We never have enough picture. Pak, Pak Dirjen, wait, can you hold on a second? We're missing one person. Pak Dirjen, please. I thought you fall asleep, Pak Dirjen. You don't make any noise. Okay, can I have a big round of applause for all the speakers, please? It has to be louder than next door. Thank you so much for your participation once again. I'll see you again at 4 o'clock sharp right here at the Indonesia Pavilion. We're going to continue with our discussion in regarding to youth, our action, our hope. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon.
Dias tolong di depan sama si Zaki di samping. Iya. Thanks ya, sorry kalau ada salah tadi. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, hello. Lera sudah, Mas Gama sudah. Tinggal Zaki. Ali. Dengan jatuh. Tadi sih masih di jalan, masih jauh.
Dia dikit banget lagi tapi masih biasa. Lagi ditungguin sama Zaki. Gini aja deh, kita mulai aja. Toh kan Pak Dias dulu. Mungkin sebentar lagi dia nyampe.
Oke, nggak apa-apa ya, kita mulai ya. Nggak apa-apa, mulai aja. Cek. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Yoga Hariprastya, and you can call me Yoga. And I'm in charge to become the master of ceremony for this session. Young people are not only victims of climate change, they are also valuable contributors to the climate action. They are agents of change, entrepreneurs, and innovators. Whether through education, science, or technology, young people are scaling up their efforts and using their skills to accelerate the climate action. To start this session, which entitled Youth, Our Hope, Our Action, Mas Dias Hendropiano will give a keynote speech. Mr. Dias will give it. Mas Dias.
Oh iya, belum berarti.
Yeah. Mr. Dias Hendropiano, as the special staff to the President of Indonesia and a board member of Asosiasi Ekosistem Mobil Listrik, also a key player in shaping Indonesia's future, aware of the highly worrisome impacts of climate change. Mas Dias realized sustainable transportation and energy itself were not enough. More sectors were needed to be revolutions to fight the climate change. His alignment with President Jokowi's vision further highlights his dedication to Indonesia's progress in both the political and environmental sectors. Please give another round of applause to Mas Dias. Mas Dias, stage is yours.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, early evening. And I just want to add one more thing. I just wrote a book, so you guys can download my book later on. It's called The Dangerous Humans Towards Zero Emissions. And so thank you all. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Dias Endro Priyono. You can call me Dias. But before we start, I would like to note the presence of my good friends, Bang Akbar, Faisal, and Mas Boy. Mas Boy, thank you for support, and your son is here also. I would like to highlight maybe three things about my presentation. First is the government's commitment on fighting climate change or global warming. And second, it's private sector's role, or specifically youth role, in creating innovations. And third is how we can collaborate together. And I think you know all of this, that the Earth is going to extinct soon. And it's all because whatever we do on Earth, our activities produce emissions, and that cause global warming and climate change and all that. But what I would like to emphasize is that this is not only happening in like small nation states. Indonesia is also gonna get the impact. According to recent research, 115 islands in Indonesia are going to sink very soon. And we also face the same challenge as the world. The world's challenge is population growth, and Indonesia is also facing population growth, which means that there will be more land, more water to be used, and there would be more emissions because of the fact that we have more people living. And you know that land and water are scarce, and I don't have to go through that. And we also know that global warming actually really kills. And I do not mean to disrespect the victims of other natural disasters, but we know the magnitude, how bad global warming really is. And we realize that compared to other natural disasters, for example, tsunamis, recent tsunamis only killed 251,000, only quote unquote. And global warming, according to a study by Monash University, kills at least 5 million a year. And if you compare it to COVID at its peak was only 3 million. And terrorist attacks, if you add up the number of victims because of terrorist attacks, major terrorist attacks, including Bali bombings, 9/11 and all that, that only adds up to 250,000 or 210,000. And major wars after World War II only adds up to 3.4 million. And again, global warming is 5 million. And of course, this is just another trivia. I think we should know that wars do not only directly kill millions of innocent lives, but they also produce unnecessary emissions. And so, for all the youth out there, I think we have to voice out our opinions, and we have to stop any kind of war in the world in the name of humanity and in the name of continuation of life on Earth. Thank you. Go ahead. And so, like I said, global warming does not only affect Indonesia, does not only affect other countries, but it also affects Indonesia specifically. And we also face the same challenge as the world. And this is what I would like to note, that I think if, many of you, some of you already sat in these sessions, I think you must have heard all about the government's policies. I just want to highlight that Indonesia also has put up some efforts to fight climate change. Okay. Our President Jokowi, is committed to fight global warming. He has already signed Paris Agreement, and it's already ratified into law. And we have already increased our emission reduction target to 31.89% from 29% before. And it's 31.89 and 43.2%, depending on with or without international support by 2030. And we have also a commitment for net zero emissions by 2060. And these are all the policies that we already issued related to global warming. Go ahead. So the next thing I would like to note is that because tonight's theme is about youth, I think youth in Indonesia has participated, has given their contributions to fighting global warming and climate change. So I've met with a lot of young ecopreneurs in Indonesia who already developed or offered their innovations to the world. And I think it's worth something to see what they have done in several sectors. Like for example, in the energy, transportation, construction, agriculture, and waste management. Go ahead. Okay. More. Next. Okay, so Indonesia already have a target to increase its renewable energy mix from 23% to 31% by 2050. Next. And we have some floating solar panel and in different locations which I have already visited. Go ahead. And we have hydro, wind, and also geothermal. And we also have experiment with carbon capture utilization storage. Although it's not perfect yet, it is a system in which you can capture the CO2 from from an oil field, and then you can store it underground. Okay, go ahead. Next. And I would like to tell you that innovations in this sector, they do not come only from big corporations. Sometimes they come from villages, from community level. So I went to a village in Boyolali, deep in central Java. And the community there, each family has maybe 2-3 cows. But then when I went there, I just found out that they don't slaughter the cows for food. So I just realized, I asked them, and actually what they did was they used the cow dungs. They put the cow dungs in the biodigester, and so they captured the CH4 and the methane, and then used the methane for electricity, and then the rest of the cow dungs, without the methane anymore, they use for organic fertilizers. So this is done by village people in the middle of, deep in the village in central Java. And in transportation sector also we are lucky because we have so many companies that already produce two-wheelers and four-wheelers, and our government also has set a target of 2 million two-wheelers by 2025 and 2,000 four-wheelers by 2025. Okay, go ahead. And then there are some young ecopreneurs also who produce swapping stations and charging stations to sort of improve the ecosystem. And in terms of public transportation, we have already switched to EV from combustion. And there's one researcher also that he has tried to produce an electric vehicle powered by hydrogen. And in terms of agriculture, usually when you talk about emission, we only talk about energy and transportation, but we don't talk about agriculture. But I think most of you already know that agriculture produces emissions, especially CH4, methane, which is more potent than CO2. And so I think relying on this animal protein is not sustainable in the future. You may not be able to eat, sate ayam, kambing guling, or hamburger, kebab, steak. In the future, you may not be able to eat this anymore. They require a lot of land, a lot of water, and then they produce a lot of emissions. And I think cricket can be the future of our food. And why is it cricket or jangkrik? In bahasa Indonesia, cricket, because it requires less feed, less water, less land, and less emissions. But in terms of its nutrition, it has more fiber, less fat, and contains omega-3, just like salmon fish. So I think we could all be eating crickets in the future. And, you know, a lot of countries have already produced that. But what I would like to note is that in Indonesia, we already have crickets for food. And there is also deep in a village in Wonosari, they produce crickets. So future food may come from Wonosari. You know. And plant-based meat. There are some ecopreneurs or startups that produce plant-based meat that comes from mushroom. So no land or less land, saves water and low emissions. No CH4, no methane. Or microalgae. There's a startup in Java that produces protein from microalgae. So microalgae gives you lots of protein. And what's a good thing is that it absorbs CO2 and produces oxygen because it does photosynthesis just like any other plant. And this comes from Sukoharjo in Indonesia by a youngster also, a young ecopreneur. Go ahead. And what about farming? Farming in the future, we cannot have farms like we have now because it requires lots of land and lots of water. And in the future, we may switch to a farm that requires less land and less water. So vertical farming would be the farm of the future. And I found two ecopreneurs in Indonesia like Nudira and Belief Farms. Both are from Bogor. They produce or they make vertical farms. Obviously, save land, save water, but more productivity. More productivity. Again. And then there's one researcher from Universitas Pajajaran. She has taken vertical farming to the next level. So not only she can save land, save water, and then more productivity, but she can also do it with zero emissions. And water, she does not use water from the groundwater. She uses rainwater. And usually when you have vertical farming, you need pump powered by electricity, fossil fuel, to bring the water up to a higher elevation. But this researcher from Universitas Pajajaran, she does that with a valving system, so no electricity at all. And in terms of construction, there's many companies that already produce or have innovations on how to reduce emissions in this sector. For example, Solusi Bangun Indonesia produces cement that requires less emission. And then in Lombok, there's one foreigner, Kevin, from EcoCrete. So she lives in Lombok now, or he lives in Lombok, and he produces bricks from faba or fly ash bottom ash from the remains of coal. And then what is it now? Oh, Rebricks. Yeah, Rebricks. This one is in Tangerang. I visited the factory in Tangerang, and Rebricks produces bricks from plastic waste and cement. So usually when you have bricks, you need cement and sand. So she does not use the sand, she replaces it with plastic waste. Thereby, you don't need to do like mining of the sands that could be environmentally unfriendly. And then, oh, this is very interesting. Block Solutions, the CEO is Jimmy, it's on the right. He produces bricks from plastic waste, but he makes it, molds the bricks like a Lego. So we could just build a house like as if we stack up Lego pieces. It's very easy to make, so I did it myself. And then another company in Tangerang, Plana, this guy is also a young ecopreneur. He produces planks from plastic waste. Plastic waste and rice husk. So usually when you produce planks, you produce using woods. So by doing so, you don't have to cut trees. And then waste, Indonesia produces a lot of waste, unfortunately. But then, all the dangers of plastics, accumulation of garbage, emissions, and also microplastics. But, and go ahead. Yeah, here I just would like to note that we know how dangerous microplastics is. Microplastics, everywhere we go, we eat fish, there's microplastics. We drink water, there's microplastics. Even in the recent study by a Japanese researcher states that there's microplastics in the air. So it's just everywhere. So believe it or not, every day, every one of us in here eats microplastics the size of credit card every week. Every one of us. And microplastics has found its way to breast milk and also human placenta. So our descendants will be born with microplastics. And to solve these problems, there are so many ecopreneurs that I have met that focus on reducing or avoiding waste, including microplastics, like Split Pack, Eco8, Robberies, and Bedo, who produces guitar from bottle caps. And Eco8, Robberies produces furniture, desks, and everything from plastic waste. And Alner, this guy sells daily necessities like shampoos and soaps, but with containers that you can return and then to be filled up later on, so you don't have plastics to go to the landfill. And then there are numerous application-based trash collections, for example, Octopus and Duitin, and these are also founded by young ecopreneurs. And Octopus, this is like a mobile app that you can download, and then if you have a lot of trash in your home and you would like to be picked up, you just choose which collector you want, and then that guy or that lady would come and pick up your trash. Okay, there is a voluntary movement that is getting stronger in Indonesia. And there are some companies also that produce biodegradable packaging or cutleries. So after you drink or after you eat with cups or bowls, then these bowls, they don't end up in landfill, they just biodegrade. And of course, biodegradable plastics from organics. Okay. And waste to energy, it says already 1 minute, so I have to go hurry. Okay, this thing I would like to mention that of all these companies, I also found one village in Batang whose community does organic waste management in, I think, in an innovative way. So what they do is that they get all this organic waste and then they would give it to maggots until the maggots die. Then maggots would be given to animal feed, and then the rest of the organic waste would be for organic fertilizers. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Okay, for this one, you realize that how many clothes, pants you buy every year, and they would end up nowhere but in landfill. So Indonesia is proud to have all of these ecopreneurs who can produce biodegradable fashion. For example, Mycotech, so that is my CL, he produces leather-like materials from fungi, and then Bell Living Lab, the one on the right, he produces leather-like materials from coffee skins. Okay, go ahead. Go. Okay. And this one, e-waste and food loss and food waste. Go ahead. Next. There are two companies at least that focus on food loss and food waste so that they don't go in the landfill and then produce CH4. And so, this is my last 3 slides. Indonesia's green ecosystem is ready to be unlocked. I just would like to highlight that we have the whole ecosystem for each sector. For example, for waste management, you have all these young ecopreneurs with their inventions in the producers, consumers, collectors, sorters, and processors. They are ready to be unlocked. We just have to make them together and form these green ecosystems. There is one sector, and then another sector. So for example, in the future housing or the construction sector, we have all the right entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, who can contribute to produce houses of the future. 0 emissions. Next. And also in the energy sector and in the transportation sector. And what we need is just your support. We are ready, I think, for future collaborations. Indonesian youth has the right equipment to save Indonesia and to make the world to be a better place. That's all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mas Diaz, for your insightful remarks. Therefore, I would like to invite all of the speakers, Mas Gama, Abdurrahman Tohir, Mas Zagi Berian, Mr. Ali Al-Shamari, and Ms. Lada Rudar to come to the stage and having a photo session with Mas Diaz. Kurang geser sini, Gi. Kurang geser tengah sini. Thank you very much, Mas Diaz, and all of the speakers. Mas Diaz Hendro Priyono will have another agenda in this COP 28 UNFCCC Dubai. Let's give another round of applause to the keynote speaker and all of the speakers. Thank you. Mas Gama, Mas Zagi, Mr. Ali Al-Shamari, and Ms. Lada Rudar, you may have a seat. Thank you so much. And the session will be moderated by Ms. Desmona Chandra. Ms. Mona, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mas Yoga, for the introduction. Hello, everybody. Hello, the audience. How are we today? Well, what do you think of our pavilion? Is it good? Amazing. If it's good, may I have a big round of applause? And if it's great, can you make it louder? Thank you. I guess it will lift up the spirit a little bit, right? Because it's 4 p.m. I know it's not the right time to have a serious conference. So I'll try to make it light, fun, but still you will gain some valuable knowledge from all the speakers on the stage. They might look young. They are young, but rich in knowledge. So I will just start the question from the youngest, from the panelists, and I assume it will be Gama. Gama, I heard from the grapevines, somewhere from the floor, that you have developed a project when you were 15, It's in relation to some renewable energy. Can you tell us more about that?
Test.
We can hear you.
Thank you so much for letting me share. So a little bit about Desa Bumi is that we started it back in 2015 when I was 15. It was a middle school project of mine. And our main focus was to find rural areas in Indonesia that didn't have access to renewable electricity. So our goal was to provide clean energy to places that didn't have energy. And how we did that was by building infrastructure that provided them with sustainable energy, green energy, and that was used for economic growth. In that way, it's self-sufficient, and then we made sure to tailor it to each community's specific needs as well.
Okay, so is it hard for you to actually take the first step to do that? Is there any obstacles you come across, or it's just smooth process?
No, I think it's very challenging for someone, especially very young, to come into a remote village or a remote area and propose all these ideas of implementing change, especially to villages who typically don't have contact with outsiders. So it takes a certain nuanced approach where you have to come in not demanding change, but proposing ideas that are aligned with what they think are core values of their villages. That way they're more likely to adopt it. So that the whole process is a challenge for myself and for the team. But thankfully, we've successfully implemented it in 3 locations so far in Indonesia.
I think we owe him a big appreciation for the contribution he made for the society. He was 15, and I think, what do we all do when we were 15? Like for me, all I could think of was just playing and playing. But he has done something for the society and for the community. And that takes me to Ali. You are the chairman of Taka Youth Council, which sounds like you are doing something good, right? Doing something right for youth. Can you tell us more about that, please?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for hosting us in the Indonesian Pavilion. And welcome everyone to the United Arab Emirates. We hope that you feel home and between your family. So, I want just to give you a little bit background about the Taka Youth Council, where the council has been established last year. And we have built a couple of bridges and network that those bridges took us to know Zagi, my brother Zagi, and our brothers from Indonesia. So once we decided to develop our roadmap, we asked ourselves at the beginning, do we need certain initiatives that to tick the box that we conducted a couple of initiatives, or we want to drive an impact? And jointly we agreed that we want to drive an impact. So we have identified a couple of initiatives where it tap on the sustainable development goals, domestically and internationally, because Taka, as of today, is an international and global company. We do exist in a couple of countries, India, Ghana, GCC, Morocco, Europe, North America, and moreover, we own 43% of Masdar, our renewable arm. And Masdar, they have a branch in Indonesia too. So what we are doing, I will tap on one initiative. We just came back from India last week. We conducted one of the initiatives, we called it Taka brings Taka. Taka in Arabic, it means energy. So Taka brings energy. We went to north of India, to one of the villages. We have started and we kicked off one of the projects to re-innovate a school and install solar power panels to feed this school with a reliable source of energy. And here I want to quote one of my colleagues after the reflection session. And I asked the team what we have learned from this trip and this mission. One of them say that we gave them the hope. And the other guy, he said, no, they gave us the hope. They gave us the hope because their smiles, we didn't touch it by their faces or we saw it in their faces. Their smile, we saw it on their eyes. So they gave us the hope that we are doing something right toward humanity and towards the community. And here, allow me to thank also Gamma and to tell him that and acknowledging that what you are doing is amazing. I'm sure that you are getting the help from those people. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a big round of applause for Ali, for his big heart, and for his effort, for what he's done for humanity. Okay, that takes me to Zagi. You are the chair of a similar organization as Ali, which called Society of Renewable Energy, and we know that you've worked with lots of various organizations and communities back home. Can you tell us more about that?
Yes. So the Society of Renewable Energy is the youth organization that focuses on the climate action and also accelerating the energy transition. So our mission to empower the youth through capacity building and also multi-institutional collaboration. So within the SRE, we create an agent of change. We educate within the university. We create 100% to create some amplifying voices in their universities. You can imagine, in one university, we got 5,000 students. And within the 5,000 students, we can amplify into several universities. And already 47 student chapters within 4 years, our organization. So we believe within a decade, we can create some 12 million people in Indonesia that can support our energy agenda. So the SRE, it's come from the needs of the youth in Indonesia to collaborate, to share the knowledge, and act together. Within the pentahelix model, we want to bring all the stakeholders, like the government, like the private sectors, finance institution, and also the media. We work together with the local community, and there should be youth as a bridge within the pentahelix model. That's the idea of the Society of Renewable Energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zagi. Another round of applause, please, for Zagi. And last, usually ladies first, but this time ladies last. Lara, you are the director at Youth Advocates for Change and a COP28 delegate, as well as former UAE ambassador for nature. Can you tell us more what drives you to be where you are now?
Oh my gosh. I think for me, youth around the world, there are more than 1.8 billion young people in the world right now, and we are actually the largest generation in history. And so during all these climate talks, and as we saw in business, in terms of entrepreneurship, it is so important to involve youth because we will be facing the impacts of climate change for the longest time. We will be going into these sectors that you are all in, so it's important to provide mentorship and education about how we should be shaping this future. But also, it's important to have youth at the forefront of all of these decisions because at the end of the day, we'll be inheriting what you leave and all the, I guess, negotiations. So yeah, I mean, I can tell you a bit about my nonprofits and where I work. I'm currently part of the Children and Youth constituency of the UNFCCC. So here at COP, we're doing a lot of different efforts in helping shape negotiations and ensure that youth are involved in the process. So we have a lot of different delegates, a few from Indonesia as well, and we are actually calling for specific negotiations, an energy negotiations track, because what we've seen is there is not a lot of discourse on energy, on renewable energy within COP. So that is one of the efforts that we're trying to do, to call for a specific energy negotiations track, because we have finance, we have mitigation, we have adaptation, but we don't have energy, and energy is one of the key roles in these negotiations. So yeah, I'm part of the energy working group of Youngo.
Yeah, you have three energy blocks here with you. Why don't we have a big round of applause for Lara? Thank you very much. So we've heard their stories, their inspirational stories. With Gamma, well, Zagi as well as Ali, they've done something around the renewable energy, right? But what about the other youth in our country? What do you think the role of youth in Indonesia in adapting and mitigating the climate crisis? For Gamma.
Yeah, I think I'll answer that. I think it's very important for our youth to be participants in change, especially when it comes to meeting Indonesia's net carbon zero goals, which we aim to reach by 2060. To do that, I think the youth plays a key role in pushing change, because not only, again, like you said, that we're the largest population base, especially in Indonesia, which we make up majority of the population, I think we are too big to ignore. So if we move forward with a united voice for the youth asking for change, I think it's a loud enough voice that all the stakeholders are forced to comply. And I think that's such a powerful thing for us to be able to move the youth and combat climate change, because it's something that's going to affect not just us, but future generations after us.
Yeah, we've seen the presentation that was made by the keynote speaker, Mas Diaz, earlier, all the devastating consequences that might happen, all the negative impact, like the sea level rises and all that. It's the current action that will have a devastating negative impact for the future generation, and that includes youth, right? So in this instance, do you think it's easy to convince or to empower youth to be more aware for the environment?
I think it's something that should be near and dear to everyone's hearts. Specifically us for youth, I think we have a mindset where we think that the future is not set yet. So we're very relaxed, very taken back. But in truth, it's very simple to reach the youth in Indonesia. I think by reminding them and hitting areas of interest that they are interested in, we are able to not only make them act for change, but make them willingly pursue change. For example, in Desa Bumi, we target remote villages in areas that don't have access to electricity. The youth there are very much active and participants of our projects because it's something that's close to their hearts, providing electricity to their homes. I think we find issues like that for us. Maybe it's indigenous areas. For Zaki, it's maybe college students and youth in general. If we touch on those points that are close to their own personal agendas, it's very much easy to encourage youth to participate in climate change fighting.
Is it possible for you to show us more about Desa Bumi on the slide presentation, if you don't mind?
Yes. I have a short presentation that I can share with everyone here about Desa Bumi. It's just going to be a quick 5 minutes, if you'll allow me.
Be my guest.
Testing. Could I have the slides, please?
Can the technical team help to pop up the presentation, please?
Thank
Here
you
we
so
are.
much.
Does I block the screen?
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, and esteemed colleagues, thank you for giving me the opportunity to once again share our project here in COP28. Next slide, please. I'm honored to present Desa Bumi, an initiative that I founded in 2015. Desa Bumi's profound vision is to propel local economies in Indonesia through the strategic deployment of sustainable energy solutions, while also aligning seamlessly with the cultural intricacies of each community. Thank you. Next slide. Our central focus is on creating or amplifying access to electricity within these communities, recognizing its pivotal role in elevating the overall quality of life. Beyond mere utility, electricity serves as a catalyst for improved information accessibility, enhanced educational opportunities for children, and the facilitation of economic growth. Desa Bumi operates in a village-specific model, acknowledging that this unique challenges and opportunities are inherent to each locale. Back one slide. This bespoke approach ensures that our interventions are not only sustainable, but also intricately aligned with the distinct needs of each community. Next slide, please. That being said, we have been able to achieve this unique target in 3 separate locations across Indonesia. Next slide. Taking a look back at our inaugural initiative, we head over to Cipta Gelar. Next slide. Kasupuhan Cipta Gelar is a traditional Sundanese community known for its cultural preservation, including a specific governance system rooted in local wisdom and a commitment to sustainable living practices. Next slide. Implementing renewable energy in Kasupuhan Cipta Gelar is a challenge for outsiders. This is due to the need for a nuanced understanding of the community's cultural values, like I said before. Also to the potential resistance from external interventions, and also the necessity to tailor solutions to their specific needs. Next slide. What we are able to achieve with considerable amount of planning and collaboration is something astounding. 40 kilowatts of power generated, 75 households impacted, and the creation of a dedicated youth learning center. Next slide. But we didn't stop there. We decided to expand to Liu Village, where the Dayak Dea community has pioneered eco-friendly tourism, which prioritizes the preservation of their ancient culture and natural resources. Next slide. To align with the values of these Dayak people, and also enhance their economic benefits, we implemented a solar-based infrastructure to help with their ventures. Next slide. So in total, through this project, we've generated 2.6 kilowatts of electricity, allowing for the growth of more than 6,000 new tourists each month that visit the Dayak Dea community. Next slide. Our latest endeavor is our location in Bangkiling Raya. Next slide. In Bangkiling Raya village in South Kalimantan, we extended our efforts with a focus on sustainability, renewable energy, and respect for local values, particularly influenced by Islamic principles. Next slide. In the village, there's a collaboration between ourselves and an Islamic boarding school called Miftahul Ulum, which maximizes natural resources for activities like catfish breeding, beekeeping, chili cultivation. So this shows a strong commitment from us and them in our commitment to environmental preservation. Next slide. Through our projects, we were able to generate 5.3 kilowatts, which directly impact 400 students and helps cultivate 35 bee houses and more than 20,000 freshwater fish. This all totals in more than $30,000 of value generated. Now, although this number might not seem like a lot, but for indigenous communities, these are life-changing numbers that will impact them for years to come. Next slide. So after all this, what's next? What's next for Desa Bumi? Here in COP28, we're excited to announce that Desa Bumi is teaming up with the Society of Renewable Energy, with my friend Zagi over here, a youth organization driving the Indonesian energy transition through inclusive empowerment. Together, we aim to accelerate the impact of village development in 10 remote Indonesian villages across Indonesia, marking a pivotal step in our commitment towards sustainability and community empowerment. Next slide. And Taka as well, yes. Yeah. One more slide, thank you. So I think my message is to wrap this all up. As a youth, for the youth, I think it's important for the youth as future leaders to initiate and contribute to their communities. Like Desa Bumi, for example, is born from a middle school project that I started, which exemplifies this ethos. It's not about renewable energy. It's a tool for economic growth. The equation is simple. Renewable energy, local economic initiatives, creates community wealth. So for myself, Desa Bumi is not only a project, but it's also been a journey of discovering the wildly diverse cultures of Indonesia. We're a country made up of thousands of islands of different cultures. And for someone who grew up and lived in the capital city, this was an opportunity for me to go around and learn more and fall in love with the country I grew up in. So I hope that what we've accomplished here can be a source of inspiration for our future leaders. And thank you once again for allowing me to present here today, and I hope to see you all in COP29 next year.
Thank you very much. What an impressive presentation. Thank you very much for what you've done, your contribution for Indonesia. You may have a seat. Ali next to me, he can't stop saying good, awesome, and all that. Do you want to add something onto that, Ali?
Actually, we are so happy to see that beside me, Gama was serving the community. We have an Arabic say. I will try to translate it, and I hope that I translate it well. The guy who doesn't do good things to his family or his community, he's not a good guy. So I think Gama is a great guy, not only a good guy. You serve your community, you care about your community, and you are sharing a global vision where we should take the same steps. And I'm now full of inspiration and thoughts that I go back to my colleagues at Taqa and Taqa Youth to share with them what you are doing in Indonesia and to see that how we can mimic your steps, inshallah, Gama. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ali. One more question. Do your friends and peers care for the environment as much as you do in UAE?
Well, we aligned before a year. We sit together, a couple of the youth, and we say that it is a right for us as a youth to raise our voices. It's very important. But if we don't have a unified voice, the scattered voice will turn to noise. And no one wants to hear noise. So we align about the importance and the actions toward environment, the community, the energy sector, and how to be rational about our energy transition journey. So my answer, yes. Most, and I would say the majority, and I can say that all of us, we are sharing the same goal towards the community, the environment, and the energy transition journey.
Okay, thank you, Ali. So Ali, Gama, Zagi, and Lara, they're example of youth being the agent of change instead of a vulnerable group, because in the future, it's their future that's at stake, right? But the problem is sometimes they're not given a platform to express themselves, and it becomes a challenge for them to how to do things. So my question for Lara is, here in UN, people, delegates, they talk about the regulations, about the policy, because it's the key element. So we ensure that we are doing the right thing, because at the end of the day, we have to go by the policy, right? And these regulations, it's the result of the high-level meetings and negotiations. So like what everybody is doing right now at the plenary hall. In your perspective, where is the role of youth when these decisions are they're made by the high-level ranking officials?
Yeah, so I'll give you a little story, or I guess a history of what we've been doing through Youngo, to answer your question. Essentially, in Sharm el-Sheikh at COP27, Amina Al-Omani, she was the youth envoy to the COP27 president. And in the UAE this year for COP28, the UAE has created the climate champion, the youth climate champion, because in the past there would be the president designate and then there would be a climate champion. So this year there's a president delegate, a climate champion, and a youth climate champion to ensure that youth are really involved in this process. So Her Excellency Shama Al-Mazuri has been absolutely incredible. And Youngo actually developed a global youth statement. So over the whole year, we've been holding consultations with youth and creating conferences from the local level in countries to regional levels, such as, let's say, Southeast Asia conferences, to the global level, where we hosted COI 18, which is the UN Climate Change Conference of Youth, 3 days before COP. And throughout all of these discussions, we created a global youth statement in UN language, which we then sent out to all party delegates, to the focal points. We presented it at pre-COP 28 and in the opening ceremony, and then had a meeting with Amina Mohammed, DSG. So we've been really engaged with all the officials within the UNFCCC and the UAE government. The thing is that all our engagements are very aligned with what a lot of people want. These youth demands aren't about just just put us in these rooms. We called for the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund. That happened successfully yesterday. We're calling for a lot of different things that a lot of people just in civil society want from governments. So that's really important. And yeah, that I hope answers your points, your questions.
Thank you very much. So it's a good thing that we know that their voice is heard by the officials. And that takes me to Zagi. Okay, before we conclude, before I open the floor with Q&A session. So Zagi, Gama mentioned before that he faced challenges at the beginning, how to convince the community for the energy transition. And in your perspective, what kind of challenge you have encountered when trying to engage other parties, especially the communities and other stakeholders, to take part in your program?
Yeah, because they don't know how to connect between the profitability within protecting the natures. So basically, we believe we can go hands in hands to protect the nature and also get the profitability. So that's one thing. And the thing that we have already done is to give some concrete action. We don't want to talk about our roadmap about the net zero emission by 2060. Yes, we know we already have a target within this 2060, and also we had a target within the NDC by 2030. FOLU netting 2030, but we want to give some hopes from a dreams and translate to the action. That youth must be involved in all the situation, in all the planning situation. So I'm here with Gama. We believe we can creating some collaboration, giving the energy access in Indonesia especially, because there will be a big challenge to give an equal opportunities, an equal access to energy from 270 million people in Indonesia, 17,000 islands in Indonesia. So we want to prove the concept of just energy transition with the youth-led initiative. We want to create some inclusive manners to be able to distribute the renewable energy generation for the outermost frontiers and least developed or Desa 3T in Indonesia. And we want to mimic the Desa Bumi, and also the other organization to create some meaningful solution. The location that we targeted in the first one is they have the rice field. Because in Indonesia, with the uncertainty within the climate change, the farmer is really hard to utilize the farms along the year. And we can install the solar PV. We can give them some irrigation, water solution, powered by renewable energy. And the second is we get a chance to increase our GDP within 1% if we help the economic activities in the rural area with the renewable energy. And that must be comes from the youth. And one thing I want to share to you, in order to protect the natures, that comes from the leaders who are always down to earth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zagi. So we all agree what Zagi has stated, that doing something good for your environment doesn't mean you have to jeopardize your financial or your organization or company's financial goals. Are we all agree? Yes or yes? Thank you very much. And I heard, or I saw from Gama's presentation earlier that both of you have done a deal between Desa Bumi and SRE. Maybe Zagi can elaborate on that.
Yeah, so Gama basically already mentioned that we want to target 10 villages. So the first phase, we want to target the social forest, the cultural village, and also some rural economic activities within the MSMEs. So all the solution must comes from the youth. And also we want to create some blended finance, because we all know that the just energy transition is really hard to, to make it realize. We need some collaboration from the stakeholders. We ask the government to act together. We ask for the private finance institution to create some solution within the financing, and we want to ask for the community to work together. And you mentioned before that the youth needs the platform, and we give the platform for them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So I believe there is an agreement between you two, because if we don't see, like what people said, no picture, it's hoax. So next we're going to witness to strengthen collaboration among youth. We all know is the foundation for advocating sustainable future and to create a greater awareness on the importance, especially of renewable energy to the global citizen. So right here, right now, I'm going to invite all of you. We're going to witness the signing agreement between two Indonesia youth organizations, and they are Desa Bumi and SRE, Society of Renewable Energy. So for that, I would kindly invite Gama as well as Zagi to please come forward. Thank you very much. To sign the agreement, right? And this auspicious moment, it marks an important milestone for Indonesia in the area of renewable energy, especially the cooperation among the youth. And it's also a testament of a long-standing progressive, solid relationship of collective efforts to combat the adverse impact of climate change, so we all can secure a sustainable future for our next generation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Zagi. Thank you, Gama. Just like one, you can all have a seat again. I remember I read somewhere on the article an inspirational quote. It says, individually, we are just one drop, but together, we are an ocean. Thank you very much. And I can sense from the floor that people screaming for questions. So I will open the floor for a Q&A, and I believe my time is not much left. So I will just allow perhaps just one question first to start with. If there is any question from the floor, I will try to facilitate and accommodate to your question and direct them to the respected speaker. Is there any? There's one there. Okay, just one question first. I'll pass on this.
Greetings. Thank you very much for this possibility. My name is Maciej Zagorski. I'm a professor at the Keio University, Japan. I work on energy communities and agrivoltaics and just transition. My question is, how do you find these local communities? Whether it's based on your knowledge, or you have established kind of networks, or how you reach these people? That's the first question. And second question, could you elaborate on the model? Whether these local people, like farmers, whether they participate in this model, whether it's like a share model, etc. Thank you.
Well, he's very tricky. I allow one question and he make it into two. Okay, please, Gama.
Thank you so much for the question. I think the first question is that how do we locate these indigenous people and remote villages? Well, in Indonesia, we have a lot of databases that we can use that are open for public. Thankfully, KLHK, or the Minister of Forestry, was very open with us in collaborating for this project and identifying social villages that are in social forests in Indonesia. And also there are remote databases for masyarakat adat, which is cultural communities that are listed in the government. So we mostly use those two sources for us to select. And then it's really a case-by-case basis where we come and scout the area, see their needs, and see if what we can do, again, like my presentation said, suits their goals and their values. And that's how we decide which locations to help. Of course, we want to make sure that our efforts go to villages that actually need the help the most. The second part of the question, I think, was, yes, the business model. So financing for projects like this is something very tricky. That's part of the reason we signed the MOU today, is to find common ground between government and private sector. Not only do we use funds from corporate social responsibility programs, but we're hoping that through our MOU with SRE, that we can also involve the government in funding projects like these. In terms of sustainability, we try to model our projects in a way that's self-sufficient. So, for example, in our inaugural project in Cipta, not only do we provide infrastructure, but we also provide training to the local youth. That's why we made the local youth learning center. There, they're able to learn how to maintain, how to develop, and how to progress the infrastructure that we've given them in a way that creates economic growth that's self-sufficient to maintain the help that we've provided. But of course, it's a challenge for every location. But again, it's a very good question because helping is good, but making sure that your help continues even after you're done is more important.
Thank you very much. Does it answer your question? Okay, thank you. I guess I can squeeze in one more question. Can I? If not, then I will let the speakers to just give a closing statement or some words of encouragement or some message to take away for the audience today. Probably I start from Ali.
Well, thank you so much. My message is to keep the circle warm. I mean, close to each other. I mean, today we started between Zagi and Gama. And I'm really jealous that I want to be part of the circle. And make the circle bigger, and we can influence as much as we can. The last message that I want to pass it, doing the things that towards our community is 100% is the right thing to do. Because we are belongs to this community. And the community that I meant is the humanity. It's not about countries, it's about the humanity. This is my message. So wherever you go, do the right things because you are serving a humanity.
Thank you very much, Ali, for the kind words. Next is you, Gama, please.
Yeah, I think I'll keep my message short. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present here today. I think we're very excited to do a collaboration with SRE as well. And my message to close is basically for the youth to take action now. If not, then you're going to regret it later because we are the ones suffering the consequences, so we should be the ones taking action to fight climate change as well.
It's better be late than never. Thank you very much, Gama. Next is you, Lara.
Yeah. I guess my closing statement is about helping youth. So I can see that there are a lot of people in the audience that may have their own businesses or are in government positions. And when you give youth the opportunities and the financing, a lot can come out of it. Because we as youth are so creative. We also have a lot of time on our hands because we're students. We don't have full-time jobs. We don't have responsibilities in terms of, we don't have that corporate or government responsibility tied to us. So we can do a lot. So if you do give us grants, if you do give us CSR funding, we can do a lot with that. So please connect with your youth communities and see how you can help them, either through mentorship, finance, or just training overall. Yeah.
Please trust the youth. They have the time, they have the energy, and mostly they have the passion. Okay, last to you, Zagi.
Yes. For me, I'm asking to the senior leaders to give us, the young generation, some wisdom and some guidance to be able keep always on the track, because the net zero emission by 2060 is really hard to achieve. The NDC target by 2030 is really hard. So we need your expertise, we need your advice to be able to create some meaningful engagement, meaningful movements, because we already show you a really concrete action. So it's time for us to collaborate now between the international dialogue and intergenerational movement. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again to all speakers who come from near and far to join this conference. Your spirit, your energy, your enthusiasm, really very, very contagious, and you have made this conference a success. We owe you another big appreciation. Thank you very much once again. So let's continue to encourage the participation of young people to support their innovative ideas, to work towards the implementation of clean energy and eventually for the sustainable environment in order to achieve the ambitious net zero goal. Okay, thank you very much once again for all the participants. We're going to have a last group photo together, but this time I'm going to invite two important figures. I would like to invite Bapak Garibaldi Boy Thohir, as well as Ibu Alinda Thohir, to please come on the stage. Why do I invite these two figures? This is because they are the one who's supporting the youth and fostering young generation to actually to be more aware, to care, and to push them to do something right to fight the adverse and the consequences of the climate change. And for that, I would kindly invite Ibu Linda and Pak Boy to please join the youth, our distinguished youth speakers on the stage. We're going to have a memorable group photo together. Yes, are you still with us? Oh, I thought you ran away already. Do you mind to join the troop? Because if you join, you might be considered as a youth. Not like me. I have to step off the stage because I'm long expired already. Okay, are we ready? Okay, it's the end of our session today. Thank you very much for coming.
I don't have something precious more to give it to the home support the youth. So allow me just to give you.
Thank you very much. Can we give Ali a big and huge round of applause once again for his kind-hearted and his contribution for the nation. Okay? Are we all good? Thank you very much. Thank you once again. And thank you for all the participants for this engaging discussion. I'll give the floor back to our MC, Mas Yoga. It's yours.
Thank you very much to the keynote speaker, Mas Diaz, and the speakers, Mas Gama, Mas Zagi, Mr. Ali, and also Miss Lara. Also the moderator, Miss Mona, for delivering a delicate talk show and fruitful discussion. Excuse me, Ali.
This is a souvenir from Indonesia.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Shukran.
Lara.
Terima kasih the souvenir from us. Thank you very much.
Oh, Zagi. Zagi.
Thank you ya. Terima kasih ya. Diaz, Pak Diaz. Oh, sure.
Oh.
You like this one? Yeah, that's good. Pak Diaz.
Mau buat next one. Ntar gue nggak dibayar Bu Rosa nih.
Cek, cek, cek. Dengar saya, Pak? Halo?
Kita tahu bahasa.
Oh, oke. Oke.
Yes.
Oke, you can hear me, oke?
English? Yeah, I can
Yeah,
hear you.
yeah, oke. Thank you, thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It's so happy to see some familiar faces here. And it's truly an honor to see that this session is by some most esteemed guests in the audience. Thank you very much for joining our session today. And our highlight on this session would be transforming organic waste for regenerative climate solution. So from what I've read, this mismanagement of solid waste is a global issue that is increasingly taking the spotlight as landfills around the world are reaching its capacity. So in developing countries like Indonesia, waste is often still treated and disposed through open dumping and open burning, which results in negative environmental impacts that also poses public health risk to surrounding communities. So on this session, we will learn the strategy and the technology in managing organic waste to help reduce the greenhouse gas emission. And I would like to invite all four speakers to the stage, being the first one. Please welcome the Director of Waste Handling from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Nofrizal Tahar. Silakan Bapak. Following next, founder of Kertabumi Recycling, Mas Iqbal Alexander. We would like to also invite the Chief of Sustainability Officer of VRM, Mr. Rowell Soon, who is going to join us virtually online. And on the side, we have another Director of Strategy and Sustainable Development from Jarum Foundation. You were out just before, so I was like worried you're not here on time. Bapak Jamie Cahyadi. And of course, our moderator for this session, she's the Senior Sustainability Manager from Jarum Foundation, Mbak Nadia Suryanto. Please take the lead, thank you.
Selamat sore dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good evening, everyone. My name is Nadia Suryanto. I am the Senior Sustainability Manager for Jarum Foundation, and I'll be your moderator for this session. Thank you so much for being here with us today. So in the next hour or so, as Mona has mentioned, we will discuss the issue of waste, and specifically organic waste and its implications to climate change. And while this issue is global in nature, we will focus the discussion on the context of Indonesia and explore how an effective multi-stakeholder approach for organic waste management could be one of the solutions for Indonesia to achieve its NDCs. So today we have representatives from government, thank you, Pa, civil society, and the private sector. And the idea today is to discuss the issue from multiple perspectives and explore how both the top-down and bottom-up approach could work together to drive and sustain lasting impact. So Mona already introduced the speakers. So I think to start off the sessions, I will invite each panelist to share how they address the issue of organic waste in their respective roles for about 10 minutes each, yeah. And then we'll go into a more informal discussion for about 20 minutes before I invite the audience questions. And there is a QR code on the screen here. So if anybody has any questions for the speakers, please scan the code and submit your questions online, and we will try to address them before the end of the session. Okay, so to kick us off, I would like to invite Bapak Nofrizal to start his presentation.
Thank you, Nadia. Can I use the...
Yes, you may, Pak.
Thank you, Nadia. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Excellencies, special my boss, Mrs. Rosa Vivin Ratnawati, Director General for the Waste Management and Hazardous and Substance. Special for Deputy Minister Bapak Dida Gardera. Please stand up, please. Okay. Distinguished resource speakers, Mr. Iqbal, Pak Jamie, and Rowell from the online. all the participants. First, I would like to say thank you to the organizing event, special for the Jarum Foundation and the Pavilion Indonesia. In the name of the government of Indonesia, I would like to say really appreciate to the Jarum Foundation for the initiative to treat the organic waste in Kudus Regency. So please, we give the appreciation for the Jarum Foundation. I would like to share about the organic waste in Indonesia. Next slide. Yeah, this is our condition, the composition of the solid waste in Indonesia. The main of composition is the food waste. Right now, based on our Indonesian platform, national data platform of the solid waste, food waste is the almost 41% if we compare with all the waste of in Indonesia. So as we know, food waste is the main of sort to of the greenhouse gas from the solid waste. So this is very important if we can treat properly organic waste. Next slide. Last year, we already submit our commitment, Indonesian commitment, enhance NDC, National Determined Contribution. So in the waste sector, we have increased the target. In 2030, we have to reduce the greenhouse gas from the solid waste about 40 million ton per year. So this is our challenge in Indonesia to get our goal. Next, based on the NDC and the long-term strategy, we have a scenario. We have several milestones in solid waste management in Indonesia. First, in 2025, we have to manage 100% of the solid waste with the properly and the good condition, and we have to reduce the plastic waste to the sea 70%. In 2030, we have to get the target how to meet the enhanced national determined contribution. We have to reduce 40 million ton greenhouse gas in 2030. So after post 2030, we will have the target about the net zero emission, net zero future, I think, from the waste sector. Next. This is our scenario. We can see the figure. In the green one is the solid waste sector. We have in waste sector 4 from the industrial and municipal solid waste. So we can see in 2050 we will get the net zero emission from the solid waste. Next. This is our formula for the solid waste. We can see in the future there is no landfill in the future. you can see in the blue one. But we have some several mitigation to reduce greenhouse gas from the solid waste. So we can see in the brown one, this is a waste treatment without emission. So like in the initiative of the Jarum Foundation, treatment of the organic waste with the maybe like use the insect like black soldier fly, like the big composting. So this is in categories of the treatment of without emission. So this is will be determinant for our scenario in the future. Next. So we have 4 strategies and approach to have the good solid waste management and to reduce the greenhouse gas from the solid waste. First, less waste to landfill policy. We have a scenario after 2030, there is no new landfill in Indonesia. So the second, we encourage the public, we encourage the awareness of the public. We call the less waste lifestyle. The next strategies is the increasing the recycling rate. For example, in Indonesia right now, in the waste paper, we need industrial Indonesia. They need almost 8 million ton per year. So we serve from the local, from national. That's only 50%. So in 2030, we try. We plan all the raw material from the waste paper come from the national, from the local. The last strategies we build the industrialization of the solid waste management. For example, waste to fertilizer, like in Kudus, waste to electricity. Right now, we already set up in the 12th city in Indonesia. Waste to energy from waste to RDF. We have some off-taker in Indonesia, like salmon industry, power plant industry, smelter industry. So I think maybe approximately, I think we can manage solid waste almost 20 million ton per year from the waste to RDF. Next, waste to fuel, waste to material, waste to biogas. Welcome, Excellencies, Pak Mas Ota. Next. Next, yeah, I think, yeah. Next slide, the last slide. Next, yeah. I just want to say, to give the appreciation for the Jarum Foundation for this initiation and for the initiative to treat in the organic waste in the Kudus. So I think we need the more collaboration to solve the solid waste problem in Indonesia, because based on our regulation, the responsibility is all the stakeholders have the responsibility to tackle the solid waste problem. So that's my presentation. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih banyak, Pak Nofrisal. And now if I can invite Mas Iqbal to share his presentation.
Thank you, Mbak Nadia. Distinguished colleagues and my role model, Ibu Vivin, Pak Nofrizal, Pak Jemi. Thank you so much for having me here today. So this is a story of my community-based waste management in two different locations. One is in urban area in Jakarta, and another one in remote area in Pringgasela Village, East Lombok. So from this picture, you could see the difference even from the house. In urban, we have concrete modern house with most of residents are corporate employees, middle income, and university graduates. On the other hand, we have communities in remote areas. It took me 2-hour flights and 3-hour road trip to get to this village. And most of the residents are farmers with around $200 income per month. So my waste management project took place in two different locations in order to decide whether economic status or education influence behavior on waste management. And this is the waste management practices in both areas. In urban cities, like in Jakarta, the collection rate is 100%, but what they collected is unsegregated waste. Collected by the government agency, while in the remote area, the collection rate was only 30% due to the lack of road infrastructure and also the affordability of the local people to pay for the tipping fee. This is classic example of how remote area having access to waste management. And we did baseline studies before we conducted the project. So as you can see from the pie charts, so organic waste basically the major source, the major type of waste, both in urban and in rural. But you could also tell that in urban areas where people have a higher income, they produce waste more per capita and also more organic waste. While in rural, the majority of waste is organic waste, but we could conclude from these pie charts that the wealthier people, the more waste they produce every day. And so we conducted participatory FGD basically to enable communities to design their own waste management based on their challenges and potential. We work with 4 different groups: women, men, youth, and community leaders, to enable them to hear what they voice, their feedback, their input, and also we share the organic waste treatment method available in Indonesia, from biopores, compost, biogas, and so on. So we explore all the possibilities, and they figure out the pros and the cons and how they could adopt the one that appropriate for their location. And we utilize 2 metrics to help them identify which action that meet their criteria. The first one is to decide which action are effective and also acceptable. And the second one, which action are low cost and need low support of assistance. So members of every community wrote every action they think met the criteria and classified by these 2 metrics. And an agreement was reached. The community decided community action that are 1, effective, 2, acceptable, 3 low cost, and the last one is required low support of assistant. So for the one in urban area in Jakarta, they voted for communal composting. So we gave several buckets for each household so they could put all their organic waste in that bucket, and we collect every morning and return the day after. Then we compost in the composting facilities. Nothing fancy here, just a normal composting facilities. Over the years, we managed around 500 kilogram of waste, and we produce 200 kilogram organic fertilizer every week. And they sell the organic fertilizer, so green jobs created. They could also accelerate the economic growth. But of course, not every member of the communities participates. That's why we also provided another type of methods where we made hundreds of biopores across the area, and we provided composting bins in every corner. So we give more access to the community if they want to segregate and manage the organic waste. And this is the result over the last 4 years. In 2022, they managed to reduce their waste up to 55%. And the community partner we work with is women. We call it the power of mama. It translates to women play a major role in shaping their family and their communities to be environmentally conscious. So they are a doctor, entrepreneur, teacher, housewife, but for me, they are Wonder Woman. And this one, our case in remote area, they voted for household composting facilities where we dig 1 meter by 1 meter hole, so they could just put all their kitchen scrap in that composting facilities. But another one, some communities voted to have domestic chicken, where you could just give all the kitchen scrap to the chicken and it disappears in minutes, rather than to wait for weeks if you have normal composting facilities. In the remote area, they also voted for black soldier flies due to the rise of fish aquaculture in the region. So this has also helped them to reduce their organic waste. And this is the product of their dried maggot, where they could sell for around $1 for 2 kilogram bags of dry maggots. And this is the result over the last 4 years. In 2022, we managed to reduce the waste up to 35%, lower than the urban area due to the low interest and awareness from the communities. And from that 2 cases, we could say conclusion that first, community-based waste management program offer various benefits apart from recycling, but that they also provide green jobs and healthier environment. And bottom-up waste management approach, originating from democratic approach, increase voluntary cooperation from the community because they feel heard, they feel appreciated, so they want to contribute more. Community-based waste management program often require initial support, assistance, and resources, but they are low cost, effective, and leading to sustainable long-term solution. And the last one, bottom-up approach require a high level of community participation. So this doesn't happen in many places, but we should just increase their participation by trigger them, provoke them to take participation in waste management. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mas Iqbal, for sharing. And I think we will get to hear a little bit more about his work later in the panel discussion. But for now, I would like to turn to Roel, and he's left, because he's joining virtually, he's left a video message to play. If we can cue the video, please.
Water at a massive scale. Hi, my name is Roel. I'm here to share a message. Hi, my name is Roel. I'm here to share a message of hope and how a project in Indonesia. Hi, my name is Roel. I'm here to share a message of hope and how a project in Indonesia has helped transform it from a mere possibility to tangible reality. I will be introducing solar power in biological form, applied in a way that fixes carbon and makes water at a massive scale. There are two parts to this story, and we'll start from the processing of organics and later on touch on how to sequestrate carbon into soils. In aerobic composting, the idea is to add oxygen into organic waste materials such as food waste, green waste, manures, really any organic material. You can blow the oxygen in, you can turn it in, there's a whole variety of ways. But what this does is it oxidizes 70% of that material into atmosphere and releases GHGs, including carbon and nitrogen oxides, water vapor, and you finish with 30% of that nutrient leftover, which we call compost. So this is spending energy to burn off nutrient, losing most of it as GHGs into atmosphere, which now cannot meaningfully contribute to soil or agriculture. And therefore, degrading organic material this way drives emissions. At the same time, the definition of biogenic CO2 refers to carbon in organic waste material that was originally removed from atmosphere by photosynthesis and under natural conditions cycles back to the atmosphere as CO2. Now, what if I told you that there's a way to process that same organic material, whatever it might be, that does not spend energy and does not produce an emission? Follow me on this journey. We must start here, and it starts with photosynthesis. Let's start from the type of photosynthesis that is familiar to everyone, where green plants capture the energy of sunlight and then store that energy in carbohydrate molecules. Here, only a portion of the visible spectrum is absorbed. This is a really small slice of the total EM spectrum that is freely available from the sun. Well, how about the rest? Nature works well beyond what our eyes can visibly see. And as it turns out, billions of years ago, before photosynthesis evolved in plants, microorganisms were already actively using the rest of the EM spectrum, and they still do today. And the way they work completely changed the way we think about the carbon and water cycle. An entirely new field of biosciences was developed, where this energy collection happens in 3 dimensions, underwater or underground, 24 hours a day, manufacturing water as a byproduct, and sequestrating gaseous carbon. In short, a nature-based solution for fixing carbon and making water. So VRM developed a bunch of methods aimed at growing that reaction using organic waste material to allow for low-cost, decentralized, mass production anywhere in the world. And this is a simplified cutaway diagram that leverages on biological solar power that ultimately results in the accumulation of living humus without producing net emissions. The process is simple, typically costs less than landfill, and has a 100% conversion rate by mass without pest, pathogen, or odor problems. A process which does not require external energy to be spent in putting GHGs into the atmosphere, resulting in a 100% conversion and productization rate. The emissions from conventional practices is completely avoided. And this is because regenerative upcycling of organic material recaptures avoidable emissions. The takeaway here is that there's a world of difference between these two. And if we relook at this statement, right, there is a type of photosynthesis that cycles not into atmosphere, but into the soil, not in the form of CO2, but as soil organic carbon, living humus, and not a degradation process, but due to regenerative processes. Here's a crash course on how to run the process. Don't worry, we have a few countries helping us out here. And Malaysia will start. So we collect organic material, we calculate the dosage needed, we dilute and we spray the photosynthetic catalysts on. Then we pile it up like how Thailand is doing it here, or in land scarce Singapore where they pile it 18 meters high. Then we make sure there's a dip in the center of the pile and cover it up, just like how the Philippines has just demonstrated it, and you're done. You can do the same process in the desert like how the UAE is doing here in Ras Al Khaimah, and exactly the same thing on the other side of the planet in Australia. We could use mechanized methodologies for large-scale applications, just like how the United States is demonstrating right here, or as creatively as how China is doing it in an old landfill site, deliberately recapturing methane into the process. But it is the project in Indonesia that really combines the various best practices to maximize the positive social and environmental outcomes by adapting the technology to their unique circumstances. And by the end of the year, we would have the same process open in Saudi Arabia and in Jordan and in Egypt. And regardless of where it is made anywhere on the globe, we end up with a carbon-rich, a humified organic carbon, which is literally chock full of life. The material is moist, fresh, it's a living material that has an earthy petrichor scent that is best described as the smell you get before the rain in a forest, and has diverse fungal populations. It is dense, it's heavy with moisture that is locked within the humic acid that is constantly regenerated within the material. This is the fundamental building blocks of carbon-based life in the soil, and for that reason, we called it humisoil. We've got a few samples flown in from Southeast Asia, and I encourage you to take the time to experience it yourself at the Indonesian Pavilion. And this is where part 2 starts. When we add this material into depleted soils, we're allowing for the stabilized photosynthetic reaction in the humisoil to turn the entire treated area into a giant biological solar cell. The land continues to fix carbon, make water, trigger topsoil formation, gradually regenerating the soil ecosystem biodiversity. It acts as a secondary underground photosynthesis, which supports plant-based photosynthesis. The resultant impact on food production from terraforming depleted land into arable soils can be quite visual. So this picture was taken from a farm where the change occurred in about 7 months from left to right. And accompanying the change in the soil, that's the response of the plants from left to right. And in Thailand, a chili plantation went from this to this. And Australia, pharmaceuticals, left to right. And in the Philippines, growing rice from left to right. And a golf course in Singapore, sand to soil. And in China, rice grown in saline alkali soil before and after. And in Indonesia, pineapples from left to right. And here in the UAE, fodder for grazing animals before and after, just like how they do it in Malaysia, exactly the same. Depleted soils from left to right. Regenerating the soil and moisture, it drives economic outcomes, which in turn improves food security. So it's decarbonization that is driven by soil regeneration. And as the soil carbon accumulates over time, given enough time, carbon can accumulate vertically, just like in this picture. Here's a tree that's 20 years old, so you can see that original soil horizon. And on the right side of this picture, that's sugarcane, where somehow that topsoil layer is now more than 400 millimeters higher than the surrounding soil horizon. How do we account for 4,000 cubic meters of material extra per hectare? How do we do that? We've tried to quantify it. For example, here's a hyperspectral satellite picture of an area that was going through 4 years of drought in Australia. More green in this picture means more photosynthesis, and more red means soils that are barren. And turns out that treated soils over a longer period of time are pretty much completely green. So this tangibly shows the impact of that accumulating carbon. Now we can imagine a future where the farmer gains a potential new income stream. Number one, he produces food, but now, number two, his underlying soil can act as a permanent and massive carbon accumulating sink at the same time. The soil, not the crop. So case studies worldwide today are suggesting about 20 tons carbon dioxide equivalent unit sequestration potential per hectare and per year. We are working on methods to quantify this, and we're in the process of submitting a new carbon methodology to account for this. Quick recap. We upcycle organic wastes through an emissions-free catalyst production method to continue that soil photosynthetic reaction and catalyze the biological carbon sequestration and water manufacture in improving soils and therefore achieve better food security, hence leveraging organic wastes for regenerative climate solutions. All of what you've just heard has been published as a best practice in the textbook, An Introduction to Circular Economy, certified as a soil carbon amendment by the USDA, recently presented at the UN and the FAO level, awarded by the CCAC, projects in 33 countries and territories, supporting 12 out of 17 UN SDGs. So quickly, we're going to share an ongoing project with Saudi Arabia for a sense of the sort of impact in the GCC region. Here, we're combining elements of the circular carbon economy framework together with the Saudi Green Initiative, which is meant to terraform 40 million hectares of soil through the accumulation of carbon into the soil carbon pool, and hence reducing irrigation needs by 50% or more. So, for less than the cost of the water savings for the project, when applied to say half of the SGI or 20 million hectares, the data thus far is pointing towards a carbon sequestration potential of 136.5% of the entire carbon emissions of Saudi Arabia at 0.8 gigatons per year, decarbonizing atmosphere through the recarbonizing of soils towards an arable Arabia, one where carbon is not the enemy and carbon is a friend. And this short presentation here hopefully provides sufficient technical context to better understand Indonesia and Jarum Foundation's work, considered to be a global best-in-class for 2023. Their decisive leadership and innovative spirit in adapting this technological tool to maximize local impact has resulted in truly amazing outcomes which has inspired many others in the ASEAN region and beyond. Do save this QR code where we openly share information, including a download of this presentation. So take a picture here and save it for later use. My name is Roel, Chief Sustainability Officer of VRM Biologic, and on behalf of the team, the Indonesian government, and our gracious hosts, the UAE, I thank you for this opportunity to share.
Thank you, Roel, for the video message. And for those of you who have never heard of Humisoil before and should be interested, we actually have a sample up front here, so you can have a look after the session ends. And as Roel mentioned, it's actually not compost, even though it looks like it. If I may attempt to summarize the science, it's some sort of man-made topsoil that can fix carbon and restore depleted land areas. So with that said, we have our last presentation from Pak Jemi, so I'll hand over the floor to him.
Oke, selamat malam semua. Yang saya hormati Bu Vivin, ya, dan Pak Nofri, ya, dan jajaran dari Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share our lessons learned, our experience in Jarum Foundations in Kudus, our hometown. So, well, the nice thing about being the last panelist is that, I mean, pretty much have already covered everything. So from the previous panel. So I would probably like to start by saying that we are not an expert in waste management, in organic waste. We are not an expert. We know a lot in Jarum Foundation. We know a lot about badminton, but not waste management. So this is really a journey that we start from the beginning, from scratch. And in fact, I'm learning so much from our panelists even today. Like I learned from Roel that there's a significant difference between compost and humisoil. And that's something that I think is amazing how the more we learn this technology, and I think there are many other technologies, the closer we get to the solutions, to these regenerative climate solutions. And secondly, maybe next slide, please. So secondly, why are we doing this? Well, simply because we care. We care for our hometown, Kudus. Kudus is the smallest regency in Central Java, split into 9 sub-districts and 123 villages. Area is about 42 42,000 hectares, and is only about 1.31% of the area of Central Java. Although it is the smallest regency in Central Java, but the challenges that we face are still pretty much the same. And so our context is merely just a small reflections of the overall challenges that we have been seeing in everywhere. So third is we want to be actively part of the solutions. Yeah. So we know the challenge. So this is the challenge. So the challenge is that the landfills are overloaded. They are full. So what can we do? Basically, there's a lot of things going in the waste, but nothing is going out. And the solutions that we're facing right now is that, okay, we can expand the landfills, but until when? You keep expanding the landfills. And of course, that solutions is not sustainable, right? So again, we started to learn more about what's going on. So we want to follow the waste. What happened with this typical waste? What's going on? What's happening? So usually in the household waste, it will the one that is recycled will go to the waste bank, right? It will go to the recycle industry. We know about the waste flow before, and some of them will be collected and they will go to landfills, while the others, they are not managed well. They will probably go to the side road or to the rivers, or but especially in Kudus. When I go back to Kudus, we have like mountainous area where it's kind of out of reach from the waste collectors, and then maybe there's still a lot of work that we have to do to build the awareness about the waste management. So in terms of like segregating the waste, how to dispose the waste properly. So there's still a lot of challenges that we are facing in Kudus. So what will be the better solutions here? So the better solutions is how we can help to minimize and reduce the waste going to landfill. How do we make sure that we can keep reducing the waste to landfill? And I think that's what Pak Nofrizal was saying about one of the strategy is to have less waste to landfill. Since majority of waste, next slide please, since the majority of waste is actually organic waste, 78% of it, so that's something that we can focus to help to tackle this challenge. I think we'll have the biggest impacts. So, and then apparently, next slide please, we also see that there's a lot of other benefits that we can do to reduce or segregate organic waste. Number one is we can get higher yield of inorganic waste going to recycle if they are clean from organic waste. So by managing organic waste, we can actually increase the yield of recycled materials, which will also increase more valuable waste going to the waste banks. Yeah, and then we can automatically, indirectly, we can reduce the volume of waste going to the landfills. Of course, by doing that, by having less waste to the landfill, we will have less carbon emissions, especially from the methane and from the unmanaged food waste, and less ground and water pollutions, and of course, less fire hazard during the dry seasons, and then less flood risk during the rainy seasons. So there's a lot of other, all these benefits that come if we manage the organic waste. Yeah. So after implementing various options like composting and vermis compostings, so in 2018, Jarum Foundation started to adopt this VRM technology to process organic waste into humus soil. So please watch the video following. Thank you, thank you. So we'll go to the slide. So that's the video of how, it's actually from our site in Kudus in our operations area where we manage, starting to manage organic waste since 2018 and it's kept growing. So we can share that from our experience. We also learned that this technology is very well suitable for urban contexts. Yeah, so we see that in the urban context, of course, space area is a challenge, but these solutions doesn't require large area. And we can also accommodate large scale. So these piles are minimum 50 ton of food waste, organic waste, and all that. So it also can accommodate large scales. No requirement for aeration and mechanical process. So you don't have to do aeration process. The scent is also milder. Of course, there will be an issue if, for urban context if there's a strong smell. And also the humisoil that we produce can be used for our existing tree planting program. So there's a lot of wins here that we learned from implementing this VRM technology. So next, in Indonesia, we have a philosophy called gotong royong, right? So where we work together hand in hand towards the missions, right? So we cannot grow without our partners. So in 2018, we started from one partners, and then throughout the years, we are growing. It has grown very since then, and we have now 312 committed partners. Committed here meaning that they are not only actually committed administration, like sign the contract, say, okay, we are committed to segregate waste, and we, also to contribute the food waste, organic waste to us. But they are committed to actually also promote this initiative. And our partners are everywhere. I mean, they are various from restaurants, from schools, hotels, hospitals, and they continue to grow. And we're also very happy to use and utilize the humus soil. Next slide, please. Yes. So far, as of today, we have utilized more than 22,000 meter cubic of humus soils in various applications such as tree planting. We do a lot of tree plantings in Jarum foundations, and also with the other, like forest restorations in Gunung Muria, in Pati Ayam. So next slide. So going back to our challenge, we want to reduce the amount of waste going to the landfill. So considering that now, estimated we have more than 500 meters square of meter cubic of waste daily. We have supported, we have helped to process about 21% of the organic waste in Kudus. So next slide. This is my last slide, I think. Oh, next step. So next step is we will continue to scale up our processing capacity. And then we will also expand our partnership because it's very essential to grow. And then, of course, and also all are integrated into this, into our umbrella program called Kudus Asik. It's Apik Resik, meaning Kudus beautiful and clean. Yeah. And then, so last slide. In closing, we believe that this initiative will we will help to minimize organic waste into landfill. We also help to support the government to reduce emissions and meet the NDC targets. And then support our restorations projects in Gunung Muria and Pati Ayam. And at the end, all of that, we can see that this is one example of how we manage organic waste towards regenerative climate solutions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Jemi, and thank you everybody for sharing. And now we're going to move into a short panel discussion, informal one, to dig even deeper into some of the points that were mentioned by the speakers. But while we are having this conversation, please, again, feel free to submit any questions that you might have through the QR code on the screen, and we'll try to address it at the end of the session. So I would like to start off, and welcome, Roel. I think he's now online, so live.
Are you
So
able
you
to hear
can
me?
also address questions to him. So I'd like to start off the panel discussion with a question to Pano Faisal around policy perspective and implementation. So Bapak, thank you for sharing about the Zero Waste and Zero Emissions program. It sounds like synergies between different government bodies is quite important, ya Pak, in achieving this target. So could you share a little bit more about how you plan to collaborate with your fellow government agencies, maybe such as Bappenas or our National Planning Agency, in helping to achieve this target for Indonesia?
Thank you, Nadia. Before I answer your question, I think we will give the appreciation to Jarum Foundation, right? I think it's a very interesting presentation and matters this afternoon. We can see VRM composting technology. This is good. The ratio of 1 ton to treat the organic waste can reduce 1 ton CO2 equivalent. This is good. If we see the conventional composting, the ratio is the 1.6. So I think it's good for the Jarum Foundation. So in the name of the government of the Indonesia, we encourage the Jarum Foundation to register to the System Registrasi Nasional until get the certificate emission reduction. So I think it's stimulant for others, right? So once again, we give the appreciation to the Jarum Foundation. For the question, I think based on our national determined contribution, we have committed to reduce in 5 sectors. So in waste sector, the focal point is the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, especially Mrs. Madam Director General Rosa Vivin Ratnawati. So right now we already have the document of plan operation. We give the name Zero Waste, Zero Emission document. So I think in short time, Bu DG, we will launch to the public the document. So I think all the minister, all stakeholder, they should follow this document. This is a commitment. So this is an Indonesian commitment, not only Ministry of Environment commitment. So this is our synergize. So this is an umbrella of our plan to manage the solid waste in Indonesia and including reducing the greenhouse gas emission. Thank you, Nadia.
Thank you, Pak Nofrizal. We look forward to seeing that document when it's available, Pak.
Yep. In short time.
In a short time, okay. And I truly believe that policy has a really big role to play in this case in setting the right infrastructure to enable change. So we really should not underestimate that kind of the power of it. And now I'd like to turn to Mas Iqbal, yeah? So maybe turning to a more bottom-up perspective, Mas, how do you see the role of civil society in implementing the Zero Waste, Zero Emissions program on the ground? And you've mentioned a few before, but what are some of the success stories that you can share regarding waste management at the community level that can help Indonesia to achieve this target?
Thank you. Thank you, Nadia. I think we all know that waste management is everyone's responsibility. And from the previous presentation, we could conclude that domestic waste is the major contributor of waste. So the key is in communities. Sustainable waste management couldn't be implemented without participation and attention from the community. So community plays a major role in creating and paving the way to a healthier and sustainable future. And one of the biggest lesson learned that we get from our project is that when we involve communities to the decision-making process, they are more likely to voluntarily participate in the program. So I think it's important to engage community, to make them heard, to get their feedback so they'll willingly participate in the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mas. And if I can draw from our own experience in Jarum Foundation, we also see that getting community buy-in is really key in ensuring that our programs are sustained on the ground. And it doesn't matter the topic, whether it be waste management or conservation. So community buy-in is really key. And now I'd like to turn to the kind of technology and private sector side. So turning to Roel. Thank you for sharing the video message earlier, Roel. I mean, it's good to have you live with us now. So my question is, can you tell us more about the project that you're doing here in the UAE? And are there any specific learnings from your collaboration with Jarum Foundation that you are applying in this context?
Firstly, can you hear me? If you can wave your hand. Hi. Oh,
Maybe,
okay, great. Fantastic.
can we get his
right.
a bit
Thank
louder?
You.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So it's really nice to see all of you, right? And very fortunately, my colleague Amin Rayam, who's actually also our Chief Investment Officer and also head of the Middle East region, he's actually best placed to answer the first part of this question. Okay, so Amin, please.
Thank you, Ruwal. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here with you today. In Ras Al Khaimah within UAE, we have embarked on a program along with VRM in early 2023 to divert around 7,500 tons of green waste, camel manure, and sewage sludge, along with general household organic waste from the landfill by using our groundswell continuous fermentation process. In addition, we are upcycling around 0.5 ton of food waste on a daily basis using our bioregion process. In parallel, we are testing these end products on intensive horticulture and native vegetation in different terrains within the UAE. And I can tell you the results are so far extremely positive, Rohel, in Iraq, UAE, and the region. Once completed, the program will aim at terraforming substantial land bank by upcycling the country's organic waste and repurposing it for agriculture and revegetation process. And eventually this will close the loop between circular economy from one hand and waste management and food security from another hand. Thank you, Rowan.
And so for the second part of the question, I think we have 3 points to offer. It's regarding what we've learned from Jarum, and that's actually applied in this region and how that has brought things forward. So operating across the world, the first point, we tend to meet significant language and cultural barriers that must be overcome. So in Jarum, we train the trainers. And what happened was we let the young leaders step forward. Okay, we let them teach the technology. They gain ownership. They get the ground level buy-in, and they become the champions in their communities. So this actually allows for local innovation and adaptation to maximize the kind of impact we are looking for. So one good example from the Jarum side is, I'm sure you've seen the video from Jarum just now. Do you realize that they have all these blue color buckets in the background? That is how they work with 300 plus partner organizations in their organics collection drive. Okay, each of the partners know exactly what the blue bin is for, what can go inside, and why it was there. So as a result, contamination rates were very low. And in doing so, Jarum, Indonesia has actually demonstrated segregation at source. And this is something that most advanced economies can't even dream of, okay? It's deceivingly simple innovation from the ground staff that's combined with the societal buy-in. So the first learning from the Jarum side is that empowerment on the grassroots level, that is decentralized leadership, is a force multiplier for this type of decentralized technology.
Exactly, Roel. And let me add one point here. When we did those groundswell pile in the middle of the desert, in the middle of the summer, and actually the young operators start using the product and they realized that the smell actually disappeared almost instantly this is when they took ownership. They took ownership from day one. So we formed the 3 piles of 2,500 ton each there. The first one, we did it ourselves, while the remaining 2, they took ownership and they did it themselves, while we took the back seat and we watched them perfect it. Right? If they needed any help, it was over WhatsApp. We weren't even present there. This is how easy the process was. We found a very similar experience within the bioregion process, where the local operator came up with his own mechanism to transport the liquid slurry from point A to point B. This is when you own the product. It's no longer, we just train the trainers, as you just mentioned, and then off they go.
And our second point on the learning from Jarum was Jarum was doing the process not just because they were thinking of waste management. They needed to have the humus soil for the downstream impact on the tree planting and the terraforming. Okay, so this drove a change in mentality, because it changed from one where this is waste management, and it changed into this is upcycling, it is manufacturing. We are here to do a value creation exercise. Okay, so from a logistical exercise to hide the waste, into valuing it into a resource, and then focusing on a well-run process to consistently get the highest quality material. Why? Because it is important for the highest quality material to do its job. Okay, right? So when we started in Jarum in 2018, we started by showing how to manually spray the piles. And then the pandemic came. And the next time when we came back after the pandemic, they had evolved the process by themselves into an efficient, standardized, locally relevant manufacturing process.
Beautiful, beautiful. And we're taking these learnings from Jarum, and we're implementing it in RAC as we speak. So when we treated when we had a program on odor management in one of the wastewater lagoons, we recommended exactly that. The initial pilot program, we didn't want to reinvent the wheel. So we said just spray it on a weekly basis using this and that ratio. But once we needed to move to the full-scale program, the idea there was to automate the whole process. And as you said earlier, the idea in Ras Al Khaimah was to run both the manufacturing of the humus soil as well as the application of the humus soil on the ground. Run these 2 processes in parallel, because as you said, it's not a waste management, it's waste upcycling, it's the use of that end product into agriculture. This switch in mentality will actually be embedded in each and every one of the operators there and spread, right, to really focus on the circular economy cycle and close that loop.
Yeah, and the third and the last point is that when did the UAE project started last year?
May.
Well, while they were starting, they asked to speak with multiple partner countries, right, who are already doing that process to kind of like learn how to actually get it done, what the pitfalls were and so on. So at that time, we set up a call between Akshay and team from the Ras Al Khaimah municipality team, right, with China, Thailand, Malaysia, Australia, and of course, Indonesia. Now, what do we learn from this? We realized that cross-cultural exchanges are really valuable. It is a unifying force. This becomes an opportunity for young people to connect, to learn best practices, to play a part. Because now the threat of climate change is defined as the common enemy, with generational sustainability as the common goal.
Absolutely.
Okay, so everywhere, people in different places now work together. We are to compete against time.
Thank you, Roel. I think, sorry, I have to cut you off there because I think I want to invite some audience questions as well. But just to quickly respond on some of the points that you mentioned, I think as Pak Jami mentioned, in Jarum, I think we're not the expert in waste management and we're just learning, but really appreciate the kind words. And before I pass it on to the audience, I want to ask Pak Jami one question. I know that Jarum Foundation has a number of environmental initiatives. Could you elaborate more, Pa, on how this organic waste program is related to the other programs that you have?
Thank you, Nadia. I think, Roel, that the upcycle, I think, is the key here, is because we've been known for tree planting. We started our environmental initiative since 1979. And we started from regreening our hometown in Kudus and then scale up
to our rain tree planting in northern coastal road, and to reforesting forests, Gunung Muria and Pati Ayam. So obviously, because of that, we need a lot of humus. So for us, when we look at these solutions, it makes sense. There is that upcycle aspect of it that we can see from managing organic waste, and then seeing that there's a solutions to manage organic waste, reducing the waste going to the landfill, but at the same time we can use the products of managing these organic waste, going back, upcycling, and then use it for our tree planting process. So it's very closely, there's a very clear connections to our tree planting initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Pa. And now I'd like to open it up to audience questions. I think we can also raise your hand if you have a question. Any questions from the floor? No questions? So we're very clear then. Okay, so if no questions, maybe I'll just wrap up and attempt to summarize. But maybe before I do that, do you want to have some closing remarks, Pa? For me? Yeah. Okay. Okay. If I may attempt to summarize, I think based on some of the context that Pano Frisal has shared, waste as a sector is projected to be about almost 3 times the size of the ag sector in terms of greenhouse gas emissions in Indonesia by 2030, assuming business as usual. So policy really needs to be in the driver's seat in redirecting this trajectory. The second point is that there is a need for a top-down and bottom-up approach to addressing this issue of organic waste management. And civil society, as Mas Iqbal has shown in his presentation, has a really big role to play in engaging communities to drive behavior change at the local or household level. Thirdly, as we heard from Roel, I think we need technology to be part of the climate solution. VRM is only one of the many tools that could be used by both the public and private sector in achieving their impact targets around waste management. My fourth point is that the private sector should, I think, play a bigger role in supporting the waste management ecosystem, because a multi-stakeholder approach in tackling the issue is the only way to create lasting change. And lastly, given the urgency of the climate crisis that we are dealing with today, any environmental intervention, including waste management, needs to be addressed with climate in mind, so it can support Indonesia in achieving its NDCs. So thank you very much once again, everybody, to our speakers and our distinguished guests, Ibu Ifin. And have a good evening.
Much for Nadia and all the speakers. Yeah, we're going to have a group photo together. And I would like to invite Ms. Deputy Vivin as well to join the group. Happy to see you here today, Bu Vivin. Baik, Ibu. Okay, hopefully what we shared today could inspire more organizations to strive for excellence, especially in waste management sector. Anybody else? Pa Victor, please join the troop. Thank you very much for all your efforts dealing with waste, because it might not be everybody's cup of tea. Yeah. Hold for the next couple of months. Okay, thank you very much. Sarangnya boleh, Bu. Oh, nggak boleh ya? Okay. Okay, we have a little bit of a token of appreciation to be given out to all the speakers. Please stay on stage while we're trying to grab them. Just hold on. Thank you, Mas Iqbal, Tabumi. Keep up the good work. spread the love and knowledge for sustainable living and for the wider society. Hold on, Pak. Wait, Pak. Thank you. Give a huge round of applause once again for Jarum Foundation. Thank you very much for all the contribution you made for our country and to a wider society. Thank you, and thanks to all the attendees for attending our session today. I know it's pretty late, but thank you very much for the active participation. We still have one more session to go. Okay, our last session, we will talk about the e-mobility, balancing sustainability and growth in critical supply chains. We're going to have a short break, and please be back in this room at 7 o'clock. We'll see you soon. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good day. It's honor to see that all the speakers already sit down, save my breath. Thank you for keeping my job simple. I supposed to introduce one by one, but that's okay. So it's glad to see that this last session of the day is attended by some high profile executives. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your time and effort for staying with us up till this hour. So today we will talk about the e-mobility, balancing sustainability and growth in critical supply chain. So as EV adoption accelerates, there is a need to build out a regionally diversified, robust, and yet low carbon and sustainable battery supply chains of components and critical materials. So this session, we will discuss actions needed to accelerate and to scale up the green EV supply chain in Indonesia. So let's get on to it. So I'll just hand it over to our moderator today. He's Justin Wu. He's the head of climate change for HSBC Asia Pacific. Let's put a big appreciation for Justin. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. We should save the applause for the panel because I have the easy job. I just ask the questions, and then they have to answer it and also keep you all entertained while doing so. So thanks very much for joining. I know it's the last session of the day, but it's a very interesting and hopefully important topic, particularly for Indonesia, actually. So this is why we're going to convene and this panel and talk about it. We're gonna touch on a couple of areas with regards to e-mobility. Everything from the deployment of electric vehicles to the opportunity in battery manufacturing and the supply chain to sort of sustainability within the supply chain itself, and then what does that mean for Indonesia, the opportunity, the business opportunity itself, as well as I think maybe we should touch on some of the challenges as well in doing so, because obviously not everything happens so easily and smoothly, but things would there's always challenges. I'll try to keep the questions relatively simple and short, and I'm not going to go down the line. Don't worry. I'm going to keep everybody on their toes. You never know when I'm going to call on you, so just you have to be ready. So just a fair warning to my fellow panelists here. Maybe just two things to set the scene. We hear a lot about electric vehicles, taking off and whatnot, right? Just to give you one or two numbers, and this is from Bloomberg NEF, actually. So about 10.5 million electric vehicles were sold in 2022. That's last year. That's about 14% of all new passenger vehicle sales. And that's expected to grow to about 30% by 2026. So we're well on our way to, this is no longer just a few cars here and there. We're well on our way to a fairly rapid adoption. And then, of course, Indonesia has a number of advantages, but one of which is it possesses critical metals and minerals that are necessary for the batteries that go into electric vehicles, such as nickel, for instance. So clearly there's an opportunity for Indonesia to deploy a lot of electric vehicles, to actually be part of the supply chain, and also to attract investment on this, and as a critical component within its both its economic development, but also I think it's also in its net zero transition. So I'll pause here and then maybe ask the first question actually to immediately to my fellow panelists on the left. Rashman, I'm going to go to you first, right? Because you're government. And I think you're well aware of this opportunity. So maybe set the scene for us, right? Tell us what is exciting, what excites you about electric vehicles, what's special about it for Indonesia, and what would you like to see actually happen? How do you want to capture this opportunity?
Yeah, thank you, Justin. So, of course, we are at COP, so we talk about climate, right? So, I think EV is a very obvious way to decarbonize. Indonesia emission profile, about 1/4 is actually coming from transportation. So beyond that benefit, I think now we also want to talk about the business opportunities, right? So today, Indonesia has about 150 million tailpipes, 130 million from motorbike, 20 million for cars. And then we sell about 1 million. That is probably worth about 20 years worth of sales. 1 million car every year, about 5 to 7 million motorbike every year. It is a very big business opportunity, actually. It's a big industry in Indonesia, albeit today mostly combustion. So I think for Indonesia, we have our domestic automotive industry. The number that you mentioned also excites but also scares us. We know if we don't do anything, our domestic industry that is very heavily combustion engine will probably become obsolete and will end up becoming an importer country. I think that is what we see in the government. Therefore, we want to push the electrification. And also, I think Kwame's company already mentioned, the moment you pass 5 to 10%, that is already there'll be a hockey stick afterwards, right? And the world already passed that. So we know it's going to happen, that people will move into EV. We have all this big industry that needs to be shifted towards EV. So for us, it's kind of like a failure is not an option type of situation. And of course, you need to start with our domestic demand.
No, I think that's a really good point, right? I think there is a future business competitiveness angle to it as well, right? In the sense that, the industry itself and switching electric vehicles. So, Dan, if maybe I turn to you next. You're a company in Indonesia, a big one. And obviously, you're undergoing a transition itself, right? So how do you see electric vehicles or the battery supply chain? What is the opportunity for Pertamina New Renewable Energy specifically? Which part of it would you like to capture?
Yeah, this is we look at it as a big opportunities, right? Even though, as Pak Rahmat mentioned, this is actually going to cannibalize our existing business as oil and gas, as we sell petroleum, gasoline, and whatnot. So we look at it basically. We want to develop the ecosystem of electricity vehicles, right? Either two-wheeler or four-wheeler, because we know that this is just a matter of when, not if, right? So, and that will, as I said, will reduce consumption of gasoline, right? Or BBM. So that's why Pertamina in this transitions period, we want to become a player on this EV adoptions and creating EV ecosystem, either in the infrastructure, right, for charging, or for two-wheelers. We know there's a business of battery swapping, right? And we're also looking into, again, through our subsidiary of IBC, with other SOE, looking into OEM, right? And not only on the downstream, but through IBC, we're looking into this, the whole value chains of batteries, right? From nickel ore, we do refinery smelting, and that, all the way to battery cells. And that is the new business, right? That Pertamina looking at it from end to end. Obviously, on the downstreams, we are more active, but on the midstream and upstream, we work together with Mine ID, Antam, and PLN.
Maybe, Dan, if just a quick follow-up question. When you say you're looking at these different areas, maybe give us a sense of how far you're looking. Are you looking, or are you ready? There's activities, certain things you're pushing ahead a bit more, and others maybe a little more.
Yeah, there's a lot of activities on the downstreams, right? On creating EV ecosystem, and Pak Rahmat here that pushing for the government program. We are very active. It's not really chicken and egg, right? We are actively involved. When I say involved, actually, we took over the ownership of OEM and EV two-wheelers, right? I think we are looking into this. We roll out pilot project, right, with Gojek, and this about 2 years ago, and also with Grab last year, and we gather a lot of data, informations, right? How the fleet operator and the driver of for this ride hailers change, right? So we have that, and we have signed joint venture with private sectors on the ride hailer as well to develop OEM and the whole battery pack and battery swapping business potentially. Again, we want to ride what Pak Rahmat and push, right, to get into that inflection point. It's not economic scale yet, right? I think we, along with PLN, needs to develop this EV charging ecosystems, right, to help support the creation of EV ecosystem. On the downstream, there's a lot of activities. On the upstream and midstream, which is more need a lot of technologies, right? So through IBC, they're partnering, right, with this is public news with the Chinese and also with the Korean consortium.
Okay, great. Thank you. Kwasi, let me come to you next. What do you think are the advantages that Indonesia has, let's say, in the battery supply chain?
I think it's so the way I like you think of the EV value chain is you look at it from you go to a restaurant and you get the meal, but then the most important part of the meal is always the raw materials, right? Because without the raw materials, no matter how good the chef is, no matter how popular the restaurant is, there will be no food. So if you think of it within the context of the electric vehicles, the most important component is the raw materials. And that is why, for the first time, I mean, I know COP has been ongoing for a while now, but this time, one of the key priorities for whether United States of America, whether China, whether the United Kingdom, or whatever country you're talking about, is looking at developing new partnership for its raw materials, right? And that is a big advantage depending on where you sit. One, almost every country that is looking to dominate the EV supply chain now is still at the starting line. That is why you have the US coming up with the Inflation Reduction Act to compete with China. You have China doubling down on some of its subsidies. The UK just implemented its battery manufacturing plan. Almost every country is at the starting line. So imagine Indonesia at the starting line, but not just with policies, but then also with raw material advantages, okay? So it's very important. And the reason why it's important is that if you look at the historical trend of the auto industry, if you look at countries that have dominated the auto sector over the last 100 years, at any point in time, they had at least one competitive advantage. Let's start with the United States. So back in the days of Henry Ford, I mean, although I was not alive then, I'm told that what Henry Ford did to put the United States auto industry on the map is to perfect the manufacturing on the assembly lines. So that became what I call the secret recipe that America used. The fact that they could assemble 10 cars in an hour or 100 cars in an hour, and the Germans couldn't do that at the same pace, right? So let's fast forward it. We all had German machines, okay? People say that the German engineering is so perfect. So the Germans used that competitive advantage they had in engineering to build powerful engines. And you can see that the latter part of the 20th century, German vehicles dominated the auto industry for a very long time. And then quite later in the 20th century, overnight, we hear about Japanese and Korean cars. And what was the trigger? What was the secret sauce of the Japanese and Korean automakers? Simply because it was at a time in the world where oil prices have significantly gone high because of the gold standard being dropped and a few other market factors that oil became very expensive. So filling your car became very expensive. So the traditional GM cars or Ford cars that Americans were used to became unaffordable to maintain. So the world was looking for cheap, smaller cars. And in came the Japanese Korean recipe. And now we are in a different time, the 21st century. The battery electric vehicle is the new drivetrain that will drive the future. And what is the secret sauce? Having access to raw materials. And I think that if Indonesia is able to get to the starting line with these raw materials that the industry need, I think that it would be 30% ahead of any other country, and the future could look very interesting. So to answer your question simply, Indonesia is in a very good place. And I think the fourth wave of the auto industry is theirs to take.
Okay, I think we can conclude the panel now, but but I think my colleague Francois would be very upset with me at this point if I did that. Thank you, Kwesi. But well, I'll come back to you in a moment about that. But Shinta, maybe I turn to you now. You know, this is, I think we all, you know, dancing around this question about opportunity. Kwesi mentioned raw materials. Indonesia is blessed with raw materials, nickel, but obviously I think, you know, there needs to be more, right? We need to attract more investment, right? We need actually to build a value chain. So maybe from your perspective, can you share with us, first of all, do you agree with this sort of advantage that Indonesia has? How do we facilitate more investment to actually build the whole value chain?
Thank you, Justin. So if we look at the investment side, with the trend right now, even in ASEAN, there's already like 50 billion investment going to ASEAN, much more to come, especially for Indonesia. Yes, I completely agree. I think having nickel is a big advantage, but I think we, as business in Indonesia, we're excited the fact that our government are really actually looking into this downstreaming. And I think for the first time, from the industry point of view, the EV becoming like, to me, it's like an example of what Indonesia can do. Because actually there are many, many other opportunities. So this is just the beginning. And mapping, I mean, I remember the very early days that you map, you know, all the way from nickel, what do we have, what Indonesia doesn't have, what Indonesia have, all the way until the battery recycling, which is exciting. And then we can start also allowing our own investors, not just foreign investors, but even domestic investors to come into the pictures. Where can we come in? So I think this is opening really very, very big opportunities. But what are some of the elements that we may need to watch for? So I think both sectors, the EV and the nickel processing, really reinforce each other in reducing the cost curves through increased demand, making it one of the biggest opportunity for Indonesia to realize a green industrial revolution. Why is it? As a concrete example, I think globally, EV manufacturers are pushing already to ensure their supply chain are zero carbon. And this is why we're here today at COP, is that to see that actually the problem right now, the current grade that nickel processing in Indonesia are very energy and emission intensive. So we need to find a way on how we can, the emission intensive due to the reliance on coal are still the current method for the production. So I think definitely this is something that we have to get away from the business as usual. And if not, we may be losing even competitiveness in the global market. So going the low carbon way by integrating variable renewable energy for processing, I think can position Indonesia as really the true leader of the global green EV supply chain. So this is something that really need to watch for. So I wanted to share, recently Kadin and Systemic did a study. We call it the breakthrough effect in ASEAN, showing that by mandating renewable use in nickel-related industrial park, it can create 1.7 to 2.8 gigawatt demand for low carbon power generation. So I think this shows how going the low carbon way in nickel processing can have a knock-on effect to other sectors, such as power, as bringing demand for also clean energy into nickel processing will help really accelerate the deployment of renewable. And this is another opportunities. I mean, we've seen how now Indonesia is also pushing towards renewable. And I think the investment will come in this sector as well. So yes, definitely, I think the way now is how, of course, regulatory framework. We're talking about many aspects when we talk about investment, how we can have the right investment climate conducive to bring this coming in.
Thank you, Shinta. Yeah, I think you touched on two things that which I actually want to follow up with on the panel. One is sort of the sustainability aspects of production of nickel and the value chain itself, right? Which is a very important question, I think. And then I think the regulatory environment, which we should come back to. But let me bring Francois into the conversation, maybe just to take a step back. You know, HSBC, we've been in Indonesia. We're involved in a lot of these companies and transactions. So maybe paint a picture for us, right? What are the opportunities that you've seen? What are some examples of sort of well, what the panel has described so far, right? What are some examples of this sort of happening right now, of whether companies from the outside coming in, investing in Indonesia, or Indonesian companies, looking at these things? What are some examples we've seen so far?
Yeah, so thanks, Justin. I think, as Kwesi has mentioned, there are a lot of opportunities in Indonesia because Indonesia has a raw material. And that's a unique selling point, that's really a competitive advantage that not that many countries has. And this is creating a lot of demand for investments. We estimate that there is more than $80 billion of investment in the whole ecosystem of nickel, batteries, EV. And this is also thanks to the policies from the governments that has encouraged the downstreaming, which is really helping all the industries to move up the value chain and not stopping just at smelters, but then encompassing the whole ecosystem and value chain that goes up to EV. And this is driven, to your point, Bushinta, not only by foreign direct investment, but also by domestic investment. And we have seen a lot of examples of successful local companies that are investing also in this area. For nickel, we have seen investment on the like of CNGR Huayu from China. And all the investment in the pure nickel will result in a production, it's already the biggest in the world, but that will reach 4.5 million tons per year. And the investments also are in batteries and batteries components. We have a lot of investment also from the like of CATL from China, but also the Korean. We have a joint venture between Hyundai Motor and LG Energy Solutions in batteries. And the facilities they are building in Karawang will represent a capacity of 10 gigawatt hour, which is enough to power 150,000 cars per year. So that will really be quite a game changer. So these investments are creating huge opportunities for Indonesia, and we see a lot of investment coming. And actually, it will also support the growth in the GDP of Indonesia. Our in-house economists expect the normalized GDP growth to move up from 5.3% to 5.8% by 28, and this difference of 0.5% is due to the EV ecosystem and all the downstreaming activities. So you can really see that it has a really huge impact on the economy of Indonesia.
Thank you, Francois. Rashman, let me return to you, right? So we heard a lot about the opportunity and quite a bit of excitement actually on the panel, which is great. But, obviously the regulatory landscape governing EVs and the supply chain in Indonesia, I mean, that's very important, right, as to enable sort of investment and the growth that we want to see. Just tell us a little more about that, right? Are you happy, I guess, with what's there so far? Or is there more work that needs to be done? And what's sort of the agenda that we need to pursue?
Yeah, I don't think, we are barely started, I think. So in order to build the EV supply chain, of course, you need to create the demand, right? And then hopefully provide options. So you need to create demand, you provide good, affordable options, and then you provide the infrastructure. So today, for example, for cars, we know that cars is quite expensive. The green premium is quite high, so we started with an incentive to lower the price by, let's say, 10%. We reduce the tax. For motorbike, it's even more. We give about 7 million rupiah, which is probably about 20 to 30%. Arguably, you can bring the parity between combustion and EV motorbike. So we started that, and then on the affordability side, right? Second thing is that we know there is not enough options today, at least on the car side. Motorbike, we have plenty of options. So there are 17 brands, 35 models in Indonesia. Cars, only 2. One Korean, one Chinese. So hopefully before the end of the year, we'll issue another regulation that allows manufacturers to open, and we'll give them free import duty and luxury tax for 2 years, as long as they're committed to build the factories in Indonesia. So they can import, let's say X, but in 2 years, and then with the next 2 years, they have to produce X as well. So 1-to-1 ratio. And that will give them free duties, which is about 72.5% price difference. So once you create all that, I think there'll be more options. We see it happen in other countries. Thailand, for example, started this year, maybe about close to 10% adoption, new sales, in Thailand. Last year, it was 3%. And the key difference is more options. And of course, next, we'll need to look into the battery infrastructure, standardization, charging, and so all those pull factor, if you will. And once we started to create that, maybe we also need to introduce a push factor, right? Create friction. Like in Jakarta, we started to have that friction. Even and odd cars.
Can you tell us what that push factor might be? What do you mean by that exactly?
So I think basically give privilege to the EV users compared to the combustion. For example, in Jakarta today, on certain main thoroughfare, during odd days, only people with odd last number in the plate can go. And then even only last one. But if you are driving EV, you can go anytime. So basically, we need to, let's say, introduce more and more low emission zones in the city. If you do that, of course, people will start getting engaged. So those are the kind of things that we want to do. And hopefully it will create more friction if you use combustion or you use emission car. And maybe at some point, we probably need to copy the European countries and like California, i.e. stopping selling stopping the sales, new sales by some time, maybe 10 to 15, let's say 15 years or 20 years before we want to hit our net zero target.
Just a quick follow-up question. I mean, you heard from Francois, there's a lot of interest from, let's say, other Asian battery makers or car makers to invest in Indonesia. Is the goal to sort of bring in a lot of these foreign companies to sort of set up manufacturing in Indonesia, or to develop domestic manufacturing, or a bit of both? How do you sort of see that balance between the, the foreign investment and the domestic sort of development?
Yeah, I think we will see them as the same thing. Like for example, our combustion engine, it's driven by, let's say, mostly Japanese brands. For example, they are foreign, but they invest in Indonesia, they employ Indonesian people, they build supply chain in Indonesia. So that is the hope that we want to do as well. They have to be committed to build say maybe start with assembly and then increase the local manufacturing. And obviously, we have good materials for battery. So this is also what we want to do. Even though we recognize that not all the battery materials produced in Indonesia will end up in Indonesia, because maybe we are blessed with maybe 25% of the nickel reserve in the world, but our market share of cars in the world is only maybe 2%. So we cannot keep everything. We have to share our natural resources to the world. But that being said, we don't want to reach at the point whereby we run out of nickel, for example, but all those nickels already in Europe or in America, in China, and we don't have it. We don't have enough battery recycling or battery flying around in this country. So that is something that, as we develop the battery materials, we also need to develop the EV industry.
So, Kwesi, let me come back to you, right? You mentioned we're talking about foreign investment, we're talking about the need to develop the whole value chain to be competitive. So you mentioned that Indonesia has the raw materials, right? The best ingredients in the world. But maybe spell it out for us a bit more. How does that translate into competitiveness? Because we know actually that Thailand and other countries, Malaysia, a number of other Southeast Asian countries are competing for this opportunity. They may not have the ingredients, but they will compete. So, how do you make that happen essentially?
Yeah, so historically, the auto industry has operated on a very simple principle where you build your manufacturing industry based on your proximity to demand, right? So that is why if you find the places where the most cars are actually produced in the world, you find them in regions where there is the demand for it. I think that we are gradually edging to a period where it's going to be based on two things: proximity to supply chains and proximity to low-cost production. Because electric vehicles is a margins game, right? If Tesla can shave off margins producing in India rather than, say, in California or in Texas, they will gladly do it because it's a margins game. You're competing with the EV industry as well as the internal combustion engine. So, number one, that competitive advantage can be translated. Yes, the raw materials, I think, is given by nature. You have it or you don't have it. But you need to look at the evolution of the battery industry to really understand the second part of this equation, which is the competitiveness of producing low cost. So let's say 15 years ago, historically, it's been the Japanese and Korean cell manufacturing that were actually able to attract capacity to build downstream. Now, fast forward, it's China that is dominating the world by far. And we can only ask, what did China do in order to bring the cost of battery production down compared to everywhere else in the world? And it comes down to, I think I'll follow on the point that the Honorable Minister made. Number one is really creating or incentivizing local demand. If Indonesia wants to dominate the downstream of the battery manufacturing industry, it would not be able to succeed based on China's demand or Europe demand. America would not build the demand that would make Indonesia's battery industry competitive. It has to be Indonesian demand. So that is the one, incentivizing demand. The second part of it is when all of us in the room could potentially play a role. How many entrepreneurs are here? No? Okay. So the next phase is really where the entrepreneurs comes in. And if I tell people that CATL 7 years ago was among the small battery manufacturers in the world, many people struggle to understand. It was actually a very small company. But here's a playbook I'm going to give the entrepreneurs in the room. So the first thing the Chinese government did was to incentivize demand. And I think the Honorable Minister talked about if you bought an EV today in Beijing, you are likely to get it registered as opposed to buying an internal combustion engine, which will probably get registered later when you're dead, 20 years later or 30 years later. So it incentivized the demand. But then the next phase of it was that the Chinese government realized, I'm not going to create demand for electric vehicles for American companies to come in and build that supply to fill that gap. So then they supported domestic companies like CATL to fill that demand that they've created. And that is the next phase of Indonesia, taking advantage of the cost competitiveness that I talked about. So now setting up domestic champions is the next phase. But then it's a global industry. You have domestic companies that you set up to fill that local demand, but they are equally competing. I think the Honorable Minister said that you're equally competing with Japanese companies as well that are doing it at low cost. So then the third phase of this playbook in making Indonesia competitive is now look at how do you now generate economy of scale? And to explain economy of scale, I have a very simple example. If you have a 1 gigawatt battery factory, you need one receptionist. If you expand it to 10, you don't need 10 more receptionists. You still need one. So creating economy of scale is one thing that China used to now lower the cost to the point that 7 years down the line, CATL is now the largest battery manufacturer, surpassing Panasonic and all those LG Chems and other companies that we know. So I think with these 3 or 4 points, if Indonesian company, which could potentially be from anyone in this room, including my good panelists here, if you could guarantee that the government has created that demand, 2, set up local champions, 3, use economy of scale to drive down costs, and four, send out those companies to the world to become global champions, we could potentially have the next CATL in the room. And that, I think, combining it to the supply chain that Indonesia have would make the country a competitive one.
Danif, let me come back to you. I mean, you have the Indonesia Battery Corporation, right? And then you also mentioned a number of areas. I mean, there's actually quite a few things that Pertamina can play into, right? One is the renewable energy demand, setting up the charging infrastructure, the battery manufacturing. There's almost a menu of options. How do you see? Is it that this is sort of a bit of everything, or do you see that there are some that are particularly more interesting than the others, or at this point, it kind of goes back to the first question I asked you, but maybe we come back full circle again. But how do you see, all the steps in the value chain? Which one would you play in or invest in more?
It's good questions. I think right now, to be honest, we are all over the place, right? We are touching all this either directly or indirectly, right? From upstream, maybe not mining, right? From smelting all the way to battery cells, even to OEM. But what we need is economic of scales, right? And none of this is actually, and Pak Rahmat just mentions, we just started, right? And I think this is what we, or I'm trying to develop. Can we actually have scale business? Because without scale, we're not going to be competitive, right? So again, I think we are blessed with from the raw materials, right? I think the way I look at it, the scale will come from upstream, right? If it cannot be absorbed by domestic market, or then it will be exported. But I think I agree with you that without economic skills, without any competitiveness, I mean, first on the price and margin, right? But also we mentioned about the sustainabilities, right? The source of energies, as Ibu Sinta mentions. This is also a challenge, right? That a lot of this and the supply chain, they require competitive, low carbon, if not renewable energy sources, right? Because this is required by the OEM, right? Because they're actually counting how much the carbon emissions. So we are still in this journey, to be honest, Justin, right? And Pertamina will definitely play a role, the one that provide economical skills, because anything that we do, we are integrated energy company. We provide energy right? Primary energy. So this is, we are entering into this new, what I call it, cycle, right? Not cycle, this new value that we need to be able to create at the end value through economical skills. So again, it's still a journey in my opinion.
Absolutely, thank you. Shinta, maybe come back to you. Maybe it's a difficult question, but do you think there's anything still missing in our conversation about, we have policy in place, we have supply chain, we have attracting foreign investment. Is there anything that's still missing, you think, from this picture?
It triggers when you talk about China, you talk about economic of scales, we know that, right? But, Indonesia auto industry has been dominated, like Pak Ahmad said, by Japanese. Do you really believe this can change, right? I think even now, first of all, as you know, the Japanese are not really following the right path on electrification. I mean, they're doing more hybrid, right? Yes. That's already creating a very big issues. Not issue in the sense that, of course, this option for consumer, but what I'm saying is I cannot imagine that we're going, being able to open up and Japanese that started with like what 90% also, and then what they're going to be 50%. The whole, we have to look at the whole ecosystem, right? we have to talk about the distribution as well. This is a big part of going into, I talked to many people, we were talking about car dealers, we were talking about, this has been ongoing in Indonesia for a long time. The players, who monopolize, it's all there. We can count who are in the game. And it's not easy to just, suddenly we are doing this transition. I cannot imagine how that would look like. So I think what's missing here is understanding how Indonesia actually operates. And when I talked with my colleagues, the CEO of the Vietnamese electric car that's now going global, starting manufacturing in the U.S., I said, I don't think we will ever reach to that point. But I mean, Vietnam, they have nothing, right? I mean, no nickel in Vietnam, and they're able to do that. So obviously, there's a lot of ambition for us, entrepreneurs, business people in Indonesia. There are ambition, but we also realize that in Indonesia, there are much more than having that ambition. Even the regulation. There's this, I think, component of more on the how do you call it? Yeah, we need to understand how it works. Let's put it that way. How it works, and I think even we're trying to bring, like, for example, TVS. They already have for two-wheelers, electric two-wheelers, TVS India. They already have a manufacturer in Indonesia, and they said, Shinta, how can I have the domestic market, because now it's fully 100% export. I cannot sell in your domestic market, right? So this is some challenges that I think we need to understand. How willing are we, to make all these changes and make this transition?
What is missing then in that? Actually, Kwesi, do you want to comment?
Yeah, so I think just really great point, and that is why, just follow on to my earlier point, is that when I called out for the entrepreneurs, it's important that these initiatives, as much as a lot of conversations is on government, private sector also has a role to play. Because I believe in the end, it's a private sector that catches the vision and run with it, right? And most countries that we've seen, there's always this parallel conversation, government setting ambitions, government having a big vision, but then the engine that would actually make it happen is always lacking. So I do think that it's important that there's a very significant engagement with the private sector to understand what is the local flavor, what is the local appetite, what is the local challenges, and how can those be overcome for them to also have a stake in it.
Okay, Francois, you heard a lot of dreams and ambitions on this panel. So how can we make it happen? What is the role of a financial institution or a bank to sort of enable all of this?
Yes, so the role of bank, of course, is to make sure that there are investments that are coming to the project, and so that this project happens. And the role of a global bank like HSBC is to use our global reach to make sure that we have our clients who are investing in Indonesia. So we have to be the ambassador of Indonesia and to facilitate all of these flows. And there are not that many examples I can give, because there are a lot of examples that are not public information, so I cannot share publicly. But just to give you some examples that are public information, we have been the underwriter, for instance, of the IPO of Merdeka Battery Material earlier this year, that has attracted some global investors and that we have used our global network. Another example that is public is we have arranged a $700 million syndicated loan for the joint venture of Hyundai and LG Energy Solutions for their battery operations. So that's just two examples of what banks can do. I think really that there is much more that can be done in this space, because when I mentioned the amount of potential $80 billion of investments, that will create something more than just the business as usual, like Paramat reminds us all the time. And this is where also we have initiatives than the JETP that will help, I believe, to create the right environment so that there is more energy transition that is happening, that will also give a competitive advantage to all of this ecosystem, that will need also to have green electricity in order to be competitive. Because if you have Tesla of this world, the Apple of this world, you will not want to buy nickel that is produced with coal. And that's why all the energy transition, I think, is an important component of the competitiveness of this market in Indonesia.
I kind of promised we would return to that question, but Shinta, go for it.
No. Because I keep on remembering what's also missing. I think we have to look at the jobs, right? Because while we are developing this industry, I think Indonesia, as you know, are very much more low skill, right? And when we look into this new opportunity, we also need to look at the jobs. We've gone through the same thing with energy transition to have the just transition. I think it's the same way, right? How we need to pay attention to how the rescaling, the upscaling of jobs to fill in this new, this new opportunity. So I think that's also a missing thing that we need to pay attention. How can develop more of these jobs?
Kwesi, you want to
And actually, we did a study for one government at BNF on that. So, what we call the just transition from a mining perspective, and I mean, similar profile to Indonesia to a large extent, where the coal industry creates a lot of jobs at the moment, and instantly you're telling the government that, look, we want you to transition to a technology that relies less and less on coal. And I think if you see, it's that realization that most other countries, take Germany as an example. So 3 years ago, the German government commissioned a study, and they realized that if they don't get first mover advantage in electric vehicle, by 2030, almost 400,000 jobs will be at risk. Overnight, the German government's position towards electric vehicle changed, because back then it was being led by the industry, and the industry was like, oh, we probably shouldn't worry now, let the Americans take the lead. EV is not important. But once they realize that 400,000 jobs is at risk by the end of this decade, they are pushed to change. And then the subsidy regime, oh, sounds like a happy birthday. But then, if they did not come to that realization and push for a first mover advantage, you would realize that with time, now the Americans are competing. Battery plants that were supposed to provide German jobs are now being shipped to America because of Inflation Reduction Act. So first mover advantage is very important, because in the end, if you don't move now as a country to secure the need or the jobs of the future, someone else will. And these legacy industries, I mean, as sad as it sounds, in a transitioning world, somebody always is left with the last stop. And I don't think any country wants to be that. So I think it's important that that is addressed significantly, and the time to do that is now.
Rajman, I mean, is that top of mind for government, the jobs aspect of it?
Of course. You know, the role of the government in Indonesia is very clear. It's basically improving welfare, protecting the citizen, including, of course, the welfare. Yeah. So I think what Bu Sinta is saying is very important. Our Minister of Education is here, so we could also mention, because let's pick a subject. Let's say teknik mesin apa ya? Mechanical engineering. Mechanical engineering right now is probably talking about combustion engine. It's 150 years technology, right? Next time, maybe in the next 10, 20 years, we have to look into it differently. But maybe for your comfort, yeah, I mean, as Bu Sinta mentioned, domination of of like an industry and whatnot. One thing I can say is that I don't think it's gonna be. This is gonna be a transition. It's gonna take maybe 2-3 decades. So I'm not that worried that the jobs will be gone immediately. So we probably still have time, but we have to start today. Because one car will be off and then new car will come in. Hopefully, it'll be replaced by low emission. But we have seen companies gone very quickly. I think maybe 15 years ago, we never think, BlackBerry is gonna be not around, right? Or like before that, Nokia or whatever, all this. So it's possible. I think we need to mention to our partners, if they don't go with the flow, they will become irrelevant. So we have to tell them. But for us, in the government of Indonesia, we see the trend. We need to prepare our people for that, to have that option, to future-proof the options of our people.
Okay, very good point. I think we touched on a lot of different things on the panel, and we're getting close to the end of time, but maybe before we sort of fully wrap up, but I want to see if the audience actually maybe a question on anything related to electric vehicles or battery supply chain in Indonesia. I think we have a very qualified panel of experts here to comment. So is anything from the audience? Anybody? Yes, maybe the gentleman in the back. We don't have a microphone, do we? Or no, we do. Okay, please. Yeah.
Good evening. I'm Mamba Busso from the Gambia, from the NGO umbrella organization called Tango. My question here is how affordability and the accessibility of the batteries, and knowing that most of these raw materials are coming from Africa. And when it comes to energy, Africa is the most affected. When it comes to energy and industrialization, Africa is far behind. And most of the raw materials are coming from Africa. What is going to be Africa's position when it comes to these new technologies? Thank you.
Thank you. Kwesi, why don't you
I
take that
can take
one?
that.
Yeah.
So at BNEF, we've actually worked with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa to try to answer some of these questions. And I think it's important. Some of the findings that came out is that I think even African countries, most African countries, specifically in this instance, the Democratic Republic of Congo, is looking at ways where they can ensure that they build the value chains closer to where the raw materials are, because the government believes that there are three benefits in there. Number one, obviously, it's cheaper, right? If you think about the current global supply chain, if you mine a rock in Zimbabwe, a lithium rock in Zimbabwe, it goes to Durban in South Africa by road, and then it's shipped to a port in China, turned into a precursor before it goes to Europe to be in a cell and ultimately in a car. And if you think about how redundant this is, look at the position of Africa and Europe. It's just next door. So think of the cost that you save, think of the emissions that you save if most companies decided to do the processing closer to where the raw materials are. And fortunately, I think what we are hearing from most African governments is that this time they want it to be different. And I think the United Nations is supporting, as well as other financial institutions, to ensure that those supply chains are closer to home. But then it will take action and not worse.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think that's also supports the case for Indonesia too, right? Having that value chain in Indonesia itself to support what is Indonesia itself a very large growing market for automobiles as well as neighboring countries. Maybe one more from the audience, please. Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Pius Ginting, NGO from Indonesia. It is glad to hear that there is a spirit to build, to use renewable energy in the nickel processing. But my question is, because this industry is energy intensive, so is there already examples to use fully renewable energy so to make the product become competitive? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I can take that. I happen to sit as a vice chairman of PT Vale Indonesia. So in Sorowako, which is the plant, it's actually using renewable. So 100% of electricity coming from hydro. So I think the question for this is that it's not about whether we can be competitive or not. It's just about whether you have the renewable resources nearby. So beyond that, of course, Sorowako plant is blessed to have that hydro potential. Moving forward, what we are trying to do through the energy transition program that Indonesia has is that we want to build more and more grid transmission, for example, that connects the eastern leg of Sulawesi the western leg of Sulawesi to the eastern leg. Because in South Sulawesi, And Central Sulawesi, there's a lot of renewable potentials. They have hydro, they have wind, and of course solar everywhere. But a lot of these factories or the mines is actually in the southeast. So what we need to do is, so the technology is there, it's possible to do. What we need to build is grids so that we can have lower and lower emission mix in the system.
Thank you. Any more from the audience before I get to ask a final question to the panel? Any more? Okay. All right. So one final question, and I'm going to be fair, so I will go down the line in order, starting with you, Rashmat, so everybody has time to prepare. So let's say that you have a magic wand, and short answers, please. You have a magic wand, and with it, you can do one thing to make Indonesia, let's say, the leading manufacturer of electric vehicle batteries by the year 2030. What would you do with it? So just think about it. You can do one thing, and let's just say let's focus on EV batteries for now. So
yeah, for me, I'm the deputy for infrastructure, so I'll start with the EV, the vehicle itself, because if you have that EV, then the value chain typically will follow.
So you want EVs to be manufactured in Indonesia?
Manufactured in Indonesia, we become export hub at least in the region.
Okay, and that would in turn stir demand for the batteries. Okay, Shinta.
I think I'm gonna go with the customers. Yeah. I think how to make our customers, because I think that will be the biggest challenge into going into a more EV driven.
So you want to make electric vehicles cool for every Indonesian citizen
to
want to purchase an electric vehicle.
Exactly.
Okay. That doesn't, I don't think you need a magic wand for that, right?
Yes, you do, because I think for Indonesia it will take quite some time.
Okay, all right. Well, maybe more to explore on that one. Okay, Danif.
For me, is because Indonesia is an archipelago, we have all this the resources and demands in different area, different islands. Connectivity is very important. Connectivity will create the economic scale because that's for business. That's what can make things economic scale and profitable.
I couldn't agree more, Afton. It's not talked about a lot, but a good grid system can make all of this happen, right?
Can I just want something?
You only get one wish, not
one.
two.
The
genie is
out of the. I want the
out.
recycling battery to be in Indonesia. Recycling
you can only have one,
battery.
but I okay, fine. I give it to you because it's linked, right? It's linked.
I want the recycling battery.
The recycling business.
Yes, I want Indonesia to be the recycling battery hub.
Well, I mean, this goes back to your first point, right? That the whole thing has to be sustainable, sustainably produced, and then sustainably end of life, right? So, okay, we'll accept it. Quasi.
And for me, I want my magic wand. This transition should be people-centric, and sometimes I think we fall victim to our big numbers, our big vision. But in the end, I'm a mining engineer. I've lived in a mining community for 6 years, and I know that mining can be a blessing or a curse depending on how close you are to the action. And I wish if I had that magic wand, it should be about people. Like, yes, we're saving the world with Indonesian nickel, but then let's also not forget the communities that are directly impacted by this mining. My magic wand should be able to look after them and ensure that they also join us in the journey.
Thank you, Quasi. Yeah. Francois.
A lot of points have already been covered, so it's quite difficult. But we are at COP. So for me, my magic wand would be to have a green EV ecosystem, and so that we have much more investment in the energy transition, and that we have green electricity, green nickel, and the whole ecosystem being green. Because I think that currently this is one of the big challenges we are facing, and that will require also a lot of effort and investment in the years to come.
Okay, great. That's a great note to end on. So thank you very much to my panelists. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you, all speakers, to make this conference a resounding success. Why don't we have a family picture together? Yeah, photo. Thank you for the idea about magic wands. If me, I will have my one magic wand become 3 magic wand and duplicate. Okay. Thank you very much for your hard work on this last session on the second day program in Pavilion, Indonesia. And to all participants, we look forward to bringing you more interesting dialogue in the days ahead. So please drive safe, rest well, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you.